Welcome back, guys. This is your sensei. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Acquires Power of Infinity. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the Hidden Leaf village of Konohagakure, the Hatake family was preparing for a new day. A boy with white hair and sunglasses lay on his side on the tatami mat, a cooking magazine open beside him. As he gazed at the various desserts featured in the magazine, a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. His younger brother, Kakashi, entered the room, noticing his siblings' relaxed demeanor. Kakashi remarked that he knew his brother was being lazy again. The Ninja Academy would start the next day, and he hoped his brother wouldn't fail the entrance exam, as that would bring shame to their father. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a small boy with white hair and a mask spoke confidently, assuring Kakashi that their brother was strong and that the exam would be easy for him. This boy was none other than the future genius ninja Hatake Kakashi, known for his strength against formidable opponents and his struggles against the weaker ones. The figure on the tatami did not turn around but waved dismissively, showing indifference. Kakashi felt a pang of frustration. Despite his brother's undeniable talent and strength, he seemed disinterested in being a ninja. Kakashi had never managed to defeat him in training, which often left him questioning his own abilities. Kakashi informed his brother that their father would accompany them to the academy the next day. He relayed their father's warning that if his brother was late, he would personally bring his bed to the academy, allowing everyone in the village to witness the embarrassment of sleeping outside. The brother responded with a hint of annoyance, acknowledging Kakashi's noise and assuring him he would wake up on time. Though he maintained a tough exterior, the thought of sleeping outside was mortifying. He knew their father meant what he said, and if he overslept, Hatake Satoru would follow through on his threat. Once Kakashi left, Hatake Satoru closed the magazine and lay back, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. He reflected on how quickly time had passed since he arrived in this world 5 years ago. Hatake Satoru held a secret close to his heart. He was not originally from this world. He had been reincarnated here with memories of his previous life. He couldn't recall how he had died, only that when he opened his eyes, he found himself in this new world, with a crying Kakashi by his side. Satoru had become a character who did not exist in the original Naruto universe, the older brother of Hatake Kakashi and the eldest son of Hatake Satoru. He possessed incredible ninja talent, rivaling that of Kakashi, and had inherited the abilities of a powerful character from another world, Gojo Satoru, known for his unmatched strength in the realm of Jujutsu Kaisen. While he had inherited Gojo's eyes, known as the Six Eyes, it did not mean he possessed Gojo's full power. He still needed to train diligently. The special eyes were not a secret, but people often wondered if he was truly the son of Hatake Satoru. As the child of the legendary White Fang of Konohagakure, he had been in the spotlight since birth. Though the attention was bothersome, Satoru felt he had no choice but to accept his life as it was. The next morning he surprisingly woke up early and had breakfast with Kakashi and their father. Satoru addressed Satoru, expressing that if he did not want to be a ninja, he would not force him, but he reminded him that as his son, lacking strength could lead to dangerous situations. Satoru felt helpless regarding his eldest son, who, despite his evident talent, seemed disinterested in training. Satoru reassured his father that he enjoyed being a ninja. Satoru was relieved and encouraged him to study hard at the academy to become an even better ninja than he was. He also reminded Satoru that as the older brother, he should look after Kakashi at the academy. Kakashi quietly interjected, suggesting that he should be the one to take care of Satoru. Both Satoru and Satoru heard him, but neither commented further. Satoru believed Kakashi might indeed end up looking after his older brother, while Satoru, feeling too lazy to argue, accepted the situation. After breakfast, Satoru suggested they head to the academy together after Kakashi finished cleaning. Kakashi diligently washed the bowls and chopsticks, and Satoru smiled, recognizing that this was typically a responsibility for him as the elder brother. However, after Satoru accidentally broke several bowls, Satoru decided it was best for Kakashi to handle the chores to avoid any further mishaps. Satoru felt no guilt about this arrangement, believing it was a way to provide Kakashi with valuable training. Satoru noticed Satoru's smile but felt there was little he could do about the situation. No one could force Satoru to do what he didn't want to do, so he could only watch his younger brother suffer. They were on their way to the Ninja Academy, and their father urged them to hurry, emphasizing that it wasn't good to arrive late. Both Kakashi and Satoru acknowledged their father in unison. At that time, Kakashi had not yet experienced the loss of his loved ones, so he was still a very tsundere child with a strong sense of competition towards his brother. Although he wasn't as strong as Satoru, he excelled in other areas. That was how Kakashi viewed himself, but what he would think in the future upon learning the truth remained unknown. As Hatake Satoru and his children left the Hatake mansion, passers-by greeted them enthusiastically. Hatake Satoru was regarded as a hero in the village of Konohagakure, having made significant contributions and earning great respect among the townspeople. Satoru greeted them warmly, while Kakashi maintained a cold demeanor, as if everyone owed him something. Satoru appreciated Satoru's warmth, especially since he came from humble beginnings. The Hatake family was not large and there had never been a particularly distinguished ninja before him. Upon arriving at the entrance of the ninja academy, they encountered Might Due and his son standing at the door. Recognizing the distinctive outfits, Satoru immediately identified them, as there were only a few unique characters in the world of ninjas. Hatake Satoru took the initiative to greet them, knowing well the personalities of his sons and fearing they might not be popular at the academy. As a father, he felt it was his responsibility to make the first effort. Kakashi expressed his discontent, but Satoru ignored him and continued to engage with Might Due. Satoru asked for their sons to get along well. Might Due, however, directly declined, leaving Satoru in disbelief. He felt embarrassed, realizing he had jumped to conclusions about Due's son. Kakashi explained that Due's son had not passed the ninja academy this time. Satoru apologized for his misunderstanding, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. Might Due found the situation amusing and laughed. Kakashi, crossing his arms, questioned the humor in it, only to be reprimanded by his father for his rudeness. Kakashi pointed out that Due's son was determined to enter the academy but struggled with ninjutsu, which was a significant hurdle. Just as Kakashi was about to leave with Satoru and Satoru, Might Guy spoke up, recognizing Kakashi as a talented child. Kakashi turned, confused, and saw Guy giving him a thumbs up, his expression one of happiness rather than disappointment. Satoru found the moment amusing and approached Might Guy, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. This unexpected gesture puzzled both Satoru and Kakashi, but Might Due and Guy were accustomed to such reactions. Satoru expressed his belief in Guy's potential, stating that he would become an excellent ninja in the future. This recognition touched Might Guy deeply, bringing tears to his eyes, while Might Due felt a sense of satisfaction. Satoru's confidence reassured them both. Guy expressed his gratitude, vowing not to disappoint Satoru, who had acknowledged him beyond his father. Kakashi, bewildered, couldn't understand why his brother would say such things about someone he considered lacking in talent. Satoru, noticing Kakashi's serious expression, warned him not to take pride in being accepted as a ninja student, suggesting that Guy could surpass him if he continued on his current path. Kakashi remained skeptical, questioning whether Guy was the only one who could achieve such greatness, still unsure as the list of accepted students had yet to be announced. The Ninja Academy was not foolish, it was time to ask for names. Satoru bent down and gently touched Kakashi's head. Following his father's lead, Kakashi felt compelled to comply. He was asked for his name and Might Guy, having released Hatake Satoru's hand, struck a confident pose, declaring himself Might Guy, a man destined to become stronger than anyone in the future. However, to Kakashi that pose and expression seemed rather silly. Kakashi turned away, feeling an inexplicable chill in his heart, as if he had encountered a slide of bad luck. After Hatake Satoru and Hatake Satoru bid farewell to Might Guy and his father, they too turned and left. Might Due then bent down to pat Guy's head, encouraging him not to disappoint those who believed in him. Guy, filled with determination, vowed not to let Satoru down as he held him in high regard. As they walked, Satoru remarked on the difference he noticed in Guy, prompting Kakashi, who was ahead, to listen intently. Satoru observed that Guy's fists and feet bore scars from training, indicating that his efforts surpassed even Kakashi's tenfold. He speculated that in terms of taijutsu, Kakashi would struggle against Guy. Kakashi was taken aback by this assessment but was ignored by both Satoru and Satoru, who continued discussing Guy's potential as an excellent ninja in the future. Satoru rarely praised his eldest son, but he acknowledged Kakashi's sharp eyes, suggesting he could learn from his younger brother. Days later, the time for the Ninja Academy to commence finally arrived. Hatake Satoru was unable to send them off due to his busy schedule as a Kage-level ninja. Upon entering the classroom, Satoru was greeted by many familiar faces. The lively atmosphere was filled with children of various personalities, particularly energetic ones like Uchiha Obito. Satoru thought to himself that this class represented the future backbone of Konohagakure. Among the students were Marino Ibiki, Shiranui Ginma, Ebisu, Sarutobi Asuma, and Kurinai, all of whom would gain some reputation in the village in the future. The arrival of Hatake Satoru and Hatake Kakashi immediately captured the attention of their classmates, as both were notably handsome. The girls exclaimed in delight, while the boys secretly observed the girls' reactions to the two brothers. Obito, stepping forward, pointed at Kakashi and introduced himself, eager to challenge him. In Konohagakure, Kakashi's name was far more renowned than Satoru's, as only a few knew of Satoru's talents. Satoru encouraged Kakashi to take the lead and made his way to an empty seat in the back. Kakashi, with a flat expression, acknowledged Obito's challenge. Obito confidently declared himself Uchiha Obito, believing his looks would attract Rin's attention. Kakashi found the situation dull and moved to sit beside Satoru. Obito's frustration grew at Kakashi's indifference, prompting him to charge forward. Kakashi, sensing the movement, swiftly turned and intercepted Obito's punch, effortlessly redirecting him. Obito found himself disoriented, nearly hitting the ground if not for Kakashi's foot providing support. Kakashi then told Obito to stop causing trouble and took his seat next to Satoru. The classroom was stunned. While they had heard of Kakashi's genius, witnessing his skill firsthand was a revelation. Most students believed that no one from the Uchiha clan could be weak, so they were astonished by the display. Sarutobi Asuma, feeling overshadowed, made a boastful comment, asserting that he could have done the same. Obito, still on the floor, insisted on another fight, his confusion turning to anger. Kakashi dismissed him, stating he was too weak. Obito's fury ignited, and several students quickly pulled him back, advising him to accept that Kakashi was a genius beyond their reach. Just as Obito was about to protest further, the classroom door swung open, and a burly man with scars on his face entered, commanding silence. The class fell quiet immediately, ready to listen. There seemed to be a hint of murderous intent in his voice, which unconsciously made the people around him feel a bit uneasy. Satoru let out a sound of surprise. His eyes could see that the chakra within this teacher was very strong, and he also clearly observed the exposed skin of the man. This teacher's strength was not weak, at least at the level of a special jonin, which was not comparable to the academy teachers during Naruto's time. However, thinking it over, Satoru considered it quite normal. After all, the Second Ninja World War had recently ended. This person, who seemed to have just come down from the battlefield and carried a sense of lethal intent, was not unusual at all. First, the teacher introduced himself. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be their instructor at the Ninja Academy. His name was Asakawa Kosuka and he was a jonin. He then asked the students to start introducing themselves and getting to know each other. As soon as he finished speaking, Obito immediately raised his hand and stood up. He was eager to go first. The teacher nodded and encouraged him to proceed. Obito introduced himself, mentioning his love for ramen, his hobby of helping those in need, and his dream of becoming Hokage. This statement caused the entire class to burst into laughter. After all, becoming Hokage was an unattainable goal for 99% of ninjas. Their laughter seemed to mock Obito's overconfidence. Obito, feeling a bit angry, insisted that he would definitely become Hokage to prove them wrong. Rin, sitting next to him, smiled and expressed her belief in him, saying he could definitely achieve it. Seeing Rin's smile instantly warmed Obito's heart. He reassured her that he would not let her down, and a bright smile appeared on his face as well. The teacher commented that what Obito said was commendable, even if his dreams seemed a bit out of reach. Without dreams, one could only live as a lazy person. Hearing the teacher speak positively about him filled Obito with pride. Next, Rin introduced herself, sharing her dream of becoming an excellent medical ninja like Tsunade in the future, and then being with the person she loved forever. When she mentioned this last part, she subtly glanced at Kakashi. Although others might not have noticed, it was clear to Satoru, who was observing closely. He thought to himself that this might be the legendary love at first sight, knowing that Kakashi had never seen Rin before this moment. Asuma introduced himself as well, stating he was the son of the third Hokage and that his dream was to become Hokage like his father. After he finished speaking, a satisfied expression crossed his face. The classroom erupted in praise, and Asuma seemed to enjoy the attention. In the end, only Kakashi and Satoru had not introduced themselves. Satoru encouraged Kakashi to go first. Kakashi introduced himself, sharing his dream of becoming an excellent ninja like his father. Upon hearing Kakashi's introduction, Asakawa Kosuka expressed gratitude, acknowledging Kakashi as the son of Tsukumo. It was clear that he held great respect for Hatake Tsukumo. Although he also respected the third Hokage, Kakashi's character was evidently more likable compared to Asuma's. Satoru then introduced himself, mentioning his love for sweets, his lack of hobbies and his absence of goals. He stated that if he had to name a dream it would be world peace. After saying this, Satoru smiled in a way that left others unsure of its meaning. At that moment, Asakawa Kosuke felt that Satoru would likely be a very ordinary person. If it weren't for the striking white hair, he might have doubted whether Satoru was truly Tsukumo's biological son. With all the introductions complete, the teacher announced the start of the class. The first lesson would be about understanding chakra and how to extract it from the body. Satoru realized that this day would likely be quite dull. After all, he, Kakashi, and some other students with backgrounds had possessed chakra for a long time and had already learned how to extract it. This lesson was merely for the civilian children. Finally, the long, uneventful day came to an end. On their way home, Kakashi remarked to Satoru that it would be better to train well at home instead of spending time studying at the academy. Satoru agreed with a nod. Kakashi teased that Satoru just wanted to go home and sleep, especially after a tiring day. They both laughed, but then they stopped when a familiar figure, Uchiha Obito, appeared in front of them. Obito called out to Kakashi, challenging him to a fight. Kakashi quickly declined, stating he was bored and uninterested, and that Obito was too weak. Obito, gritting his teeth, turned his gaze to Satoru. He recognized Satoru as Kakashi's older brother and assumed that Kakashi was afraid to face him, which is why he wanted to challenge Satoru instead. Obito had heard of Hatake Kakashi but had never heard of Hatake Satoru, leading him to believe that Satoru's strength was not as great as Kakashi's. If he could defeat Satoru, he would consider it a form of revenge for the morning's events. Satoru, incredulous, pointed to himself, surprised by the challenge. Initially, he wanted to be a spectator, but he never expected to be drawn into the confrontation. Obito, seeing Satoru's expression, became even more convinced that Satoru would not be a worthy opponent. Kakashi muttered under his breath, calling Obito foolish. Satoru decided to humor Obito and agreed to play along, suggesting that Obito attack first, as he might not get a chance once Satoru made his move. Obito remarked that Satoru was just like Kakashi, finding his personality equally annoying. With that, he charged at Hatake Satoru, ready to engage in battle. Kakashi made space for himself, wary of being accidentally injured. With a left punch, a right punch, a left kick, and a right kick, each time Satoru barely dodged, Obito felt the illusion that with more effort he could land a hit on Hatake Satoru. However, soon Obito was sweating profusely and breathing heavily. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and remarked that Satoru seemed to have a knack for dodging. Satoru responded in a light-hearted tone, suggesting that he was only doing this to help Obito build confidence. Obito retorted that Satoru's personality was even worse than Kakashi's, to which Satoru thanked him for the compliment. Frustrated, Obito charged at Satoru again, but this time Satoru easily caught his angry punch. Satoru declared that it was too late and time to go home for dinner, indicating that he would no longer play around. Obito was taken aback, and in the next moment he felt himself being lifted off the ground and then gently placed back down. Kakashi watched with a hint of disdain in his eyes, recognizing that Satoru had the ability to handle Obito effortlessly, yet still chose to spend time with him. Satoru insisted that this would help build confidence, but Kakashi disagreed, feeling it only made people feel more defeated. As Satoru and Kakashi walked away, Obito lay on the ground, staring at the sky and contemplating life, his expression somewhat dimmed. However, he quickly regained his composure, stood up and shouted after them, vowing that he would definitely defeat them one day. Satoru smiled at this declaration, feeling that his approach would indeed help others gain confidence. Kakashi, on the other hand, expressed concern about his brother's reckless attitude, emphasizing that he would not allow anything to tarnish the Hatake name. Despite his usual sarcasm, Kakashi was serious about maintaining their family's reputation, which their father had worked hard to uphold. Satoru playfully ruffled Kakashi's hair, who tried to shake him off but found it difficult. Satoru warned Kakashi not to blame him for being rude if he continued to lecture him. After releasing Kakashi's hair, Satoru noticed a solemn look in his brother's eyes, sensing that Kakashi had grown stronger. Upon arriving home, they were greeted by a familiar presence. Kakashi's face lit up as he realized their father had returned. Though happy, he quickly masked his excitement and entered the house with a calm demeanor. Hatake Tsukumo welcomed them with a smile, and they exchanged greetings. At the dinner table they shared stories about their week. Kakashi asked their father if his mission had gone well, to which Tsukumo replied affirmatively. He then inquired about their studies and social interactions at the academy. Kakashi and Satoru both found the experience dull, which prompted Tsukumo to reflect on how he could help them make friends. After dinner, Kakashi took on his usual chores, while Satoru suddenly expressed his desire to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Tsukumo was intrigued, noting that it was a B-rank ninjutsu and not easy to master. He asked Satoru why he wanted to learn it. Satoru honestly replied that he thought it would be useful for replacing himself at the academy. Tsukumo chuckled, finding his son's idea quite unique, and agreed to teach him, but only once. If one cannot learn it, they must study diligently. Hatake Tsukumo noticed the confident smile on Satoru's face. Satoru possessed the six eyes, a unique ability that allowed him to see through his opponent's techniques and predict the trajectory of curses. In the world of Naruto, the six eyes adapted seamlessly, enabling him to perceive the flow of chakra within his opponent's body. Tsukumo decided to demonstrate a technique. He stood up, formed a tiger hand seal, and a puff of smoke appeared beside him. As the smoke cleared, a figure identical to Hatake Tsukumo emerged. Satoru observed the event with keen seriousness. This is the Shadow Clone Jutsu, a B-rank ninjutsu created by the second Hokage. Although it requires only one hand seal, the flow of chakra in the body is extremely complex, Tsukumo explained. The movement caught Kakashi's attention, who had been washing dishes, prompting him to stop and look over. If you can't learn it, that's fine. You can start with the basic clone jutsu, Tsukumo suggested. Satoru, however, felt confident. He stated that it should be quite simple for him. After forming a tiger seal, he produced a puff of smoke, revealing a clone that looked just like him. Both Tsukumo and Kakashi were astonished by the appearance of this shadow clone. Is this a shadow clone? It's truly impressive, Satoru remarked, feeling the presence of the Rikugan within his clone. The two mirrored each other's actions as if they were looking into a mirror. Indeed, it is remarkable, Satoru, Tsukumo replied, recovering from his surprise and dispelling his own clone. Is it? I thought it was quite easy, Satoru said, a hint of pride in his voice. His words caused shadows to appear on Tsukumo and Kakashi's faces. Tsukumo began to doubt whether such a boastful person could truly be his son, as he was typically very modest. Tsukumo had encountered many geniuses, including the famed trio of Konohagakure Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, as well as the rising ninja Namikaze Minato. Yet, he believed none of them could master the shadow clone technique after seeing it just once. He felt a sense of urgency to ensure his eldest son did not remain lazy, as it would be a waste of his talent. The following morning, Satoru used the shadow clone to attend the academy, leaving Kakashi feeling quite downcast. He lamented the advantages of being the original, able to rest at home while his clone attended classes. Satoru's success ignited Kakashi's competitive spirit, prompting him to ask his father for training tips on the shadow clone. Kakashi approached the task with confidence, but his results fell short of Satoru's. While Kakashi's clone was not a failure, able to think and act normally, it did not succeed in the same way, appearing in shades of black and white. Meanwhile, Satoru's original self awakened as the clone and Kakashi headed to the academy. Had Kakashi known of Satoru's early awakening, he would have been astonished. At that moment, Satoru stood in the Hatake training field, sweating heavily and panting. Mastering the technique known as Curse Technique Lapse, Blue, proved to be quite challenging. This attack method, characterized by its attraction, could reach an infinitely negative output, akin to a small black hole. Satoru had yet to fully grasp its potential, as he was still learning to control Blue. In this world where cursed energy did not exist, the Curse Technique Lapse Blue had transformed into Ninjutsu Blue. Although Satoru's chakra was limited, the combination of the Rikugan and the unlimited technique allowed him to use ninjutsu with minimal chakra consumption, making it almost negligible. Satoru felt fortunate that he did not need to learn the unlimited technique actively, as it was inherited directly in his mind. However, he had not yet developed it into a passive ability like Gojo Satoru, meaning he still needed to use it actively. The unlimited technique could interfere with matter at an atomic level, achieving the effect of controlling space. It allowed for the distance between two entities to be infinitely shortened, making it nearly impossible for an attack to reach him. The chakra consumption principle remained, as the strength of ninjutsu was directly tied to the amount of chakra used. Currently, Satoru's chakra reserves were finite, and while the consumption of Blue was close to zero, he could not exceed his current chakra limits. This limitation meant that while Satoru could practice ninjutsu continuously, he still felt fatigue without mastering the reverse technique. The Hatake training field was now filled with the aftermath of Satoru's attempts at ninjutsu blue. Let's end our ninjutsu practice for today, Satoru said, leaning against a tree to rest. Despite having ample chakra, his physical condition prevented him from continuing. After a brief respite, Satoru began to practice taijutsu. You should know that Gojo Satoru in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen excels in many aspects. Even his taijutsu is beyond exceptional. The reason Satoru always maintains a calm demeanor in front of Kakashi is that when Kakashi isn't watching, his training is incredibly intense. Satoru didn't deliberately hide anything, but it just so happened that whenever he practiced, neither Kakashi nor Tsukumo were present. This is also why Satoru can easily overpower Kakashi. He has never neglected his own training. At this moment, a sense of urgency lingered in Satoru's heart because he had yet to master the reverse curse technique. Only after mastering this technique could he truly become invincible. Once he did, he would be able to automatically deploy the unlimited technique, which serves as the absolute defense known as unlimited neutral, infinite. Suddenly, a voice broke through Satoru's thoughts, startling him. He turned to see Hatake Satoru standing on a tree branch nearby. Satoru was surprised, realizing that with his Rikugan, he hadn't noticed his father's arrival. Tsukumo reassured him not to be surprised as he had just arrived. Satoru sighed in relief, thinking that his Rikugan had failed him. With his Rikugan, he had a long-range vision of 360 degrees and could detect chakra, no matter how well hidden the source was. The fact that Tsukumo had gone undetected by Satoru meant that he had used the body flicker technique to arrive. Tsukumo asked if this was the ninjutsu that came naturally to Satoru's eyes. Satoru, having removed his sunglasses during his practice of blue, confirmed it. For Tsukumo, Satoru felt no need to lie, as he was one of the only two people in the world who would never harm him. The other was, of course, Kakashi. From the day Satoru was born, Tsukumo had known his eyes were extraordinary. He hadn't expected Satoru to wield such a formidable ninjutsu, one that seemed to be usable without limits. Observing the training ground filled with craters, Tsukumo was slightly taken aback, realizing that such damage was not something a child who hadn't graduated from the ninja academy could inflict. Satoru acknowledged this, and Tsukumo remarked that with just this ninjutsu, Satoru was more than capable of becoming a chunin. He mused that the ninja academy had little use for someone like him. Geniuses often find themselves alone, and Satoru was no exception. Few could befriend him. Tsukumo then suggested they leave the clone at the ninja academy, as displaying such terrifying talent before they became invincible could be dangerous. Tsukumo agreed that being cautious was wise but noted that achieving invincibility was difficult, even for him. As he said this, he chuckled, and Satoru confidently declared that he would definitely be invincible in the future, a smile appearing on his face. Tsukumo, slightly stunned by Satoru's declaration, laughed heartily, assuring him that he would protect him until he reached that point. When Kakashi graduated from the academy, Satoru's shadow clone was also dismissed, allowing Satoru to learn that a new student had joined the class today, Mike Guy, who had not even passed the academy's evaluation. Upon seeing Hatake Satoru, Guy immediately expressed his excitement, gripping Satoru's hands as if he were looking at a benefactor. For Kakashi, Guy was just as he remembered, challenging him on the first day, but it was clear that the current Guy was no match for the genius Kakashi. Kakashi returned home and complained to Satoru about the troublesome new students in class. Although the shadow clone was still Satoru, Kakashi understood that once the clone was dismissed, he would gain all its memories. However, he always felt a gap between himself and Satoru's clone, questioning why he should attend the academy while the other was just a shadow. Satoru remarked that this way, Kakashi would make many friends at the academy. Kakashi, looking at Satoru with his usual deadpan expression, asked why Satoru didn't make friends himself. Satoru replied with a chuckle, claiming that as a genius, he couldn't mingle with ordinary people. Seeing Satoru laugh arrogantly, Kakashi felt an urge to push him down and show him a lesson. It was the first time he had been called ordinary, and while he didn't care much for the title of genius, he certainly didn't see himself as ordinary. Kakashi challenged Satoru, reminding him that he had never beaten him. Satoru confidently asserted that this time he would definitely win because he had grown stronger. Kakashi, intrigued, wanted to see just how capable his younger brother, known as a genius, truly was. They faced each other in the Hatake courtyard, Satoru appearing relaxed while Kakashi wore a serious expression. Kakashi urged Satoru to show him some real skills in their fight, or he would quickly become bored. Satoru acknowledged this, and Kakashi swiftly drew several shuriken with his left hand and a kunai with his right. The shuriken flew towards Satoru with precision. Satoru tilted his head and dodged all of Kakashi's shuriken attacks. However, in the next moment, Kakashi was already in front of him, attacking with the kunai aimed directly at Satoru's vital points. Satoru remarked on Kakashi's lack of mercy, noting that he was not acting like a cute little brother at all. Their arms clashed as Satoru blocked Kakashi's next move, acknowledging that Kakashi's personality was quite bothersome. Kakashi's right hand suddenly relaxed, and the kunai fell into his left hand, which he then used to strike upward. Although Satoru reacted quickly, he couldn't completely avoid the attack, and the sharp kunai sliced through his clothing. Noticing the tear in his clothes, Satoru's expression grew more serious, acknowledging Kakashi's fighting skills. Kakashi responded that he wasn't like Satoru. He trained hard every moment. "Be a little more serious, older brother, or if you get hurt, I won't take responsibility," Satoru warned. Kakashi responded with a cautionary tone, suggesting that Satoru should be careful. In an instant, Satoru dashed toward Kakashi at an incredible speed, leaving Kakashi wide-eyed in surprise. Before he knew it, Satoru was right in front of him, launching a direct punch. Kakashi quickly crossed his arms in a defensive stance, but the sheer force of the blow sent him flying backward. Satoru wasn't finished yet. In the blink of an eye, he leaped into the air, aiming a downward kick at Kakashi, who was still in mid-flight. Kakashi's eyes widened as he quickly formed a hand sign. With a loud thud, Satoru's kick struck the ground, but Kakashi had managed to evade the attack, leaving behind a pile of broken wood that had taken his place. Using the body replacement technique, Kakashi had narrowly avoided Satoru's strike. Satoru's Rikugan had detected the switch and he smirked, questioning Kakashi's intent. Kakashi, now visibly frustrated, clenched his teeth and dropped the brotherly tone. Satoru feigned innocence, expressing mock concern over how he could have hurt his cute little brother. Kakashi, however, was not convinced by Satoru's playful demeanor. "Do you want to continue, Kakashi?" Satoru asked, a challenge in his voice. Kakashi, determined, declared that he had not yet lost. He drew a kunai in each hand and charged at Satoru with a series of rapid strikes. The kunai moved in a flurry, but Satoru effortlessly dodged each attack, retreating with ease. "It's futile, Kakashi. I can see all your moves," Satoru taunted. Kakashi, feeling a mix of annoyance and jealousy, remarked on Satoru's abilities, comparing them to the Sharingan. The rivalry between the brothers was palpable, with Kakashi harboring a hint of envy over Satoru's exceptional talent. Yet Kakashi refused to give up. His attacks grew faster, pushing Satoru to the limit. As expected of Kakashi, Satoru acknowledged, but he felt a sense of embarrassment at the thought of being outdone by his younger brother. Suddenly, Satoru vanished from sight. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as he realized Satoru had used the body flicker technique. Just then he felt a grip around his throat. "You lost, Kakashi," Satoru's voice echoed in his ear, a reminder of how easily he could have been defeated in a real battle. A flicker of disappointment crossed Kakashi's face. He had lost to his brother once again. Just as Satoru was about to offer consolation, Kakashi regained his composure, vowing that he would defeat Satoru next time. Satoru chuckled, playfully accepting the challenge. Curiosity struck Kakashi as he inquired about the body flicker technique. Satoru confirmed that he had learned it from Hatake Satoru earlier that day. The technique required precise chakra control, something Satoru excelled at due to his Rikugan. With just one observation he had memorized the technique. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this time, everyone at the Ninja Academy, including the teachers, remained unaware that Satoru had been attending classes through his shadow clone. However, today was special. Satoru decided to attend in person to witness Kakashi's graduation evaluation, which had been approved that very day. If Kakashi succeeded, he would officially become a genin. A group of students gathered in the academy's playground, excited for Kakashi's evaluation. He was the first to graduate just 6 months after starting at the academy, a remarkable achievement. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observed the scene through a crystal ball. He had personally approved Kakashi's early graduation. "Is today the day of the graduation evaluation for Tsukumo's son?" he asked. "Yes, Hokage-sama," came the reply. "And how is the eldest son of Tsukumo, Hatake Satoru, performing?" Sarutobi inquired further. "From our observations, his performance appears quite average, but he may be concealing his true abilities," the observer responded. Sarutobi Hiruzen expanded the image of Satoru, wanting to scrutinize him closely. In the academy, Satoru seemed to sense something, glancing up. This moment startled Sarutobi Hiruzen. Did the boy notice him, or was it mere coincidence? Despite wearing sunglasses, Sarutobi felt as if Satoru had seen through his ninjutsu. Is that the third Hokage? Satoru thought, his expression turning serious. He was aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's ability to observe the entire village of Konohagakure and wondered if his own strength had been revealed. But there was no time for further contemplation. Kakashi's evaluation was about to begin. The announcer declared that the graduation evaluation for Hatake Kakashi would commence, noting that the difficulty would be higher than a standard evaluation due to his early graduation. Before the evaluation, Asakawa Kosuke confirmed with Hatake Kakashi if he was certain about taking the graduation assessment early. Kakashi nodded seriously, affirming his decision. A group of girls nearby couldn't help but admire Kakashi's looks, expressing their hopes for his success. Rin silently prayed for Kakashi, her fists clenched in determination, while Obito felt a twinge of jealousy at Kakashi's popularity. Obito, with a playful tone, warned Kakashi that if he failed, he wouldn't let him off easily. Their bond, strengthened by Rin, was evident. Guy also encouraged Kakashi, declaring that as his lifelong rival, he wouldn't allow him to fail. Asuma teased Satoru, Kakashi's older brother, about Kakashi surpassing him, prompting Kurenai to gently chide Asuma for his comment. Satoru, however, expressed his pride in Kakashi, believing that the evaluation was too simple for him. Asakawa Kosuke then announced the details of Kakashi's graduation assessment, stating that he needed to withstand 10 moves from a Chunin to graduate without issues. This news stirred a mix of reactions among the students, with Asuma frowning at the difficulty of the task. Despite some students having individual strengths, they knew the gap between them and a Chunin was significant. Yet, Satoru's confidence in Kakashi remained unwavering, stating that enduring 10 moves was well within Kakashi's capabilities. As Kakashi prepared for the assessment, a young Chunin approached him, boasting about his experience and suggesting that Kakashi should surrender to avoid being hurt. Kakashi frowned slightly at the Chunin's arrogance. Satoru believed Kakashi could handle the challenge, while Asuma expressed doubt, noting the Chunin's age and experience. However, Satoru pointed out that the Chunin was still just a kid, which caused some discomfort among the onlookers. Kakashi, undeterred, boldly replied that the Chunin should admit defeat. His confidence surprised everyone as they wondered what gave him the right to be so arrogant. Rin expressed her concern, while Asuma warned Kakashi about provoking his opponent. Guy and Obito cheered him on, urging him not to lose. With the assessment underway, Asakawa Kosuke signaled. The start. Kakashi and the Chunin charged at each other, their kunai clashing with a spark. In an instant they both retreated, showcasing their speed. The students watching were in awe, recognizing Kakashi's impressive abilities. The Chunin and the academy instructors regarded Kakashi with admiration, as they saw the legacy of the White Fang in his performance. Kakashi's reputation as a prodigy was evident, and even though he faced a formidable opponent, his speed matched that of the Chunin. The respect for his father, Hatake Satoru, who had made significant contributions during the Second Ninja War, was palpable among the older ninjas present. Kakashi's prowess in the academy had already set him apart, defeating opponents with ease, including Asuma, who had struggled against him in previous encounters. He could not imagine that such strength could come from a 5-year-old child. There was no time for astonishment now. Kakashi had just completed a round, and his voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of several shuriken flying from his hand. Upon hearing this, the opponent quickly regained focus, raising the kunai in his hand as the shuriken flew through the air. Although Kakashi's aim was impressive, it was not as flawless as the Uchiha Shuriken technique, which had no blind spots. This time, the opponent took the situation seriously, no longer viewing Kakashi as a mere child but as an equal adversary. He retracted his earlier dismissive remarks and decided to fight with full seriousness. Kakashi's eyes sharpened in response. The two engaged in taijutsu on the playground, and the surrounding teachers nodded in approval. They could see that while Kakashi might not have the upper hand in strength, his speed was commendable, and in terms of taijutsu skills he was even better. If a long-term taijutsu competition were to take place, Kakashi might eventually lose, but the goal of this evaluation was to withstand 10 rounds against the opponent. They had already completed 5 rounds, yet Kakashi appeared unfazed, his breathing steady and calm. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Seeing that he could not defeat Kakashi quickly, the opponent decided to use the Shadow Clone Jutsu, planning to fight with 2 against 1. This action stirred Guy's emotions. The opponent was already a Chunin and resorted to such tactics, which was quite intimidating. Kakashi took a deep breath. He could also use the Shadow Clone technique, but his chakra was limited, and it would be unwise to waste half of it on a clone. Be careful, Hatake Kakashi, the opponent warned before charging at him from 2 different directions. The moment they were evenly matched, Kakashi suddenly found himself at a disadvantage. After just 2 rounds of confrontation, he realized he needed to deal with the opponent's shadow clone first. While ordinary eyes could not distinguish between the clones and the real body, the opponent had only used 1 clone, which remained within Kakashi's line of sight. As long as he continued to block the opponent, he would be fine. Once again he pulled several shuriken from his ninja pouch and threw them at the opponent. As the shuriken soared through the air, Kakashi quickly formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Shuriken Jutsu. In an instant the original shuriken multiplied. The shadow clone was taken aback. If there had only been a few shuriken, it might have been able to defend itself, but with over a dozen shuriken, there was nowhere to hide, and it could only watch as the shuriken flew toward it. He even masters the Shadow Clone Shuriken Jutsu. What a genius, the observing teachers praised. This ninjutsu was not something all of them could master. Although the Shadow Clone Shuriken technique lacked elemental attributes, it was a true A-rank ninjutsu. It did not require much chakra but tested chakra control. You lost. At that moment the opponent's voice suddenly echoed in Kakashi's ear, and his kunai was already poised at Kakashi's neck. It's a pity just 1 round short. Is that so? As soon as the words left his lips, Kakashi's body erupted in a puff of smoke, transforming into a piece of wood. Substitution Jutsu, when did he do that? Everyone was astonished. They had not noticed when Kakashi used the substitution Jutsu. Where is the real body? The opponent quickly scanned the area trying to locate Kakashi, but found nothing. Hey, where did Kakashi go? Obito's head swung from side to side as he suddenly shouted. Earth Release Decapitation Jutsu. At that moment, Kakashi's voice came from beneath the opponent's feet. This is bad. He realized what Kakashi intended to do, but it was too late. Kakashi's hand shot up from the ground, grabbing his foot, and he felt a tremendous force pulling him downward. When he regained his senses, only his head remained above ground, while the rest of his body was completely buried. You lost. Now it was Kakashi's turn to hold the kunai against his opponent. I lost. The opponent's face showed a look of resignation. He accepted his defeat. Kakashi, you passed the test. With the announcement from Asakawa Kosuka, the entire ninja academy erupted in cheers, while the Chunin responsible for evaluating Kakashi left the field in despair. Congratulations, Kakashi, Rin said shyly as she approached him. Thank you, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Kakashi, soon I will also become a genin, and then I will surpass you, Obito declared loudly, pointing at Kakashi. You should focus on passing all your subjects first, loser, Kakashi remarked, giving Obito a sidelong glance. Curse you, Kakashi. I want a duel with you. Obito, angered by Kakashi's teasing, was visibly upset, his eyes turning white like a member of the Hyuga clan. However, his impulsive outburst was quickly quelled by several classmates. Obito, forget it. Kakashi is already a genin now, you are not his opponent. Yeah, Obito, just give up. You and Kakashi are from 2 different worlds. These words made Obito's heart feel increasingly uneasy. Curse it, when my Sharingan awakens I will definitely surpass Kakashi. Well then work hard. At that moment, Guy also approached Kakashi to congratulate him. Congratulations, Kakashi, but I am sure I won't be far behind. The next time we meet I will definitely catch up to you. Alright then, work hard. As for the opponent designated by his brother and father, Kakashi had yet to find any special qualities in him. If Obito was the last in their class, then Guy was the second to last. Of course, sometimes the rankings of these 2 would also be swapped. However, these 2 consider the excellent student Kakashi as their target. This might seem somewhat ridiculous to others, but only they know how much they are pursuing this goal. At that moment, the voice of Asakawa Kosuka sensei sounded again. The graduation evaluation was not yet over, and besides Kakashi, there was another person who had applied for early graduation. Obito immediately asked, voicing the doubts in everyone's hearts. Hatake Satoru was the name that followed, and as soon as those words were spoken, all eyes turned to him, including Kakashi's. It was clear from Kakashi's surprised expression that he knew nothing about this. Not only was Kakashi stunned, but even Satoru himself was a bit taken aback. Satoru pointed to himself in disbelief and questioned whether it was really him. Asakawa confirmed that it was indeed his early graduation evaluation, personally requested by his father, Hatake Satoru. Satoru wondered why his father had never mentioned this to him. Asakawa reminded him that he could refuse, but Satoru quickly accepted the reality, deciding that since his father had already made the request, he would become a genin alongside Kakashi. Asuma, concerned, asked if Satoru was alright. Satoru was known as the most mysterious student in the class. He excelled in cultural subjects but always held back in practical classes, leaving everyone uncertain about his true strength. Guy, filled with excitement, expressed his confidence in Satoru, believing he would surely become a genin. Obito, however, was incredulous, having learned about Satoru's strength after their previous encounter. Satoru smiled confidently at Asuma, assuring him not to worry. Kakashi remained silent, knowing better than anyone else about Satoru's capabilities. He believed Satoru would not fail the evaluation. As Kakashi walked to the center of the playground, he explained that Satoru's evaluation would be the same as Kakashi's, to withstand the movements of a chunin. Asakawa reminded Satoru to be cautious, as his opponent was not an ordinary character. Satoru's interest was piqued. He hoped his opponent would be more challenging than Kakashi's. He expressed eagerness to begin the evaluation. When Satoru's opponent stepped forward, the students gasped in surprise. Although they did not know who this chunin was, they recognized the Uchiha fan symbol on his clothing. A classmate nudged Obito, asking if he knew the person. Obito shook his head, admitting that while he could recognize many jonin from the Uchiha clan, he did not know all the chunin. Satoru remarked on the interesting nature of facing someone from the Uchiha clan, but Asakawa noticed no trace of tension on Satoru's face. Instead, he radiated strong confidence. The Uchiha chunin coldly declared that he would show no mercy, even though Satoru was the son of Hatake Satoru. Satoru responded with a challenge, stating he wanted to see just how formidable the Uchiha clan was. He boldly claimed that if he defeated his opponent in seconds, it would be a source of embarrassment for him. The Uchiha's expression shifted to one of disdain, warning Satoru that he would regret his words. Satoru maintained his smile, unfazed by the threat. Asakawa, concerned, urged Satoru to stop provoking the other party, fearing for his safety. He did not believe Satoru could match the Uchiha strength, especially since Hokage-sama had assigned a member of the Uchiha clan for the evaluation. The Uchiha chunin offered Satoru the first move, warning him that he might not get another chance. In an instant, Satoru appeared right in front of him, having closed the distance in a flash. Everyone, including the Uchiha chunin and the observing teachers and students, was taken aback by Satoru's speed. Asuma, shocked, wondered if this was truly Satoru's strength, while Kakashi, serious, noted that this was just a glimpse of what Satoru could do. Asuma questioned if Satoru was stronger than Kakashi, who revealed that he had never won a fight against Satoru. This revelation left everyone around them in disbelief, as Kakashi was known as one of the most talented students in the history of the Konohagakure Ninja Academy, yet he had never triumphed over Satoru. This demonstrates how strong Satoru is. When Satoru struck, his opponent's hands reacted quickly to protect his chest, blocking the blow. However, the hasty action sent him flying several meters away from the force of Satoru's attack, though a backward roll helped him regain his balance. Satoru remained in place and spoke slowly, acknowledging his opponent's previous underestimation. He admitted to having underestimated him earlier but assured that there would be no further chances to hit him. In response, the opponent threw several shurikens directly at Satoru. In the air, the shurikens collided and altered their trajectory, surrounding Satoru. He had no opportunity to dodge them. Satoru, unimpressed, noted that this was a simple trick. He too could use shuriken techniques, as his Rikugan was not just for show. He casually threw his own shurikens in all directions without even looking. The sounds of shurikens clashing filled the air as he effortlessly knocked down the ones aimed at him. He challenged his opponent to demonstrate his skills, stating that such minor tricks would not affect him. The opponent then revealed the true power of the Uchiha clan by activating his Sharingan, his eyes turning red with Tsutomu. Satoru felt a slight frown behind his sunglasses. It was his first encounter with the Sharingan, and he sensed a sinister aura emanating from it. He sighed, feeling the discomfort it brought. The Uchiha boasted about his Sharingan, claiming that once awakened he would surely defeat Satoru. Satoru's response was dismissive, suggesting they discuss it after the Uchiha managed to awaken it. As the battle progressed, the Uchiha confidently stated that all of Satoru's attacks were visible to him. Satoru acknowledged the challenge and decided to initiate some attacks that would be difficult to dodge even if seen. He began to warm up, preparing for a more intense confrontation. Then in an instant Satoru vanished from sight. The Uchiha's Sharingan pupils contracted as he realized he could no longer track Satoru's movements. Suddenly Satoru's voice came from behind him, and the Uchiha turned just in time to see Satoru standing before him, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Despite having seen the punch clearly, the Uchiha was unable to react in time due to Satoru's incredible speed. Satoru remarked that if he had used a kunai, the outcome would have been fatal. This thought unsettled the Uchiha, who realized the gravity of the situation. Frustrated, the Uchiha insisted he would not be given another chance. Satoru playfully noted he had heard that before, hoping not to hear it a third time. Asuma commented on Satoru's annoying personality, which only added to the Uchiha's irritation. Kakashi, witnessing the exchange, felt sympathy for Satoru, realizing how challenging it must be to have such a bothersome brother. The Uchiha, determined not to be careless this time, decided to take the initiative and charged at Satoru, aiming a direct punch at his face. Satoru, however, was not one to sit idle. He dodged by swiftly moving to the side, aware that engaging in a direct confrontation would not be wise given his current physical state. After evading, Satoru intended to perform a shoulder throw, grasping his opponent's attacking arm, but the Uchiha anticipated this move with his Sharingan. Before Satoru could execute his plan, the Uchiha countered with a sweeping kick, forcing Satoru to retreat a few steps. Satoru sighed, recognizing the challenge posed by the Uchiha's eyes, unaware that his own abilities were equally problematic for others. He noted that all he could do now was continue to evade. Chico. The expression on the other person's face showed a mischievous smile as they pulled a kunai from their ninja pouch. Satoru also retrieved some shurikens from his pouch and threw them at his opponent. Using the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, Satoru formed the hand seals in just 2 seconds. While it couldn't compare to Itachi's 6 seals in 1 second, Satoru's speed had reached its limit for his age. "This technique won't work on me," the opponent said confidently, their Sharingan clearly tracking the trajectories of the flying shurikens. They swung the kunai with remarkable speed, creating sparks as it collided with the shurikens, which were easily deflected. However, when the opponent regained their senses, Satoru had vanished once again. It seemed that having witnessed Kakashi's battle in the previous round, they jumped away, wary of Satoru potentially using the mental decapitation technique to bring them down. Satoru emerged from beneath the ground, having never failed to use this technique against Kakashi before. Kakashi had used that technique in the last evaluation round solely because he had received Satoru's true teachings. "This is troublesome. Satoru's movements have been seen," Kurenai remarked with a frown. "Don't worry, his strength is greater than you think, and it's almost time for the 10 personalized moves for the evaluation," Kakashi replied. "Yes." After Kakashi's reminder, they returned to reality. The intensity of the battle had momentarily made them forget that this was still Satoru's graduation evaluation. "Humph, these little tricks are useless against me," the opponent said, appearing vengeful and echoing Satoru's earlier words. "Is that so?" Satoru's voice suddenly carried a mocking tone as the Uchiha clan member felt a grip on their arm. Then with a bang, Satoru transformed into smoke and vanished before everyone's eyes. "Is it a shadow clone?" Everyone was taken aback. When he used the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, he must have already created a shadow clone and hidden his real body in the clone's underground. Asakawa Kosuka quickly understood Satoru's combat method. "He's truly a genius no matter how you look at it." Whether in terms of ninja talent or battle intelligence, Satoru's performance was unparalleled. But just as Satoru was pulling the opponent down, a cloud of smoke suddenly erupted from their body, causing Satoru to feel a shift in his grip. "Substitution Jutsu, huh? Your reaction speed is impressive. Is it because of the Sharingan?" After failing, Satoru could only rise from the ground again. "No, it's not just the Sharingan, it's also their experience as a ninja." This made Satoru silently admire the opponent, worthy of being from the Uchiha clan. If they only had the Sharingan, they wouldn't have been able to dodge Satoru's move. But after Satoru's words, the opponent immediately used the substitution jutsu without a second thought. "I really can't believe you're just a 5-year-old, the opponent said, voicing what everyone was thinking. Both Kakashi and Satoru displayed abilities far beyond those of a typical child. "Thank you for the compliment," Satoru replied with a smile, accepting the praise without humility. "But you won't have any chance of passing this evaluation." The opponent also performed the Shadow Clone Jutsu. and then the shadow clone rushed towards Satoru, intending to compete in taijutsu. Meanwhile, the real body was forming hand seals behind them. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. This isn't good, Asakawa Kosuke murmured to himself, wanting to intervene, but it was too late. The massive fireball had already engulfed Satoru. No one expected the opponent to be so ruthless as to actively destroy their own shadow clone. Satoru, the other students shouted, while Kakashi's eyes widened, his hands clenched tightly, veins bulging. Uchiha, you've gone too far. Asakawa Kosuke waited angrily for the opponent to respond. Although the power of this great fireball jutsu wasn't enough to kill someone, it would definitely cause severe burns. Accidents are inevitable in battles. I believe you understand this very well, the opponent replied without fear. Do you realize how angry you're making me, Uchiha? At that moment, the flames dissipated, revealing a clearly suppressed angry voice. Satoru, are you okay? Seeing that Satoru was unharmed, Asakawa Kosuke immediately stepped forward, concerned. Master, the evaluation isn't over yet, is it? Satoru asked coldly. If it weren't for his Rikugan always monitoring the opponent's real body, he could have been injured. When the opponent performed the great fireball technique, Satoru had immediately activated the unlimited technique. The opponent has already completed 10 moves, the evaluation is over. Can I request that the evaluation continue? What do you want to do? Asakawa Kosuke frowned and asked. After what had just happened, he really didn't want to continue fighting. I'm not in a good mood, I want to clean up a bit. No. Asakawa Kosuke immediately refused. Fine, then let's treat this as a battle between a Chunin and a Genin. As soon as Asakawa Kosuke's words fell, the voice of the Uchiha clan member sounded. I share the same intention. After saying that, Satoru's figure vanished from Asakawa Kosuke's sight. When he reappeared, he was already in the air in front of the opponent, delivering a direct kick. But it didn't end there. As the opponent flew backward, Satoru had already appeared behind them, striking with incredible speed, leaving everyone unable to react. Enough, Satoru, that's enough. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, and Satoru stopped, recognizing it as his father's voice. Just then, Satoru had kicked the opponent's head, and that blow also struck their spine, both being very vulnerable parts of the human body. During Satoru's first attack, the opponent's consciousness had already become quite hazy, and the second attack only worsened their condition. If Tsukumo hadn't appeared suddenly, Satoru would have definitely made it clear how to behave. However, Satoru had to admit that if the other party was truly an enemy, then he hadn't done anything wrong. As long as he could eliminate the enemy, what was wrong with being a little tougher on himself? The key point was that the unknown Uchiha was not Satoru's enemy. He lived in the same village. At that moment, the other party was already on the ground, consciousness fading. Everyone was shocked by Satoru's last two attacks, not expecting the Uchiha clan member to even have a chance to resist. Satoru had completely overwhelmed him, demonstrating that he hadn't been serious in his fight. Tsukumo approached Satoru from the crowd and expressed his disapproval, stating that Satoru should not be so harsh with the villagers in the future. Satoru nodded, acknowledging his father's words with his head down. Although Tsukumo's expression was serious, appearing angry, Satoru understood it was merely for show in front of others. At that moment, Asakawa Kosuke quickly arrived at Tsukumo's side, respectfully explaining that Satoru should not be blamed. If it weren't for the despicable means of the other party, Satoru wouldn't have had to be so ruthless. Tsukumo responded that they could not blame the other side, as there was no mercy on the battlefield. He suggested that Satoru should be thanked for teaching a valuable lesson. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, who had been observing through the telescope technique, wore a serious expression. He had originally thought Kakashi was a genius but was surprised to find Satoru even stronger. He had a premonition that if Satoru was given enough time to grow, he would undoubtedly surpass Hatake Satoru in the future. The Uchiha clan member who had been knocked out was taken away by his clan, but before leaving they glared at Satoru and issued a harsh warning in front of Tsukumo, promising that the Uchiha clan would not let him go easily. Satoru shook his head, thinking to himself that the Uchiha clan, regardless of age or gender, always held a superior attitude towards outsiders. It was strange that the village of Konohagakure tolerated such a group. It could be said that the current Uchiha clan held grudges against several families. Asakawa Kosuke congratulated both Satoru and Kakashi on their successful graduation, placing their genin headbands on their foreheads one by one. He expressed hope that they would contribute greatly to the village in the future, just like Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo appeared behind them, patting their backs seriously, reminding them to thank their teacher for his guidance during the semester. Asakawa Kosuke felt a sense of helplessness. Normally he would be thrilled to have two outstanding students, but the reality was different. He felt no sense of achievement, as these two could graduate easily without needing much teaching. It was pure talent. Before they left, Obito suddenly called out to Kakashi, stating he would become a genin as soon as possible. Kakashi coldly encouraged him to work hard. Guy stood behind Satoru, declaring he would catch up soon. Satoru smiled, assuring him he believed he could do it. Seeing Satoru's smile, Guy felt his future was bright. The other students seemed inspired by these two brothers, and in the future they all worked harder than usual. After returning home, the three members of the Hatake family sat together. Tsukumo announced his intention to ask the Hokage to assign two reliable jonin to accompany them. He initially wanted Satoru and Kakashi on the same team but decided it was better to separate them. Kakashi agreed as he really didn't want to be on a team with Satoru, imagining the challenges they would face together. Satoru feigned sadness, lamenting that his dear brother didn't want to be with him. Kakashi merely watched Satoru's antics with cold indifference. Suddenly, Tsukumo spoke, asking Satoru to come out with him to see how strong he truly was. Kakashi's expression turned serious, not wanting to miss the battle between his father and brother. Satoru knew he stood no chance against his father, even with the inheritance of Gojo Satoru. He had only learned part of the skills, and against a figure of Tsukumo's caliber, he had no hope of winning. Tsukumo acknowledged this, and Satoru understood he could not avoid the upcoming battle. The three arrived at the Hatake family training ground. Tsukumo assured Satoru he could use all his skills freely, as the area was protected by a barrier that prevented outsiders from observing. Satoru removed his glasses, revealing his shining eyes, and tied his troublesome headband around his arm. Kakashi thought to himself that he couldn't help but get lost in those eyes. Tsukumo instructed Satoru to make his move, warning him that by the time he acted, Satoru might not have another chance. These were not mere arrogant words. Tsukumo knew Satoru had a trump card but didn't believe he could withstand him. Satoru declared he would be rude, and in an instant he vanished, reappearing in midair in front of Tsukumo, delivering a swift kick. Kakashi, watching from the side, widened his eyes in surprise at the speed. The speed of Satoru caught him completely off guard, just as the last-minute strike from Satoru aimed at a member of the Uchiha clan did. During the battle with Hatake Tsukumo, Satoru had exerted all his strength from the very beginning. Tsukumo acknowledged Satoru's speed but believed it was still lacking. He blocked Satoru's attack with his right hand, seized Satoru's leg with his left, and hurled him forward, sending him crashing into a large tree. Satoru brushed himself off and stood up, revealing no scars on his back from the impact as if the dust had vanished. However, he refused to give up easily. With determination, Satoru quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful fire technique, reminiscent of his earlier battle with the Uchiha clan member. Through his Rikugan, he could see through the opposing ninjutsu and clearly discern the flow of chakra within his opponent. Tsukumo, drawing a short knife that gleamed with a white light, dismissed Satoru's low-level ninjutsu as ineffective. As the great fireball approached, he sliced through it effortlessly, splitting it in two with the terrifying chakra emanating from his blade. Kakashi, watching from the sidelines, clenched his fists, filled with admiration for his father's sword technique. He yearned to learn the same skill. The wind generated by the chakra from Tsukumo's sword caused Satoru's hair to flutter, igniting a sense of excitement within him. Though he knew he was no match for his father, Satoru was determined to give it his all. With a fierce declaration, Satoru prepared to unleash his technique. Tsukumo suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis, a warning from his instincts honed through experience. He quickly utilized the body flicker technique, and in the next instant, a deep pit appeared where he had just stood. Both Tsukumo and Kakashi were taken aback. Although Tsukumo had witnessed this power before, it was the first time he had seen Satoru wield it fully in unmarked ninjutsu. Satoru warned his father not to underestimate him, reminding him that if he were to fall, he shouldn't blame his son. Tsukumo smiled, pleased by Satoru's growth. The deeper the pits became wherever Tsukumo stopped, the more he realized the intensity of Satoru's attacks. As he dodged, he analyzed Satoru's unconventional methods, which seemed to strike from nowhere. Despite his seemingly inexhaustible chakra, Satoru felt fatigue creeping in after several attacks. Tsukumo acknowledged Satoru's strength, noting that he was more than capable of becoming a special jonin. A regular Chunin would have struggled to evade Satoru's movements, and after a few strikes, they would have lost their ability to fight. Satoru, eager to prove himself, closed the distance using the body flicker technique. He swiftly drew a kunai to block Tsukumo's strike while simultaneously launching his own attack. Tsukumo marveled at the terrifying nature of Satoru's ninjutsu, which allowed him to attack while performing other actions. This disrupted Tsukumo's ability to fully utilize his sword technique. Kakashi, observing the battle, felt a pang of despair as he realized how far behind he was compared to Satoru. The excitement in Tsukumo grew with each exchange, and he was increasingly impressed by Satoru's seemingly endless chakra. He forgot for a moment that he was fighting his own son, and the power of his attacks intensified, coming from all directions. As Tsukumo's kunai struck Satoru's hand, the blade instinctively aimed for a vital point. Realizing the danger, Tsukumo murmured to himself, recognizing Satoru as his opponent. Even if he altered his movement now, it could still severely injure Satoru. Satoru watched the knife approach with seriousness and activated his limitless technique. Tsukumo felt an unexpected resistance as his knife neared Satoru. The closer it got, the stronger the resistance became. He sensed the distance closing, yet it felt as if he could never reach his son. Satoru's voice broke through the tension, asking if Tsukumo was truly trying to harm him. Coming back to his senses, Tsukumo apologized and sheathed his knife. Satoru, unable to use both blue and limitless simultaneously, found himself in a position where he could defend but not attack. Tsukumo, satisfied with what he had seen, declared that there was no need to continue. Even when going to the battlefield, Satoru's strength was enough to protect him. Seeing Satoru's power relieved Tsukumo. During the graduation evaluation, Satoru had emerged unscathed from the Great Fireball technique. Tsukumo inquired if he had used that technique just now. Satoru explained that he had utilized the concept of infinite distance, meaning no matter the attack, the distance between him and the opponent was always slightly shorter. Tsukumo acknowledged that Satoru truly had an absolute defense, stronger than the lightning armor of the Raikage. As the battle concluded, Kakashi rushed over, filled with concern. He asked if his father and brother were hurt, his heart racing as he noticed the knife his father held was dangerously close to his brother's neck. He feared that his father might accidentally harm Satoru. Satoru reassured him, noticing the genuine worry in Kakashi's eyes. He encouraged Kakashi to work hard for his brother, or else he would fall further behind. Tsukumo's words seemed a bit unfair, as the outcome of the battle had relied heavily on Satoru's unique abilities. Without those, Satoru's strength would not differ much from Kakashi's. Kakashi then expressed his desire to learn swordsmanship, determined to inherit the title of the White Fang of Konoha from his father in the future. Tsukumo chuckled, surprised that his sons were suddenly interested in his sword skills. He welcomed Kakashi's eagerness and asked Satoru if he wanted to learn as well. Satoru declined, stating that his future was already planned. After the graduation evaluation, Satoru spent a few days at home before a jonin visited and had a lengthy discussion with Hatake Satoru. Just as the jonin was about to leave, Tsukumo called for Satoru. He proudly introduced Satoru to Kitazono Nakajima, who would be the leader of his team in the future and was also one of Tsukumo's students. Satoru greeted Nakajima, wanting to make a good impression. Nakajima appeared friendly, always smiling in a way that felt sincere rather than forced. He had once been Tsukumo's most proud student and was strong enough that even now, Tsukumo was unsure if he could defeat him. Nakajima humbly remarked that no matter how long he practiced, he would never match Tsukumo's strength. Tsukumo then expressed his hopes that Nakajima would teach Satoru well, bowing slightly in a serious manner. Nakajima promised to treat Satoru as his own child, and his smile faded, reflecting the seriousness of the moment. Tsukumo felt a mix of pride and concern for Satoru's future. After Nakajima left, Satoru questioned his father about any past incidents with Nakajima. Tsukumo hesitated, finally admitting that he had once used the tiger seal in their backyard. Satoru quickly understood the reference and realized his father had created a technique he called 1,000 Years of Death. Tsukumo's face lit up with pride as he spoke of his unique technique, which he found amusing. Satoru smiled brightly, appreciating the technique. Tsukumo boasted about his titles, including the White Fang of Konoha and the Boar Fang of Konoha, which he earned from those who had experienced the 1,000 Years of Death. Satoru felt a twinge of sadness for those who had suffered but survived. Meanwhile, Kakashi listened intently from another room, pondering the uniqueness of his father and brother's interests and questioning the true power of the 1,000 Years of Death. Unconsciously, Kakashi also struck the 1,000-year killing pose with his hand. He thought that he would have to find someone to test it on when the opportunity arose. For some reason, after glancing at both of them, that thought suddenly crossed his mind. He dismissed it quickly, insisting that he was a serious person, not like his father or brother. Yet, this idea lingered in his heart, like a seed waiting for the right moment to sprout. Currently, Kakashi was not in class, which was permitted by Tsukumo. Tsukumo wanted Kakashi to first learn the basics of Hatake swordsmanship before receiving real combat training. He believed that with Kakashi's talent, it wouldn't take long for him to master the fundamentals. As for more powerful techniques, Kakashi would need to improve and create them based on his own strengths. Tsukumo reminded Satoru to take care of his safety outside, emphasizing that while missions might remain unfinished, preserving one's life was paramount. Although this might seem unprofessional for a ninja, Tsukumo was also a father who didn't want to see his son face danger alone. He had shared this sentiment with all his students, as nothing was more important than life itself. Even during routine tasks, he would strive to keep his teammates safe. Satoru had a question for his father. He asked what would happen if a mission conflicted with the life of a teammate. If completing the mission meant a teammate would die, but saving them would result in failure, what would Tsukumo choose? Without hesitation, Tsukumo replied that he would save his teammates. When pressed about the potential consequences for the village, he stated that the loss of a village could be remedied, but a life only had one chance. Satoru smiled, feeling proud to be his son, knowing that 5 years later, Tsukumo would face a similar choice without any hesitation. The next morning, Tsukumo woke Satoru up forcefully. Although Satoru had to meet at the Hokage building by 8, he found it difficult to rise, having just graduated and not slept well. Despite being roused, he arrived at the Hokage building dazed, nearly an hour late. He spotted Kitazono Nakajima standing nearby with 2 other children who appeared older than him, around 9 or 10 years old. Nakajima expressed his disappointment at Satoru's tardiness on the first day of their meeting. Satoru apologized, explaining that he had encountered a lost kitten and had taken the time to return it to its mother. His expression showed no embarrassment, and the others clearly thought he was lying, as he looked like someone who had just woken up and was struggling to form a believable excuse. Nakajima decided to let it slide this time but warned Satoru not to make a habit of it. He introduced Satoru to his teammates, starting with Nagayama Masahiro. Satoru greeted him cheerfully, but Masahiro expressed disdain, warning that he didn't want to be dragged down by a rookie during missions. The second teammate, Yano Miwa, recognized Satoru as one of the 2 youngest graduates from the Ninja Academy. Satoru humbly downplayed his achievements, though his demeanor suggested otherwise. Miwa mentioned that she might need Satoru's protection in the future, given his reputation for defeating an elite member of the Uchiha clan during graduation. As they approached the task assignment area, Satoru looked around with curiosity, taking in everything for the first time. Masahiro, visibly irritated, thought Satoru looked foolish and felt embarrassed to be associated with him. Upon entering the room, Nakajima, Miwa, and Masahiro addressed the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with great respect. Satoru stood attentively, observing the powerful chakra emanating from the Hokage, recognizing him as the strongest person in the village of Kanahagakure. Nakajima greeted the Hokage, indicating that it had been a while since they last met. As soon as the 3rd Hokage saw Kitazono Nakajima, he displayed a warm expression towards his subordinates. He inquired about the recent task completion rates, to which Nakajima responded that they had achieved a 100% completion rate. The 3rd Hokage, who only occasionally visited the task room, acknowledged Nakajima's excellence as a ninja from Kanahagakure. He then turned his attention to Satoru, recognizing him as the son of Tsukumo Hatake. This marked the first face-to-face encounter between the 3rd Hokage and Hatake Satoru. While the Hokage had previously seen Kakashi, a well-known genius since childhood, he had not paid much attention to Satoru until after the graduation evaluation, when he realized Satoru was the most concealed among the graduates. With a kind smile, the 3rd Hokage expressed his hopes that Satoru would not tarnish his father's reputation in the future. Satoru assured him that he would not disappoint. The Hokage decided to assign Satoru a simple task for his first mission, mentioning a group of bandits near Kanahagakure that needed to be dealt with, a C-rank mission that Satoru could handle. Nakajima took charge of the mission details, explaining that a group of bandits had recently appeared, causing chaos and destruction, and they needed to be eliminated swiftly. Satoru felt a rush of excitement rather than fear, aware that the world had changed since the peaceful times at the beginning of the story. The Second Ninja World War had just ended, leaving many displaced individuals who had turned to banditry for survival. Although there was a possibility of enemy spies among the bandits, such occurrences were rare. As a newly graduated genin, Satoru understood the importance of being prepared for any situation. Nakajima informed the team that they had half a day to travel, instructing everyone to return home to gather supplies and meet at the village gate by 1 in the afternoon. Satoru promised to be punctual, knowing that he could distinguish when to take matters seriously. Upon returning home, he found Tsukumo waiting at the door, who expressed his concern for Satoru's first mission. Satoru reassured his father that the task was suitable for him and would provide valuable experience. After a simple meal, Satoru set off, while Tsukumo watched him leave, feeling a sense of unease. Kakashi approached and asked if their father was worried about Satoru. Tsukumo reassured him that Satoru was strong and would be fine, though Kakashi couldn't shake the feeling that accidents could happen on missions. By 1 in the afternoon, Satoru arrived at the village gate on time, though he was the last to arrive. He had been distracted by a dessert shop along the way. Nagayama Masahiro scolded him for appearing unprepared for a mission, which left Satoru puzzled by Masahiro's harsh demeanor. Yano Miwa quickly intervened, reminding Satoru that Masahiro was not inherently bad. As they reviewed the mission details with the guardian ninja, Nakajima led the way into the forest, explaining that ninjas typically avoided walking openly on roads unless on escort missions. During the journey, Nakajima mentioned that Masahiro had not always been so distant. He used to be kind and helpful to others. Miwa shared her sadness over a past mission where they had lost a teammate, which cast a somber mood over the group. Satoru understood that a typical team consisted of a jonin leader and 3 genin or chunin, and if nothing unexpected occurred, they would remain together for life, forming deep bonds. However, the dynamics could change if a newly graduated genin joined an established team, often due to the loss or desertion of a member. No matter the situation, the impact on the other members of the ninja team is immense. Masahiro began to change from that moment. He didn't want to get too close to anyone and preferred to be alone. Satoru likely understands now that the death of a close friend plunged Masahiro into deep sorrow. To avoid such painful emotions in the future, he sought to keep his relationships ordinary and distant, so that if the other person were to die, it wouldn't touch his heart. However, this is merely a beautiful idea, impossible to exist in reality. Unless one harbors resentment against the other, no matter how well they get along over time, feelings will inevitably develop. Otherwise, even if it is unintentional, emotions will naturally deepen. Satoru hoped that Masahiro would not be blamed for this. Understanding the situation, Satoru decided not to entangle himself further with Masahiro. He had made a decision from the start to accompany him to Thousand Years Kill. Miwa's words had saved Masahiro's life. Nakajima observed Satoru during their journey, noting how he had been able to keep pace with him. Due to the urgency of their mission, he hadn't had the time to assess Satoru's strength, which he had only heard about. He knew that Satoru had defeated a chunin from the Uchiha clan and that Tsukumo considered him very strong. Thus, Nakajima was merely testing Satoru's speed and was pleasantly surprised by his performance. Although he could increase his speed, doing so would leave Masahiro and Miwa behind. After running for 5 hours without rest, they finally reached the mountain where the bandits were located. They took a moment to rest, eat, and regain their strength before launching their attack. The mission's objective was to eliminate all the bandits. As Nakajima spoke these final words, a faint killing intent emanated from him. Regardless of whether the bandits were once citizens of the Land of Fire, anyone who harmed its people deserved no mercy. For ordinary bandits, there was no need for elaborate plans. The difference between ninjas and common folk was vast. In the heat of battle, one could easily avoid injuries. While everyone ate, Satoru sat to the side drinking water. He had been snacking throughout their journey and wasn't hungry at all. Masahiro, however, threw a bun directly at Satoru, unaware that he had already eaten. He warned Satoru not to let them down later. Generally, Masahiro was tough but had a soft heart. Satoru accepted the bun without hesitation, savoring its sweetness. He exclaimed how delicious the red bean bun was and quickly teleported in front of Masahiro, asking if there were more. His fondness for sweets was evident. Masahiro was startled by Satoru's sudden speed and Miwa cautioned him not to give Satoru more, as he had already been eating throughout the journey. Satoru, however, couldn't help but show a pout of disappointment when he realized the bun was being taken away from him. Nakajima observed the camaraderie among Satoru, Masahiro, and Miwa, feeling that bringing Satoru into the team had been a wise decision. He was aware of Masahiro's state and had tried to guide him psychologically, but it seemed to have little effect. Masahiro's heart appeared to be closing off more and more. Yet, with Satoru's presence, things seemed to be improving. Once everyone had rested enough, Nakajima announced that it was time to begin. The expressions of the three changed immediately, as they were about to carry out a mission of elimination. They had already gathered information about the bandits, who had committed numerous atrocities, and there was no need to leave them alive. Typically, if the crimes were minor, they would capture them alive, but these bandits were different. After clearing away the remnants of their meal, they moved into the forest like shadows. Soon they spotted the bandits' stronghold, hearing their laughter from within. At the entrance, a few guards stood watch, but to Satoru and the others, they were no challenge at all. The mission began, and Nakajima reminded them not to leave any survivors. If they encountered hostages, they should attempt to rescue them. If that was not possible, they were to eliminate them on the spot. The harsh reality of the ninja world was clear. Even hostages or ordinary people who obstructed the mission had to be dealt with. Masahiro took the lead, charging ahead. The guards at the door quickly noticed him and drew their weapons, but before they could react, a flash of light appeared, and they fell to the ground, incapacitated. The alarm was raised inside the stronghold, and the bandits began to mobilize. Miwa rushed to warn Satoru to stay safe as the chaos unfolded. Although she was a medical ninja and not particularly skilled in combat, it was easy for her to handle some individuals who were not even ninjas. Nakajima placed his hand on Satoru's shoulder and remarked that if Satoru couldn't act, he should simply withdraw and not push himself. Satoru sighed, acknowledging that his teammates were truly remarkable. At that moment, Masahiro and Miwa resembled death gods, taking down their opponents mercilessly, each strike resulting in a swift defeat. Nakajima noted that the number of lives they had claimed was no less than 100, and the cowardice that once characterized them had long been worn away through countless battles. He recalled that when Masahiro and Miwa first encountered such scenes, they had been far more terrified than Satoru was now, their bodies trembling in fear. Satoru, however, had proven to be the best performer he had ever seen. Satoru expressed his determination not to be a mere spectator on his first mission. With that, he activated his technique, Blue, teleporting himself instantly. Although he couldn't cover a vast distance, entering the fortress was effortless. Nakajima, standing beside Satoru, was momentarily stunned as he witnessed Satoru's sudden appearance on the battlefield, realizing that he had not been able to match Satoru's speed. This was not a simple body flicker technique, Nakajima was certain of that. Body flicker involved rapid movement with traces left behind, but Satoru's action resembled spatial ninjutsu. He murmured to himself, pondering whether he had stumbled upon an incredible secret. The principle behind Blue was straightforward. It allowed for precise teleportation by determining where to appear, effectively compressing the distance between the starting point and the end point. As Satoru materialized in the midst of the battlefield, the surrounding bandits were momentarily taken aback. However, upon noticing the protective gear on Satoru's arm, they quickly recognized him as an enemy and charged toward him. Miwa called out a warning to Satoru, while Masahiro and Nakajima observed him with tense expressions, ready to intervene if anything went wrong. Satoru, with a wild grin, expressed his hope that their swarm tactics would pique his interest. Two kunai appeared in his hands as he swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, taking down opponents with each movement, like dominoes falling one after another. Nakajima was astonished by Satoru's display of strength, which was far beyond that of a recent academy graduate. Miwa shouted in admiration, while Masahiro felt a mix of reluctance and realization about Satoru's true potential. Initially, he had thought the title of genius attributed to Hatake Satoru was mere exaggeration, but now he recognized his mistake. Satoru indeed possessed the qualities of a genius, having been terrified during his first encounter with such violence after leaving the ninja academy. As Satoru's assault concluded, numerous opponents lay defeated behind him, and he remained unscathed, exuding an intimidating aura reminiscent of a white-haired god of death. Miwa suddenly noticed that the remaining bandits were fleeing toward a nearby house. Upon hearing her shout, Satoru turned and dashed into the building. However, as he entered, he spotted explosives scattered throughout. One by one, the explosives ignited, resulting in a massive explosion that engulfed the house in flames. Masahiro, Miwa, and Nakajima, who arrived shortly after, were left in shock at the sight of the burning structure, not expecting Satoru's first mission to end in such chaos. As they watched the flames, feelings of guilt washed over Masahiro and Miwa, while Nakajima felt regret. Yet before they could dwell on their negative emotions, a figure emerged from the inferno. It was Hatake Satoru who sprinted out of the fire, catching the attention of the three onlookers. Satoru, noticing their stunned expressions, broke the silence, asking if they were all just going to stare at him. Nakajima was the first to react, rushing to Satoru's side to check on him. Satoru, slightly confused, reassured him that he was fine and questioned what could have possibly happened to him. Miwa, still shaken, stammered about the flames and the explosion, expressing their concern that he might have been in danger. She wiped away unshed tears as she spoke. Satoru, unfazed, dismissed the idea that a mere explosion could harm him, confidently declaring himself Hatake Satoru, the genius among geniuses, while giving a thumbs up and flashing a bright smile. Seeing Satoru's demeanor relieved the others. However, Masahiro, with a pout, remarked that he didn't care about Satoru's bravado, suggesting he wasn't being entirely honest. Satoru attempted to ruffle Masahiro's hair but realized that their height difference made it impossible. Then Miwa asked how Satoru had survived such a violent explosion, a question that left everyone puzzled. Nakajima couldn't comprehend what method Satoru had used to escape unharmed. Could it have been that unknown spatial ninjutsu? Satoru emerged from the flames, not using any space ninjutsu to transport himself elsewhere. A wicked smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he teased his companions who were filled with curiosity, much like obedient students listening to a teacher's lecture. He laughed heartily at the change in their expressions, reveling in their anticipation. Nakajima, with gritted teeth, remarked that someone should really teach Satoru a lesson. Despite his good nature among the jonin of Konohagakure, he was clearly annoyed. Satoru, however, casually mentioned that his brother often said the same thing but could never defeat him. He reflected on how others had said the same, but none had succeeded in besting him. Nakajima then declared that he would take matters into his own hands and playfully struck Satoru on the head, causing a noticeable bump to form. Satoru hadn't expected such a sudden move from his teacher, and he didn't defend himself, knowing Nakajima meant no harm. This was the first time Satoru had been hit since arriving in this world. Nakajima suggested that everyone has their own secrets and that they should not pry into Satoru's. Satoru nodded in agreement, assuring Nakajima that he didn't need to worry about his safety in the future, as he was confident he wouldn't die. While others might doubt his words, it was clear to Satoru that he was speaking the truth. Given a few more years to master the reverse curse technique, he would not only survive but thrive, even if he wasn't invincible. Masahiro, still skeptical, dismissed Satoru's confidence. They then decided to clean up the battlefield, searching for anything useful left behind, including any fish that had escaped their nets. Everyone knew that wild grass could not be burned away, and with the spring breeze, new life would soon emerge. If any fish had escaped, it wouldn't be long before a new group of bandits appeared. The useful items they sought were essentially money. All confiscated funds during missions belonged to the ninja, as they needed resources to live, and bandit hideouts often contained valuable treasures. After about half an hour of searching, they collected all the escaped fish and confiscated the money, with Satoru claiming the largest share. Despite being the last to arrive, he had taken down the most enemies, and he needed the money to buy more sweets. As for the bandits who fled to a house filled with explosives, they had dug a tunnel beneath it, planning to escape through it. They believed that even if pursued, they could block any pursuers with the explosives surrounding the house. However, they didn't anticipate Satoru catching up to them so quickly. Without a single ninja among them, they failed to recognize the true danger of the explosives. When the explosives detonated, the tunnel collapsed instantly, trapping the fleeing bandits beneath the rubble, either killed by the blast or crushed by the debris. The mission was declared a success, and Nakajima generously praised Satoru for completing his first mission so remarkably, noting that he was the most outstanding and talented ninja he had ever seen. The room had been filled with explosives, a situation no one had expected. Fortunately, Satoru had been the one to enter. Others might not have survived such an explosion. Satoru, feigning modesty, expressed that he didn't need more praise, though his blushing cheek suggested he enjoyed Nakajima's compliments. Nakajima, momentarily speechless, closed his mouth, unable to respond. He remarked that being a ninja was a waste of Satoru's talent and lamented that he didn't pursue acting. Satoru agreed, claiming he had a talent for it and could live off his looks alone, but he had to rely on his strength instead. His exaggerated performance drew laughter from his companions, with Miwa covering her mouth to stifle her giggles. The next morning, after resting overnight, they set off early to return to Konohagakure, arriving at the village gates just before noon. Satoru expressed his surprise at how quickly the first mission had concluded, feeling a mix of excitement and nostalgia after being away for less than a day. Nakajima reminded him not to get too comfortable, as there would be plenty of opportunities to leave the village in the future, though returning might be a bit challenging. They agreed to report their mission before heading home to rest and await further instructions. Upon reporting, Satoru met with the third Hokage, who praised him based on Nakajima's description, expressing hope that Satoru would continue to work hard and make further contributions to the village. Returning home, Satoru found his father sitting at the door in the same position as the day before. He wasn't sure if Tsukumo had been there since he left or if he had just returned. When Tsukumo opened his eyes and asked if the mission had been successful, Satoru confirmed it, causing his father to relax visibly. Kakashi suddenly emerged from the backyard, revealing that their father had been sitting there since Satoru left. Tsukumo's expression turned slightly uncomfortable at being exposed, while Satoru felt a happy smile spread across his face. This was a glimpse of a father's love. Although it cannot be expressed in words, his heart and actions are always focused on his son. Tsukumo acknowledged that since Kakashi had already revealed the situation, there was no need to hide anything further. Time flies, we can stop the clock but we cannot control the passage of time. Soon a year will have passed. In this year, Satoru's strength has changed daily. Although he has not fully mastered the curse technique reverse, red, it seems that the moment of mastery is not far off. Hatake Satoru is different from Gojo Satoru. All of Gojo Satoru's techniques were self-taught, while Hatake Satoru received the direct inheritance from Gojo Satoru. All the skills are in his mind. He does not need to learn them himself, only to practice them with ease. Thus, Hatake Satoru can become invincible even before Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru became the strongest at the age of 17, while Hatake Satoru felt he had become the strongest at the age of advancing 5 years should not be difficult. Under Nakajima-sensei's guidance this year, Satoru completed a total of 11 B-rank missions, 65 C-rank missions, and 132 D-rank missions. It can be said that his team has been quite busy with mission life. Although D-rank missions are not difficult, they can be troublesome. When they are free, they almost complete one each day. C-rank missions are almost normal escort tasks or similar to exterminating bandits. In summary, there may be battles, but they are very simple. As for B-rank missions, they involve not only battles but also the possibility of facing ninjas. This is a situation where casualties can occur. Fortunately, in these 11 B-rank missions, although they fought against ninjas, their team was fortunate to have Satoru, whose strength is top-notch among Chunin. Moreover, in these few battles the enemy did not include any Jonin, allowing these B-rank missions to proceed smoothly. After Kakashi learned the Hatake swordsmanship for a month, he also joined a small team to carry out missions, which quickly made the Hatake brothers famous. They are among the few most important geniuses in the history of Konohagakure and even hold the title of Twin Stars of Konohagakure. When they heard this title, despite Satoru's stern expression, he could hardly contain his discomfort. This also meant that everyone was paying close attention to their future and had high expectations for them. While Satoru was training in the Hatake family training ground, he suddenly looked up to see a hawk circling in the sky. He wondered if another mission was approaching. After a quick cleanup, Satoru hurried to the usual meeting place, a field where his class used to train. For some reason, despite his efforts not to be late, he always ended up being the last to arrive. Masahiro directly asked Nakajima about the mission they were assigned this time. After a year of getting along with Satoru, his character had completely corrected Masahiro's previously twisted demeanor. Although there was a 4-year age difference, Satoru felt more like an older brother. Nakajima shook his head, indicating that it was not a mission. Masahiro and Miwa looked puzzled, while Satoru, wearing sunglasses, kept his emotions hidden. Nakajima explained that this matter was related to them, as they had been genin for 2 years. Satoru quickly understood and guessed that it might be the Chunin exam. Nakajima was surprised that Satoru had figured it out. Satoru clarified that he had only guessed, as it was easy to deduce the hidden meaning behind Nakajima's words. Masahiro, feeling offended, rolled his eyes and locked Satoru in a playful manner. Satoru reassured him not to take it personally. Nakajima confirmed that it was indeed the Chunin exam but wanted their opinion since the exam was conducted in small teams. If any of them disagreed, they could not participate. Masahiro was eager to participate, expressing his desire to become a Chunin. Miwa echoed his sentiments, stating that becoming a Chunin would allow for greater contributions to the village. All eyes then turned to Satoru, who confidently agreed, adding that he believed they could not pass the exam without him. His tone and expression conveyed his strong confidence in his abilities. As Satoru returned home, he was surprised to find Kakashi there. Since learning about the number of tasks Satoru had completed, Kakashi had become quite enthusiastic about missions and did not want to fall behind. However, thinking about the Chunin exam the next day, Satoru understood Kakashi's determination. He playfully offered his help to ensure Kakashi could become the youngest Chunin in history. Kakashi firmly declined, asserting that he would become a Chunin through his own efforts. The next morning, the two brothers set off early and arrived at the exam location. It was just as Satoru remembered. The first round was a written test. To his surprise, all the ninjas present were from the village of Konohagakure, with no ninjas from other villages in sight. This meant that this was a competition among their own people. After careful consideration, Satoru understood the reason behind it. The Second Ninja World War had ended only a few years ago, and the current situation in the ninja world remained tense, as if the Third Ninja World War was about to begin. Therefore, the village of Konohagakure could not allow ninjas from other major villages to enter. As for the smaller ninja villages, they dared not participate. After all, taking part in the Chunin exam hosted by Konohagakure meant maintaining a good relationship with them, which could offend the other four major ninja villages. Thus they chose not to participate. As a result, the Chunin exam held by Konohagakure this time turned into a contest among ninjas from their own village. The written exam was a piece of cake for Satoru, requiring no cheating as it was essentially a test of common sense. Surprisingly, the entire class passed this round of competition. Both Masahiro and Miwa had been genin for 2 years, accumulating enough experience to tackle any question in the exam, and the three of them were confident in each other. So, when it came to the final question, no one gave up. Just as everyone was preparing to celebrate passing the first round of exams, the door to the examination room suddenly swung open, and a man with long hair, a pale face, and a very grim expression entered. Upon seeing him, the entire examination room fell silent, and anyone caught in his gaze felt as if they were being scrutinized by a giant python. The jonin in charge of the first round of the exam respectfully addressed him, stating that Orochimaru would oversee the second round of the exam. Orochimaru was known as the Three Nin and Cold Monarch, and he was also the disciple of the third Hokage. Satoru squinted slightly behind his sunglasses, surprised by Orochimaru's unexpected appearance. Orochimaru seemed to sense Satoru's gaze and looked in his direction. He remarked that there were still half of the participants remaining, but after his evaluation there might be fewer than 10 left. As these words left his lips, the students who had yet to fully celebrate their success in the first round suddenly felt a wave of pressure. They knew Orochimaru's reputation. His methods were known to be cruel and cold-blooded, earning him the title of Cold Monarch. Orochimaru instructed everyone to head directly to the second evaluation site, warning that those who did not arrive within 5 minutes would be considered lost. After the announcement, Orochimaru's body exploded into a cloud of smoke and vanished, revealing it to be a shadow clone. He did not need to trouble his real body for such matters. Satoru's figure also transformed into a cloud of smoke and disappeared, indicating that the Satoru who had come to take the exam was also a shadow clone. Masahiro, who had initially planned to accompany Satoru, clenched his fists in frustration. He had not expected Satoru to send a shadow clone to such an important Chunin exam. Masahiro urged Satoru to hurry, as they could genuinely be eliminated if they did not act quickly. At that moment, few participants remained in the examination room. Meanwhile, Satoru, who was enjoying dessert at a dessert shop, suddenly froze as the memory from the shadow clone was transmitted directly to his real body. He found it interesting that the examiner for the second round was indeed Orochimaru. For Satoru, it did not matter who the examiner was as long as they did not provoke him or those around him. He decided that this time he would go with his real body. With that thought, Satoru used the body flicker technique and arrived at the second evaluation site, the Forest of Death. Shortly after arriving, he heard an angry voice behind him. Masahiro confronted him, expressing his frustration about Satoru using a shadow clone for the exam. Before striking, Masahiro asked if Satoru was indeed his real self this time. Upon confirming he was not a clone, Masahiro's expression turned fierce, and he attempted to strike, but Satoru had already distanced himself, where Kakashi stood. Masahiro gritted his teeth in annoyance. Miwa quickly tried to calm him down, fearing that Masahiro's anger would escalate. Masahiro vowed to teach Satoru a lesson someday, so he would learn to respect his seniors. Satoru noticed that there were fewer participants around. He realized that a third of the candidates had not arrived yet, suggesting that some had already begun to move. After all, they would be eliminated anyway, so taking out others early could increase their chances of passing. At that moment, with a loud bang, a cloud of smoke appeared, and Orochimaru materialized directly in front of everyone. He announced that he would explain the rules for the second round of the exam. It was simple. The first 10 people to reach the central tower would pass the exam. Such straightforward rules surprised many, especially since previous experiences had involved competing for items like the Heavenly Scroll and the Earthly Scroll. This time, however, those were absent. Satoru thought to himself that it was indeed a simple and raw exam. Not competing for items didn't mean there wouldn't be fights. In fact, the battles were likely to become more intense. With only 10 spots available in the central tower, more than 40 participants would inevitably fail. This meant that to be among the first to reach the tower, confrontations were unavoidable. Even teammates would likely clash with one another. If the rules were similar to before, most teams would choose to coexist peacefully, as their primary goal in participating in this exam was to become Chunin, not to engage in combat. However, Orochimaru had decided to raise the stakes a bit. He bit his finger, performed a series of hand seals and struck the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Instantly, 3 enormous serpents emerged from the earth. The size of these creatures dwarfed the genin standing before them, making them appear minuscule in comparison. Masahiro stared at the 3 massive serpents, his expression one of disbelief as he swallowed hard. Miwa's legs trembled slightly, her entire body radiating tension and fear. The remaining genin displayed similar reactions. After all, 3 colossal creatures were now in the exam room. It was impossible not to feel fear of being swallowed whole in an instant. One of the genin raised his hand, trembling as he asked if Orochimaru was trying to kill them. Of course, Orochimaru replied. Becoming a ninja means you have stepped onto the path of death. If you are afraid, you may surrender now. As soon as those words left his mouth, many genin immediately raised their hands in surrender. They had come to become Chunin, not to become prey. If they couldn't pass this year, they could always try again next time, but if they were swallowed, they would only have the next life to look forward to. Seeing these ninjas surrender, the Jonin observing the exam couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. These were individuals who would likely falter on the battlefield, fearing death. At that moment, Masahiro's heart raced as he thought of his mother waiting at home. If something happened to him, what would she do? Just then, Masahiro and Miwa felt a warm hand on their backs, accompanied by a voice filled with reassurance. Satoru's voice resonated in their ears, instilling a sense of security in their hearts. They knew from his tone that he was serious. Both of them had great trust in Satoru. Throughout this year's mission assignments, they had faced crises multiple times, and even their teacher, Nakajima, hadn't always been able to react in time. Satoru had always been there to save them effortlessly. While they didn't know the extent of Satoru's strength, they were certain they could believe what he said. Masahiro, trying to maintain his composure, insisted that he wasn't weak enough to need Satoru's protection. Not far from Satoru, Kakashi observed the 3 giant serpents with a serious expression. He thought to himself that if he put in his best effort, he should be able to handle one. These serpents didn't seem particularly strong. Their size made them appear intimidating, but such large bodies also suggested immense power. A single strike could inflict significant damage. Unlike Satoru's situation, Kakashi's teammates had surrendered without hesitation. In this round, teamwork didn't seem to matter much. Satoru called out to Kakashi, expressing his concern about letting him act alone. He was unsure how Kakashi had passed the Chunin exam in the original story. But now, Kakashi was his younger brother, and Satoru couldn't risk Kakashi's life based on a fictional world. This world had changed significantly since Kakashi's birth. Kakashi merely glanced at Satoru before returning to his stance. Satoru remarked on how Kakashi was not the most endearing younger brother. Miwa quickly reassured Satoru, having been on the same team for over a year. Although they weren't very familiar with Kakashi, they weren't strangers either, often exchanging nods and greetings when they crossed paths. Masahiro joked that the only person who could keep Satoru in check was Kakashi, noting that Satoru's anger was always directed at him. Satoru acknowledged that Kakashi could be difficult to deal with. Masahiro had heard rumors about Kakashi, noting that he was hard to get along with and often clashed with his teammates. Satoru clarified that while he might have a bad temper, it was different from being disobedient. Masahiro looked at Satoru in surprise, prompting Satoru to ask about his expression. Masahiro was taken aback, realizing Satoru was aware of his own temperament. Satoru admitted he wouldn't change, teasing that he would continue to annoy Masahiro. Masahiro then suggested they go find Kakashi, pulling Miwa along without waiting for her agreement. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage observed the second round of the exam through his telescope technique. Standing beside him were three individuals: his disciple Jiraiya, another of Jiraiya's disciples, Namikaze Minato, who had made a name for himself in the ninja world, and Hatake Satoru, Kakashi's father, along with Satoru. The four of them watched the Chunin exam unfold together. Jiraiya frowned as he questioned whether Orochimaru's actions were too extreme. The third Hokage replied that it was a good way to ensure that only the fittest would survive, especially since no one knew when war might break out again. Allowing these individuals to go to the battlefield is no different from sending them to their demise. Tsukumo held a different opinion than Jiraiya. Even though both of his sons were participating in this dangerous exam, he believed it was beneficial. Although Tsukumo was a kind person, he would prefer that his children knew when to retreat in the village rather than sending them to face death on the battlefield. The future fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, currently seems somewhat overshadowed among the four present. Despite his immense potential for future development, he had yet to find his voice in this discussion. However, now that Namikaze Minato had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and was being widely utilized by the third Hokage, it was only a matter of time before he reached the top. The third Hokage turned to Minato, asking for his opinion on the matter. While acknowledging that Orochimaru's actions were somewhat excessive, Minato pointed out that, compared to going to the battlefield, it was not dangerous. After all, for these genin, they only needed to protect themselves from 3 giant snakes, whereas on the battlefield they would have to guard against threats from all sides. The third Hokage nodded in agreement, taking a puff from his pipe. Jiraiya, curious, then asked Tsukumo if he was not worried about his sons. He felt that even Kakashi and Satoru would struggle against those giant pythons. Tsukumo smiled warmly at the mention of his children, expressing his belief in their strength. He especially noted Satoru, stating that even he found it difficult to harm him. This revelation surprised everyone present. Jiraiya, incredulous, questioned Tsukumo's praise, while Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked on with curiosity. In response to their doubts, Tsukumo simply smiled and remained silent, confident that in the future, they would recognize Satoru's potential, which would undoubtedly ensure the peace of Konohagakure. As the second round of the Chunin exam began, the number of participants dwindled. Each individual had only a 1 in 3 to 1 in 4 chance of passing this round. When the doors to the Forest of Death opened, all the genin rushed in, some believing that speed would secure their victory. Others, however, launched direct attacks on nearby teams. Although some teams had formed fragile alliances outside, these partnerships were tenuous. Kakashi's figure stood out like a beacon in the crowd. To ensure Kakashi's safety, Satoru had to create a shadow clone to protect him, knowing that Masahiro and Miwa could not keep up. Satoru believed that as long as Orochimaru did not intervene, he could ensure Kakashi's safety in this battle and help him pass the exam. Masahiro teased Satoru about their sibling relationship, taking pleasure in Satoru's struggles. Satoru retorted, implying that Masahiro was simply too weak to catch up with Kakashi. Just as Masahiro was about to continue their banter, he suddenly drew a kunai as several shuriken flew toward him from the grass. Anticipating the danger, Masahiro swiftly deflected all the shuriken. He called out for whoever was hiding to reveal themselves, while Miwa also adopted a cautious stance. Satoru, however, seemed unfazed, casually moving about as if the previous attack were inconsequential. A voice emerged from the grass, acknowledging Masahiro's skill in blocking the attacks. 3 figures slowly stepped out, and upon seeing their clothing adorned with the Uchiha clan symbol, Masahiro and Miwa's expressions turned serious and surprised. Masahiro questioned why they were being attacked, noting that they had never provoked the Uchiha clan. The response was a mocking laugh, with the Uchiha members stating that they targeted Masahiro because he appeared to be the weakest, believing that eliminating him would increase their chances of success. Masahiro felt a surge of anger at the Uchiha's taunts but was uncertain if he could match them in battle. His gaze shifted to Satoru, who was still playfully drawing circles with his feet, seemingly unfazed by the tension. Seeing that Satoru was not nervous, Masahiro felt a mix of anger and relief in his heart. He recognized Satoru as Hatake Satoru, a name that even members of the Uchiha clan were aware of. Masahiro confronted Satoru, questioning whether he was the one who had defeated a Chunin from their clan during the graduation exam. Satoru responded flatly, acknowledging that it was indeed an act of revenge. Masahiro realized that Satoru's main target was him, and it became clear why they had chosen to confront him among so many teams. Satoru, unfazed, stepped forward, expressing his eagerness to engage with them. He stretched his body, which only fueled the Uchiha members' sense of being underestimated. Satoru's blatant disregard for them was evident, as he showed no intention of hiding his disdain. He instructed Masahiro and Miwa to step back, warning them that they might get caught in the crossfire. Masahiro, filled with bravado, dismissed Satoru's words and pushed Miwa aside, leaving Satoru slightly taken aback. It struck Satoru as amusing how Masahiro had become so bold, realizing that foolishness could indeed be contagious. The Uchiha Genin charged at Satoru, their confidence bolstered by their numbers. Despite knowing that Satoru had previously defeated a Chunin with the Sharingan, they felt emboldened by his apparent arrogance. Masahiro was astonished to see 3 pairs of Sharingan activated, each one enhancing their strength significantly. As the first attack came, Satoru effortlessly dodged it with his hands still in his pockets. Another attempted to sweep his legs, but Satoru leaped lightly to avoid it. Suddenly he sensed a dangerous aura from above. Looking up, he saw one of them leaping down toward him with a kick. Satoru acknowledged their teamwork, praising their coordination as he evaded the attack with a graceful twist. Upon landing, Satoru clapped, genuinely impressed by their efforts. However, his words only fueled the anger of the Uchiha members, who felt mocked by his compliment. Masahiro and Miwa were particularly irked, knowing that Satoru's strength was far beyond theirs. Masahiro vowed to take down Satoru after the fight, though the outcome remained uncertain. The Uchiha members felt that Satoru's words were a taunt, as they had yet to land a single hit on him. The leader of the group called for Plan B, and the 2 remaining Uchiha rushed at Satoru. One attacked from the front while the other attempted a surprise attack from behind. Unbeknownst to them, Satoru's perception was keen, allowing him to sense the incoming threat. He swiftly turned to avoid their simultaneous strikes, easily dodging their attacks. Satoru taunted them to attack faster, provoking their anger further. Their frustration only made them more reckless, but they still couldn't land a hit. Suddenly, another voice from the Uchiha called out, and the 2 attackers quickly moved aside. A powerful fire technique was unleashed, sending multiple fireballs towards Satoru from 3 directions. Even if he retreated, he would still be under attack. Satoru recognized the perfect coordination of their assault but remained focused on his own opponent. As he dodged the fireballs, he noticed that the enemy seemed to anticipate his movements. A member of the Uchiha clan struck the ground, causing electric currents to surge through it. Satoru realized that the space he had just evaded was a trap set to lure him in. The electric technique wasn't particularly strong, but it would numb his body, slowing his reaction time. Just then, another Uchiha member launched a massive fireball technique from beside a large tree, engulfing Satoru in flames. The 3 Uchiha celebrated, believing they had succeeded in their attack. The great fireball they used would not take anyone's life, but it would certainly hurt the opponent. Masahiro and Miwa immediately called out, deeply concerned for Satoru's safety within the fireball. Those few who witnessed the battle in the Hokage office building also displayed serious expressions on their faces. The 3rd Hokage spoke solemnly, declaring that he would hold the Uchiha clan accountable for this. However, when he looked at Tsukumo, he noticed that there was no worry on Tsukumo's face. Tsukumo reassured everyone, stating that Satoru would be fine. This surprised the others as they had just seen Satoru engulfed by the great fireball without using any shadow clone or substitution technique, meaning it was indeed Satoru's real body that was caught in the attack. As if to confirm Tsukumo's words, when the fireball dissipated, Satoru appeared unharmed before everyone. The 3 Uchiha members were left in deep doubt, questioning their own vision. Although it was not a 3-tomo Sharingan, it was still a Sharingan, making it impossible for them to be mistaken. Satoru, in an exaggerated tone, expressed that it had been quite scary, but now it was his turn to make a move, as he had allowed them to play for long enough. A bright smile appeared on his face, and upon seeing it, the 3 Uchiha members suddenly felt a sense of foreboding in their hearts. With just taijutsu, Satoru swiftly incapacitated the 3 opponents, leaving them no time to react. When they regained their senses, they found themselves tightly bound. Satoru clapped his hands and smiled, declaring the mission accomplished. Unbeknownst to everyone within the shadows, a small white snake was quickly disappearing. This little snake made its way to the 2nd supervisor, Orochimaru. Upon meeting the gaze of the small white snake, Orochimaru seemed to have witnessed the battle scene unfold. After a moment, a significant smile appeared on his face. He remarked to himself that even after taking a direct hit from the great fireball technique, Satoru remained unscathed. It seemed there were many secrets within Satoru's body worth exploring. Satoru had no idea that a dangerous figure was observing him, as Orochimaru was someone he needed to be cautious of. After all, his limitless technique had no way to resist toxins, and if he were to be poisoned, it would lead to serious trouble. The third Hokage then turned to Hatake Satoru, asking what was happening. Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya also looked on with curiosity, as they had all managed to survive the great fireball technique. Most relied on their physical condition or speed to evade, or use substitution techniques and other ninjutsu, but Satoru had done nothing at that moment. Tsukumo explained that this was Satoru's Kekkei Genkai. Although he did not fully understand it, he knew that if Satoru did not want to be harmed, then no one could hurt him. Jiraiya, surprised, questioned Tsukumo's seriousness, but upon seeing Tsukumo's serious expression, he realized that what he had said might indeed be true. The third Hokage also asked if Tsukumo was certain, pondering the implications of Satoru's Kekkei Genkai being so formidable. Tsukumo confirmed that Satoru's abilities were not limited to just this one skill, as he had many other undeveloped abilities. However, he chose not to elaborate further, respecting Satoru's secrets. The third Hokage expressed satisfaction, acknowledging that Tsukumo had provided 2 pillars of talent for the village. With Namikaze Minato mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen was considering choosing the next Hokage between his disciple Orochimaru and his great-grandson Namikaze Minato. However, seeing Tsukumo's capabilities, it seemed he too could be a candidate for Hokage. Tsukumo humbly responded that it was an honor for him to contribute to the people. At that moment, Namikaze Minato suddenly spoke up, expressing his desire to take Kakashi as his disciple. The 3 present looked at him with curiosity. Jiraiya questioned why Minato would choose Kakashi when Satoru's talent was clearly superior. Minato explained that while Satoru's talent might be greater, he had Kekkei Genkai, and Minato felt he lacked the experience to guide him effectively. He believed Kakashi would be more suitable for him, seeing a reflection of his past self in Kakashi. The third Hokage nodded in agreement, realizing that if Tsukumo's son were entrusted to Minato, Kakashi could play an important role in the competition for Hokage. When asked for his opinion, Tsukumo expressed his trust in Minato. Although he had interacted less with Minato, he had heard many rumors about him being a genius since childhood, even rescuing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from the hands of the Kumogakure ninjas. It was said that Minato had defeated 3 Jonin at that time, despite being just a Chunin. Most importantly, he had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique created by the second Hokage. Feeling reassured about handing Kakashi over to Minato, Tsukumo expressed his gratitude for Minato's trust, promising to train Kakashi to become an excellent ninja. Minato bowed sincerely to Tsukumo, acknowledging the responsibility he was taking on. Tsukumo reminded him that there was no rush in this matter. After all, to form a team they still needed 2 more genin, and there were few qualified genin available to team up with Kakashi. The third Hokage had also heard that Kakashi had joined some teams. He believed that Kakashi's teammates were a burden, as most of them preferred to act alone during missions. The Hokage suggested that Kakashi could take on some tasks first, and regarding his teammates, they would see if there were any good candidates among the students who had graduated from the Ninja Academy in recent years. Hatake Satoru had no objections to this plan. In the Forest of Death during the Chunin exam, Kakashi, after resting for a while following his encounter with a giant python, successfully reached the central tower, and was the first to arrive. Soon after, the second and third place competitors arrived as well. Observing them, Kakashi noted that they all bore some injuries. Clearly, everyone had faced tough battles on their way there, with many having fought more than once. Kakashi frowned, noticing that only 3 spots remained. Just then, a loud voice echoed from a distance. It was Masahiro, Satoru's teammate, blaming Satoru for insisting on having a picnic. Kakashi recognized the voice immediately. Masahiro continued, questioning Satoru's appetite, to which Satoru retorted that if it weren't for the barbecue, he wouldn't have eaten at all. As their banter grew louder, Kakashi wondered if they were truly a team or just individuals with a significant gap between them. Suddenly, someone appeared from another direction, sprinting toward the central tower with excitement. Masahiro realized that there were already 7 people standing in front of the tower. They had initially thought they would be the last 3, but now a strong contender had emerged unexpectedly. Miwa's expression darkened. She knew that if anyone were to be eliminated from their team, it would likely be her. Kakashi's expression shifted as he contemplated whether to intervene. At that moment, Satoru reassured Masahiro that he wouldn't let anyone from their team fall behind in this exam. He quickly formed hand signs and struck the ground, causing a wall to rise instantly in front of the approaching competitor. The runner, unable to stop in time, crashed into the wall. Satoru declared the technique, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Unlike Kakashi's techniques, Satoru's wall bore his own unique design. With the competitor incapacitated, Satoru felt a sense of accomplishment, believing they had gained a slight advantage in advancing to the next exam. As Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, applauding the genin, he focused on Kakashi and Satoru for a moment. Many of the genin had encountered the giant python he had summoned, but only Kakashi had managed to defeat it. Orochimaru announced that the final exam would begin in a week and instructed the genin to withdraw. As they dispersed, he approached Satoru, who was met with excitement from Masahiro and Miwa, as Orochimaru was a legendary ninja in their eyes. However, Satoru frowned. Orochimaru expressed interest in Satoru's abilities and suggested they study together. Satoru, without hesitation, declined the offer. He was determined to distance himself from Orochimaru, whom he considered dangerous. Orochimaru feigned disappointment, hinting at curiosity about Kakashi's abilities as well. Satoru, feeling protective, warned Orochimaru not to touch Kakashi, asserting that he would not hesitate to act if necessary. Orochimaru felt a chill at Satoru's words but quickly regained his composure, smiling innocently. Satoru ignored him and walked away, leaving Masahiro and Miwa confused as they respectfully inclined their heads to Orochimaru before following Satoru. Orochimaru found Satoru intriguing, his interest growing stronger. Masahiro questioned Satoru's boldness in speaking to Orochimaru in such a manner, reminding him of the legendary Sannin's reputation. Satoru advised them to keep their distance from Orochimaru, emphasizing the danger he posed. Satoru's serious demeanor left little room for doubt, and Miwa sighed deeply, expressing her concern about their chances of being promoted to Chunin. Satoru and Masahiro looked at her in confusion, unsure why she felt disheartened after their recent success. Miwa lamented that despite passing the second exam, her hopes felt dim. Without mentioning Satoru and Kakashi, the remaining individuals were from the Hyuga family, along with members of the Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Inuzuka, and Yugao families. There seemed to be no hope of victory at all. Upon hearing Miwa's words, Masahiro's expression darkened instantly. He felt he could not defeat Satoru and Kakashi and doubted he had any chance against the others. They had managed to pass the second exam, but it seemed all the credit went to Satoru. Masahiro felt anxious about the upcoming challenges. He thought about what he should do, feeling that he might not pass this exam to become a Chunin. In response, Satoru simply shrugged, showing a look of helplessness. The first two exams primarily tested teamwork, where Satoru could still assist them, but the final exam would rely on their own combat abilities. At this point, Satoru knew he could not help them any further. Among the 10 selected, besides the two of them, there was also a civilian. If they were fortunate enough to face that civilian, they might have a chance to win. However, Satoru felt that their chances of facing the last civilian ninja were slim. To save face for certain families, the third Hokage would likely allow those family ninjas to battle the civilian ninjas, ensuring that the family ninjas would win to maintain their reputation. If Satoru's assumption was correct, Masahiro, Miwa, and the last lucky ninja who advanced in the second exam would definitely not meet in the third exam. They would be paired with different family ninjas as opponents. As they reached a fork in the road, Satoru bid farewell to Masahiro and Miwa and walked toward the Hatake residence with Kakashi. He complimented Kakashi on his performance, which surprised Kakashi, who clearly did not understand what "well done" meant. Satoru had seen Kakashi's fight with the giant python and felt proud of him. Although Kakashi's expression remained cool, he felt a surge of happiness inside. It was the first time his older brother had acknowledged him. However, Satoru cautioned Kakashi not to get too arrogant, as their family's standing in the village was not very good. Kakashi looked puzzled, not fully grasping Satoru's words. Satoru assured him that he would understand in the future and affectionately ruffled Kakashi's hair. Suddenly, Satoru sensed someone following them and Kakashi felt it too. Kakashi's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he prepared for whatever was coming. Then, a voice called out from behind them, challenging Kakashi to a match with a technique called the Konohagakure Whirlwind. Satoru quickly dodged to the side while Kakashi turned around, blocking the attack with his arm. The force of the blow pushed him several steps sideways. In terms of taijutsu, besides Satoru, Guy was likely the strongest among their peers. Even Kakashi would find himself at a disadvantage against Guy in taijutsu. Guy congratulated Kakashi on passing the Chunin exam after delivering a kick. Kakashi, rubbing his arm which had taken the hit, remarked on Guy's unique way of congratulating him. He had grown accustomed to Guy's relentless training sessions, which seemed to occur at any time and place. Kakashi then reminded Guy that the Chunin exam was not over yet, and they immediately engaged in battle. While Guy's presence did not significantly enhance Kakashi's ninjutsu and genjutsu, Kakashi appreciated the training they provided in taijutsu. They exchanged punches and kicks, both executing the Kanahagakure whirlwind simultaneously. However, Kakashi found himself slightly weaker and was pushed back by Guy. As Guy attempted to follow up with another attack, Kakashi widened his eyes, realizing the danger as Guy's leg approached his face. Just then, Satoru stepped in front of Kakashi, blocking Guy's kick with one hand. Guy was taken aback, feeling as though he had struck something but realizing he had not. The force from Satoru sent Guy tumbling backward. Satoru declared Guy the winner of their sudden match. Although Kakashi should not have lost so quickly, he had underestimated Guy and faced him head-on in taijutsu, leading to his defeat. Guy's competitive spirit ignited as he noted his record of 53 wins and 54 losses, declaring that if he won one more match, it would be a tie. He then announced his plan to run 50 laps around Kanahagakure upside down to celebrate his victory, sprinting off with impressive speed, kicking up dust behind him. Satoru reminded Kakashi to do his best in the Chunin exams. Kakashi reflected on his underestimation of Guy's progress, admitting he had not anticipated how much stronger Guy had become. Satoru reminded Kakashi of their father's words, emphasizing that Guy would be his greatest rival. Kakashi watched Guy's retreating figure, acknowledging the challenge ahead. Despite his loss, Kakashi remained undeterred, realizing that he had faced his opponent's strength with his own weaknesses. If he had used genjutsu, Guy would have quickly fallen to his level, as Guy's resistance to genjutsu was nearly non-existent, and even the basic shadow clone technique was not fully mastered. Otherwise, with Guy's current level in taijutsu, he should have graduated from the Ninja Academy a long time ago. Guy now ranked last in all subjects at the Ninja Academy, except in real combat, where he had never fallen out of the top 3. When they returned home, both found that their father had already prepared dinner, waiting for them. Tsukumo's face showed a smile, clearly happy that the two had passed the second exam. He expressed pride in them, noting that they could not lose face before the legendary White Fang of Kanahagakure. Tsukumo then mentioned that he had found a teacher for Kakashi. Hearing this, both Kakashi and Satoru paused in their movements. Tsukumo explained that the teacher was Namikaze Minato, a name Kakashi recognized as the master of the Flying Thunder God technique. The prospect of learning from such a renowned ninja sparked excitement in Kakashi. However, Kakashi hesitated, recalling that Minato was a strong candidate for the position of 4th Hokage. He wondered if Tsukumo and Satoru were truly willing to let go of their ambitions for such a title. Tsukumo reassured him that he had no interest in the Hokage position and that his decision was to show his determination to the 3rd Hokage. Satoru then broke the moment, reminding Kakashi that the 3rd Hokage had his own disciples and family, making it unlikely for him to pass the title to an outsider. Tsukumo felt a pang of discomfort, realizing that Kakashi's idealized image of him had been shattered. A week passed quickly, and Satoru and Kakashi arrived late to the location of the 3rd exam. The venue was already filled with spectators, including other ninjas from the village, various families and many civilians, all viewing the Chunin exam as entertainment. The Jonin in charge urged them to hurry. Despite their agreement, Satoru and Kakashi did not quicken their pace. Tsukumo, feeling embarrassed, covered his face, wishing he could distance himself from their behavior. The Jonin announced that it was time to draw lots to determine the opponents for the exam. He explained that there were 10 papers in a box, each pair marked with the same pattern, and those who drew matching patterns would face each other. The atmosphere was tense, especially for the 3 civilian ninjas who hoped for a slide of luck. As the drawing progressed, each participant learned their opponent. Masahiro drew a member of the Aburame clan, which filled him with dread as he had a strong aversion to insects. Miwa faced a girl from the Yamanaka clan who, despite not being a strong fighter, had her own set of secret techniques. Another civilian was matched against a member of the Nara clan, known for their intelligence and strategic abilities. Kakashi's opponent was from the Inazuka clan, and both felt confident in their chances of victory. Satoru, however, found himself facing a member of the Hyuga clan, which was unexpected. He pondered why the third Hokage would assign him such a formidable opponent, considering the implications for the Hyuga clan if he were to lose. Tsukumo had previously informed Satoru that he had revealed some of his abilities to the third Hokage, indicating that his opponent would not be a match for him. Satoru speculated whether this was a test of his strength or a way to keep the Hyuga clan in check. The evaluation began swiftly, with Kakashi's battle being the penultimate and Satoru's the last, as the main character often appears at the end. The matches for Masahiro and Miwa were scheduled for the second and third rounds respectively. The first battle concluded quickly, lasting less than 3 minutes. Despite all being genin, there was a significant gap between the civilians and the clan ninjas. Not everyone could match the talent of Namikaze Minato, who could bridge such gaps. In Masahiro's match against the Yugao clan member, he initially intended to fight seriously. However, upon seeing insects crawling all over him, he let out a panicked scream, leading to an obvious outcome. Nakajima-sensei watched in disbelief, covering his eyes from the embarrassment of Masahiro's performance. Even Satoru, known for his resilience, felt reluctant to acknowledge Masahiro as his teammate. The fourth round featured Miwa against a ninja from the Yamanaka clan. The two began by competing in taijutsu. The battle was intense, and Miwa remained standing. However, soon the opponent used a mind transfer technique, taking direct control of Miwa's body and declaring surrender. When the opponent's spirit returned to its own body, Miwa looked on in shock but quickly grasped the situation and reluctantly accepted the reality. Such an unclear loss in battle left a lingering discomfort, but Miwa's will simply could not withstand the opponent's strength. As the next match was announced, Hatake Kakashi vs Inuzuka Ryo, Kakashi prepared to jump down from the stands when he suddenly felt someone grip his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw Satoru with a perplexed expression. Satoru placed a well-wrapped object into Kakashi's ninja tool pouch. He explained that it was a smoke bomb, suggesting that if Kakashi couldn't defeat his opponent, he could use it to secure victory. Kakashi initially declined the offer but did not reject Satoru's kindness. Satoru thought mischievously that if Kakashi actually used it, it would be quite interesting. Although Satoru claimed it was a smoke bomb, it was actually a stinky bomb he had specially requested from a ninja tool shop owner, designed to deal with the Inuzuka clan. Originally, Satoru intended to give it to Masahiro or Miwa if they faced an Inuzuka, but unexpectedly the opponent turned out to be his own younger brother. Even though Kakashi didn't seem to need it, Satoru handed it over just in case, knowing it would surprise everyone if used during the fight. Inuzuka Ryo, the opponent, looked down on Kakashi, suggesting he should surrender quickly, as he was still too young to be a chunin. Despite Kakashi's reputation as a genius, Ryo doubted he was a worthy opponent, considering his age and physical stature. Kakashi, known for his sarcasm, responded with a smirk, not taking the taunt seriously. Inuzuka Ryo had a small red dog named Benimaru. As Ryo called for Benimaru, the dog responded eagerly, and together they launched an attack on Kakashi from different directions. Kakashi, however, remained focused on Ryo, understanding the Inuzuka clan's ninjutsu. He quickly drew his kunai, while Ryo charged forward with his claws, his most powerful weapons. Kakashi noticed Benimaru in his peripheral vision, aware that a bite would be painful. As Benimaru approached, Kakashi swiftly turned, causing the dog to collide with Ryo instead. Ryo scolded Benimaru for not following his orders, but the dog seemed surprised by Kakashi's speed. Realizing he had to go all out, Ryo leaped into action, transforming and channeling chakra to enhance his abilities. With his newfound strength, Ryo declared his readiness to fight, and he charged at Kakashi with incredible speed. Kakashi responded by throwing shuriken and using a shadow clone technique to try and restrict Ryo's movements. However, Ryo, in his enhanced state, easily dodged the projectiles and closed the distance. Kakashi had no choice but to engage Ryo in close combat, but it was evident that he was at a disadvantage. Ryo landed several hits, pushing Kakashi back, and after a few exchanges he sent Kakashi flying. Watching from the stands, Hatake Satoru clenched his fists nervously, worried for his son despite believing in his strength. Ryo arrogantly taunted Kakashi, urging him to surrender. Kakashi, however, remained resolute, responding with a cold determination. Ryo, frustrated, called for Benimaru, who transformed into a clone of Ryo, and together they charged at Kakashi. Seeing the two Ryos approaching, Kakashi quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a lightning technique. Ryo felt a tingling sensation as he neared Kakashi, and Benimaru, unable to maintain his form, reverted back to his dog shape and fell to the ground. The sudden numbness slowed Ryo's movements, and Kakashi seized the opportunity, closing in and delivering a powerful kick to Ryo's chin, sending him airborne. Kakashi, sensing victory, leaped into the air to strike again, but at that moment he suddenly felt a tremendous force approaching from behind. Benimaru, who had been lying on the ground, somehow managed to get up and delivered a headbutt. In an instant, Kakashi lost consciousness, and Inuzuka Ryo seized the opportunity to stabilize his position. Kakashi quickly retrieved the smoke bomb that Satoru had just given him from his ninja tool pouch. He intended to use the smoke bomb to conceal himself, although this might not be very useful for the Inuzuka clan, who relied heavily on their sense of smell. Satoru, standing on the platform, observed Kakashi's actions and suddenly wore a mischievous smile. As the smoke billowed out, Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically. He detected a strange odor emanating from the smoke, and the condition of Inuzuka Ryo and Benimaru worsened. The foul stench nearly drove them away, causing both to roll their eyes and collapse to the ground unconscious. Kakashi, still pondering his next move, no longer needed to think and turned his gaze directly to Satoru, who grinned at him with a mischievous glint. Kakashi increasingly felt that Satoru's expression was deserving of a punch. He could easily imagine the looks of the villagers after this evaluation concluded. Even the jonin in charge of the scene cast a special glance at Kakashi, making him feel embarrassed and wishing for a crack in the ground to hide. Hatake Satoru covered his face again, knowing his younger son would not do such a thing, but his elder son was capable of anything strange. With Inuzuka Ryo unable to continue fighting, the announcer declared that Hatake Kakashi was the winner of the battle. There was no smile on Kakashi's face. After the announcement, he jumped onto the platform and struck Satoru. Kakashi thought the foul-smelling bomb from earlier was incredibly repulsive, especially for Inuzuka Ryo. He felt grateful not to have suffocated from it. Satoru, with a grin, remarked that Kakashi should be thankful and questioned how he could repay kindness with hostility. Kakashi retorted, calling the foul-smelling bomb a smoke bomb. Satoru explained that both could obscure vision, but one was white smoke and the other green, claiming that he preferred the green smoke. He added that without his smoke bomb, Kakashi would have been quite worried during the exam. Kakashi felt he had lost all dignity. Satoru laughed, reassuring him that people needed to learn to toughen up. Kakashi countered that not everyone had skin as tough as Satoru's, to which Satoru responded with a chuckle, thanking him for the compliment. The Hatake clan had a high sense of self-esteem, whether it was Kakashi or Tsukumo, they both valued their appearances greatly. Otherwise, Tsukumo would not have taken such drastic actions due to rumors. While having self-esteem is good, an excessive amount can become a burden. Thus, Satoru decided to train Kakashi to be resilient from a young age. Although this approach might seem extreme, time would eventually soften everything. When one's own brilliance shines brighter, it can completely overshadow any blemish. The announcer called for the next match, Hatake Satoru against Hyuga Ikki, requesting both sides to enter the arena. Satoru and Hyuga Ikki jumped onto the platform simultaneously. Hyuga Ikki wore a serious expression, contrasting sharply with Satoru's laughter. The battle commenced, and Hyuga Ikki declared he would show no mercy simply because Satoru was a child. Hyuga Ikki activated his Byakugan at the start of the battle, scanning Satoru's entire body. However, as his Byakugan focused on Satoru's eyes through his sunglasses, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his Byakugan. This caused Hyuga Ikki to immediately deactivate his Byakugan, his expression darkening. Although he had only observed for a moment, he realized that the chakra in Satoru's eyes was exceptionally unique. Hyuga Ikki inquired about Satoru's eyes, to which Satoru responded, acknowledging the keen observation of the Hyuga clan. He then removed his sunglasses, revealing his special eyes, which were not a secret to most, though few had seen them up close. The third Hokage watched intently, recalling his previous encounter with Satoru when he was much younger. Those eyes left a lasting impression, reminiscent of the Byakugan but even more beautiful, exuding a sense of sanctity. Members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans observing the battle frowned, as this was their first time seeing such eyes. They had not anticipated that, aside from their two clans, Konohagakure possessed another pair of Kekkei Genkai related to the eyes. As they gazed at Satoru's eyes with their own Kekkei Genkai, they initially felt fine, but discomfort grew over time. Orochimaru, lurking in the shadows, liked his lips with curiosity, pondering the special abilities these eyes might possess. He doubted that Hatake Satoru's eyes were merely for show. Hyuga Ikki, momentarily stunned by Satoru's eyes, quickly regained his composure. He asserted that even with Kekkei Genkai he would ultimately emerge victorious, confident that no other Kekkei Genkai could surpass the Byakugan of his clan. Satoru invited him to come and prove it. Ikki raised his palm and charged at Satoru. Rather than dodging, Satoru met Ikki's palm with his own, and a surge of chakra erupted between them. A flicker of doubt crossed Hyuga Ikki's face. While it appeared to be a simple palm strike, it contained the gentle fist technique of his clan, which ordinary people could not take lightly. Seeing the flow of chakra within an opponent should be the most basic skill for a Kekkei Genkai user. If one learns to follow the chakra flow in their own body, it becomes easy to replicate their movements. Hyuga Ikki's eyes widened in disbelief. He declared that once the Hyuga clan approached, the battle was already lost. At that moment, a Bagua matrix appeared centered around him. With a swift motion, he executed the gentle fist technique. 8 trigram 64 palms. His palms struck Satoru's body in rapid succession, each hit precise and calculated. From the stands, a member of the Hyuga clan, who also possessed the Byakugan, commented on Ikki's performance. He was Ikki's father, and as he watched Satoru being struck by the 64 palms, he believed the battle was over. The gentle fist technique targeted the body's chakra points, and while one could still fight after such an attack, the chakra would be blocked, making it difficult to continue. He doubted that Hatake Satoru had enough chakra to break through the blockage. After delivering all 64 strikes, Hyuga Ikki exhaled slowly, feeling the toll it took on his physical strength. Just as he prepared to turn away from the field, he heard Satoru's voice behind him, questioning if he truly believed all his attacks had landed. Ikki turned his head in disbelief, and to his shock, he saw a smirk on Satoru's face. The spectators from the Hyuga clan were equally astonished. How could it be possible that his 64 palms had not affected Satoru? Panic flickered in Ikki's expression as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Satoru explained that, to put it simply, Ikki's technique had never impacted him. Ikki wanted to argue, but the truth began to dawn on him. It seemed his earlier strikes had not connected at all. Now it was Satoru's turn. In an instant he teleported behind Ikki. Ikki murmured to himself, realizing he needed to use the heavenly return technique for defense, but it was too late. Satoru's speed was overwhelming. He struck Ikki's back with a palm, knocking him off balance. Satoru then created a shadow clone, and both he and the clone seized the opportunity to attack Ikki. By the time Ikki fell to the ground, he had lost all combat ability, his face still reflecting disbelief. The winner was declared as Hatake Satoru. The Chunin exam concluded successfully, with 5 genin promoted to Chunin. Among them, Satoru and Kakashi became the youngest Chunin in the history of Konohagakure, significantly boosting the Hatake brothers' reputation, although Kakashi's was slightly tarnished. To celebrate their achievements, their former classmates organized a banquet. Despite being a group of children, they began to drink. Seeing Satoru and Kakashi in their Chunin vests filled them with envy, leading them to drown their sorrows in alcohol. Satoru found it amusing when Asuma, after drinking, confessed his feelings to Kurenai. Typically arrogant at school, Asuma became shy in her presence. Seeing Asuma's courage inspired Obito to gather his own, but after a single drink he fell asleep at the table, prompting laughter and tears from everyone. The most entertaining moment came when Guy, after drinking, began to show off his drunken fist and challenged Kakashi to a duel. No one could stop him, and if Satoru hadn't knocked Guy out, the banquet would have been a disaster. Satoru cherished the moment, knowing it was uncertain when they would gather like this again. Although only 5 genin passed the exam, there were other ways to become a Chunin, such as contributing to the village or excelling in specific skills. Hyuga Ikki, despite his defeat, had already reached Chunin level long ago, so he too was promoted. After the competition, Inuzuka Ryo, despite being outsmarted by Kakashi, had surpassed the genin level, making his promotion natural. The last to be promoted was Miwa, a surprise to Satoru. He later learned that Miwa was an exceptional medical ninja, which led to her advancement. This allowed her to learn advanced medical ninjutsu and contribute significantly to Konohagakure in the future. Now in Nakajima-sensei's team, only Masahiro had not become a Chunin. Upon hearing about Miwa's promotion, he lost control of his emotions, lamenting the unfairness of fate. In a direct confrontation, Miwa would not stand a chance against Masahiro, but her mastery of medical ninjutsu allowed her to temporarily surpass him in the ninja path. Satoru, unsure how to console him, could only pat Masahiro on the shoulder, feeling helpless. Life returned to a routine of training and missions. This time they were assigned a B-rank escort mission. Once again, gathered in the mission building, Nakajima-sensei briefed Satoru and the others on the details of the task. They wondered who they would be escorting this time, perhaps a princess or an actor. Although Masahiro asked if they were escorting a pet, there was no curiosity in his tone, only resignation. At first, when they began escort missions, he was excited, thinking he would escort key figures and then fight the enemy. However, after escorting a few individuals, he realized that none of them held noble status. They were either the children of a daimyo or a pet that a daimyo wanted. Sometimes they couldn't help but sigh. Money was so fickle that even pets needed to be escorted. Nakajima-sensei stated seriously that this time they were escorting supplies to the border. The mission was very important and no mistakes were allowed. Masahiro's eyes brightened at the mention of supplies. This type of supply transport mission was among the best of level B, with the possibility of advancing to level A missions at any time. In the past, they had never been assigned such important supplies, so it was unexpected that it was their turn this time. With 2 chunin on their team, they could take on some difficult tasks. However, Masahiro, initially excited, quickly lost his cheerful tone, sensing that Nakajima-sensei was implying something. He was the only one who was not a chunin. After gathering the supplies from the warehouse, their small team regrouped at the village gate, each carrying a backpack filled with items. As ninjas, they did not use conspicuous vehicles to transport supplies. Instead, they sealed the items in scrolls, allowing them to summon the supplies directly when needed, which was convenient and quick. They were instructed to travel at high speed and not to rest unless necessary. Even with their ninja speed, it would take 2 days and 2 nights to travel from Konohagakure to the Fire Country border. This was for ninjas who were very fast. As this was an escort mission, battles were inevitable along the way, especially with the likelihood of encountering enemy ninjas. If they were lucky, they might face genin or chunin from the enemy country, but if they were unlucky, they could encounter jonin. Satoru and the others had been running at high speed for a day and a night without rest. Finally, when Miwa could no longer keep up, they rested under Nakajima-sensei's orders. However, even during their break, they remained mentally alert, prepared for potential enemies at any moment. Just as they settled in, Satoru suddenly stood up. Nakajima-sensei immediately asked what was wrong, knowing that Satoru's eyes could see beyond the ordinary. Masahiro and Miwa also became alert. Satoru stated that there were enemies nearby, his gaze fixed on the jungle beside them. At his words, Nakajima-sensei and the others drew their kunai ready to fight. Satoru quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a fire technique, forcing the hidden enemies to reveal themselves. Sure enough, 5 figures jumped out from the bushes, identified as ninjas from Iwagakure by their headbands. Nakajima-sensei cautiously inquired what they were doing in their territory. One of the Iwagakure ninjas taunted them, demanding they leave the supplies behind to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Nakajima-sensei firmly refused, asserting that they would not give up easily. The enemy ninja then initiated an earth technique, transforming the ground beneath Masahiro and the others into a swamp. Feeling their bodies sinking, Nakajima cursed internally. Satoru quickly formed seals for a lightning technique, knowing that lightning could counter earth. The technique allowed them to escape the swamp's grasp. The primary objective was to protect their lives, followed by the remaining supplies. Satoru took charge in Nakajima's absence, assuring him that he would handle the jonin while the others took care of the chunin and genin. Masahiro, eager to prove himself, charged at an Iwagakure ninja. The enemy's ranks were not very high: 1 jonin, 3 chunin, and a genin. Although Masahiro had not yet become a chunin, he possessed the strength of 1. Miwa, despite being a medical ninja, was ready to practice her combat skills against the genin. Satoru faced 2 chunin. For him, as long as they were not jonin, facing multiple chunin was not a problem. With his perception, it was nearly impossible for them to avoid his technique. One of the chunin mockingly demanded Satoru surrender the supplies, underestimating his abilities due to his youth. Satoru, undeterred, expressed his intent to test his technique on them. As he spoke, one of the chunin's arms twisted and broke as if absorbed by an unseen force, leaving only a splash of blood on the ground. The Iwagakure ninja screamed in pain, leaving his companions stunned. Everything had happened too quickly. They did not react at all, and one of their arms was already gone. Satoru wore a satisfied smile, realizing that the power of blue had been deliberately reduced. Otherwise, it would have twisted half of his body. In that moment, seeing Satoru's smile, both felt as if they were facing a demon. They had no idea what had transpired, and they had already lost half of their combat power. Satoru then expressed his desire to see just how powerful his blue could be when unleashed with full force. He clenched his hands and placed them over his chest. Observing this, the two Iwagakure ninjas suddenly felt a strong sense of unease in their hearts and turned to flee without hesitation. Satoru's voice echoed in their minds, stating that it was futile as his ninjutsu had no distance limit. He activated his technique, Curse Technique Lapse, Blue, at maximum efficiency. In an instant, the two Iwagakure ninjas sensed an overwhelming crisis, yet they could not pinpoint its source. Soon they felt as if a powerful force was drawing them in. No matter how much chakra they mobilized, they could not escape its grasp. Behind them, it seemed as though a black hole had emerged, constantly pulling them in. Not only were they being drawn in, but even the surrounding trees, chunks of earth, and rocks were being sucked toward the void. They cried out in fear, but no one came to their rescue. The Jonin ninja from Iwagakure, engaged in battle with Nakajima, wanted to save his comrades but found himself unable to shake off Nakajima. Though Nakajima was unaware of what had occurred, the earlier screams indicated that his side had the advantage, and he could not afford to fall behind. The two Chunin ninjas from Iwagakure did not last even 3 seconds before being completely absorbed by blue. Then silence returned. The aftermath revealed the power of the maneuver. A deep semicircular pit about 10 meters in diameter appeared in the ground, empty except for dirt, with many trees outside the pit snapped in half. Satoru took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling slightly exhausted. He pondered whether this was truly the maximum he could achieve. Observing the destruction before him, he felt unsatisfied, believing he could do better. The entire battle had lasted less than a minute. While it was over for him, for Masahiro and Miwa, their fight was just beginning. After all, defeating a ninja with similar strength was not something that could be accomplished in just a few minutes. Satoru teleported directly to Miwa's battlefield. Although her opponent was a genin, he had extensive combat experience, putting Miwa at a disadvantage for a time. She bore many wounds and could only fight while using medical ninjutsu to quickly stem the bleeding. Satoru observed her for a while and shook his head, realizing that Miwa was not suited for the front lines. Her combat skills were lacking, and she had made little progress in over a year. If not for her extraordinary talent in medical ninjutsu, she might have been relegated to handling trivial matters in the village. As time passed, Miwa gradually showed signs of defeat. Just as her opponent's kunai was about to pierce her body, Satoru appeared instantly in front of him. The kunai moved slowly towards Satoru, but it seemed it would never reach him. The Iwagakure genin widened his eyes in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening. Miwa, surprised, called out to Satoru. He commanded the opponent to disappear, and in less than a second the enemy was gone from this world. Miwa stared in shock, her eyes filled with confusion. Satoru reassured her that it was merely the ability of his Kekkei Genkai and urged her not to be surprised. Although Miwa nodded, her heart was still filled with astonishment. She had just witnessed a living being vanish, and before disappearing, it seemed as if the opponent's body had torn apart. She was unsure if it was just her imagination. Satoru instructed her to take care of herself while he checked on Masahiro. Miwa agreed, knowing she was too injured to continue fighting alongside him, which would only hinder him further. When Satoru arrived at Masahiro's battlefield, the fight had concluded. Masahiro lay exhausted on the ground, but fortunately the outcome was favorable. He had won, albeit with serious injuries. He greeted Satoru with a proud smile and a thumbs up, noting that Satoru had arrived late. Satoru acknowledged Masahiro's effort, commenting that it was not bad, though he still had room for improvement compared to himself. Masahiro's expression hardened at this remark, feeling slightly aggrieved that Satoru couldn't offer a proper compliment. Satoru, confused, believed his words were indeed a compliment. Masahiro sighed, realizing it was harder to hear what he wanted from Satoru than to ascend to the heavens. Satoru countered that ascending to the heavens didn't seem too difficult, as he would eventually master the reverse curse technique, making it as easy as drinking water. Masahiro, feeling exasperated, told Satoru to be quiet, fearing that he would provoke him into a heart attack. Satoru advised him to bandage his wounds, assuring him that Miwa would soon arrive to help heal him. He then decided to check on Nakajima-sensei. Masahiro urged him to hurry, not wanting to see him any longer. Satoru laughed and used his instantaneous movement to leave. Although he could not yet perform long-distance instantaneous movements, he could easily manage short distances now. Watching Satoru disappear, Masahiro felt a deep sense of concern about how terrifying Satoru's strength was becoming. He knew he was facing two Chunin alone, but he ended the battle faster than they could react and emerged completely unscathed. He realized that the gap between himself, Miwa, and Satoru was widening, creating an almost insurmountable distance. The battle between Nakajima and the Jonin from the village of Iwagakure was intense, and they had not noticed Satoru's arrival for some time. Although Nakajima-sensei was already considered a strong man among the Jonin, those capable of infiltrating enemy villages could not be weak. For a while, Nakajima found himself unable to do anything against his opponent. Satoru observed silently from the sidelines, his expression reflecting a hint of disappointment. To him, the battle of Jonin was not impressive. Despite the rapid pace of the fight, his Rikugan allowed him to see all the movements clearly, and he felt that the level of destruction caused by their clash was not as significant as the blue technique he had just used. At that moment, both fighters finally noticed Satoru's presence. Nakajima frowned and asked how Satoru had arrived. As soon as Satoru appeared, Nakajima felt the need to protect him, realizing that Satoru was also in danger. Satoru calmly informed Nakajima-sensei that all their battles had concluded, leaving only him to hurry. Before Nakajima-sensei could respond, the opposing Jonin posed a shocking question. However, Satoru had no intention of engaging with him. The Jonin from Iwagakure accused Satoru of lying, but Satoru remained composed, knowing the truth of the situation was evident. With a swift motion, the Jonin charged at Satoru, but he stood firm on the trunk of a tree, making no move to evade. Nakajima-sensei instantly appeared in front of Satoru, blocking the opponent's attack. He instructed Satoru to stay back for a moment, assuring him he would finish the battle soon. Satoru retreated slightly but remained within sight. Nakajima frowned at this, assuming Satoru wished to witness the Jonin battle. The Jonin from Iwagakure had been contemplating retreating for some time. Upon learning that his village had been destroyed, he realized that staying would only lead to his demise. However, he found Nakajima difficult to handle, his strength slightly surpassing his own, leaving him uncertain about escaping directly. Instead, he focused on Satoru, a fierce look appearing in his eyes, thinking that if he could capture Satoru, he could use him as a hostage to escape. As he fought Nakajima, he stealthily moved towards Satoru, his movements subtle enough that Nakajima did not perceive his intentions. Meanwhile, Satoru wore a disconcerting smile. Suddenly, Nakajima's eyes widened in alarm. By the time he recognized the opponent's intentions, it was too late. The Jonin unleashed a tremendous force, knocking Nakajima aside as he lunged for Satoru's neck. As the young Chunin from Konohagakure drew closer, the Jonin displayed a triumphant grin. However, upon noticing the strange smile on Satoru's lips, a flicker of panic gripped his heart, but he had no time to dwell on it. In the next instant, his expression changed drastically as he realized his hand could not reach Satoru. Satoru's voice, filled with confidence, announced the activation of his technique. The Jonin's instinct screamed danger as he felt a powerful force pulling at his hand, which was now impossibly close to Satoru's body. In an instant, his hand vanished. The intense shock jolted him awake and he felt himself being pushed back. Although his arm was injured, he gritted his teeth and endured, refusing to scream. He demanded to know what had just happened, while Nakajima quickly positioned himself in front of Satoru, his gaze serious as he assessed the Jonin's injured arm. Although Nakajima was curious about the recent events, he knew this was not the time for questions. Satoru, still smiling confidently, explained that it was his Kekkei Genkai. The Jonin finally understood why his comrades had fallen so quickly. If he couldn't evade the attack, neither could the two Chunin. Accepting his defeat, the Jonin resolved to take Satoru down with him, believing it was worth dying to defeat a genius from Konohagakure. Acknowledging that he could not escape now, he decided to make one final contribution to his village. He tore his clothing to reveal it was lined with explosives. Nakajima immediately urged Satoru to run. The Jonin, filled with rage, declared that they would all go to hell before his body erupted violently, engulfing everything around him in fierce flames. Satoru clicked his tongue, grabbing Nakajima's vest and swiftly moving away. Though the distance was short, it was enough to evade the blast radius of the explosives. He could have blocked the explosion entirely with his unlimited technique, but doing so would have injured Nakajima, so he opted for this method to ensure their safety. As Nakajima leaned against a tree, he felt dizzy. He asked Satoru if he had just used spatial ninjutsu. Satoru nodded in confirmation. They had long known about Satoru's ability to move instantaneously, but they had not anticipated that this skill could also include others. After a moment, they reunited with Masahiro. After all, Masahiro was the one most seriously injured on the team. Suddenly, Nakajima stopped in the spot where Satoru had just fought. He expressed surprise at the scene before him, realizing the extent of the destruction. Satoru scratched his face, acknowledging his role in the chaos. Nakajima noted that the level of destructive power had reached that of an A-rank ninjutsu, something he had not yet mastered himself. He marveled at Satoru's potential, believing he might soon surpass Tsukumo-sensei. Satoru smiled confidently, suggesting that it might only take a few years for him to achieve that level. By the time they reached Masahiro, Miwa had already arrived and tended to his wounds, which were now heavily bandaged. As soon as Nakajima arrived, Masahiro, lying on the ground, sat up to report on the battle situation. Nakajima assured him that he would recommend him for a Chunin promotion upon their return to the village, eliciting a smile from Masahiro. Despite feeling overshadowed by Satoru and Miwa, Masahiro was determined to prove himself. Nakajima instructed Miwa to rest for an hour before continuing their journey, emphasizing the importance of Masahiro being able to act. The mission had escalated to an A-level due to the involvement of local jonin, and Masahiro's injury extended their timeline from a day to 2. Upon reaching the border of the Land of Fire, they sensed a serious atmosphere, and even Nakajima and the others underwent thorough identity checks. A jonin emerged from the border camp, greeting Nakajima warmly and expressing gratitude for his efforts in guarding the border. Nakajima introduced Satoru as the son of Tsukumo-sensei, and the jonin was impressed by Satoru's presence, acknowledging the reputation of Tsukumo's children as geniuses. After some conversation, they began their journey back. Masahiro, feeling triumphant as his injuries healed, reflected on the rarity of completing an A-rank mission at his age. However, Nakajima reminded them to remain humble and cautious, as A-rank missions were extremely dangerous. Satoru, appearing suddenly, teased Masahiro about his confidence. As they walked, an eagle circled above them, causing Nakajima's expression to change. He whistled, and the eagle landed on his shoulder, delivering a note that made his face grow serious. The mission had shifted to an emergency A-rank. A jonin had defected, and their task was to stop and capture him alive, with the option to use lethal force if necessary. Masahiro expressed disbelief at the news of a jonin deserting, while Satoru felt surprised as well. The defector could possess critical information about the village, and they needed to ensure he did not escape the Land of Fire. They were instructed to remain vigilant and report any leads immediately. According to intelligence, the defector was heading toward the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, likely aiming for Iwagakure. All ninja squads along the route had been alerted, and the team knew that even if the defector evaded them, the border patrol would be on high alert. As they continued their journey, the group's pace slowed, and their focus intensified, knowing the challenge ahead. After 3 hours of walking, fatigue began to set in, but Satoru suddenly halted. Using his Rikugan, he spotted someone approaching rapidly. The individual's anxious movements and frequent glances over their shoulders suggested they were aware of being pursued. As Satoru paused, Nakajima immediately inquired about his findings. Satoru replied that if nothing unexpected happened, the other party should be approaching them. Nakajima, serious, asked if he was sure. Satoru estimated an 80% chance, judging by the state of the person they were tracking, as he had no prior knowledge of the deserter. Nakajima instructed everyone to pay attention to concealment, set traps around the area, and ensure they did not reveal their presence first. He would handle the deserter later. The team quickly dispersed to set up various traps. Although these traps might not capture the target, they could alert them to his whereabouts. If Nakajima and the others were discovered early, it was likely the deserter would change routes, making him harder to find again. Within 2 minutes, they had installed explosive kunai traps and hidden their presence around them. As soon as the traps activated, they would be able to identify the deserter's location. About 10 minutes later, a figure suddenly appeared before them. The jonin felt an instinctive sense of being watched, a sharp intuition honed from years of experience, knowing that the people of Kanahagakure were likely pursuing him. As he leaped to the next tree, dozens of kunai shot at him from all directions. Reacting swiftly, he drew 2 kunai from his hands, focused on a direction, and charged forward, knowing it was unrealistic to think he could take them all down at once. The deserter, having evaded the surprise attack, spoke out, acknowledging Nakajima's presence. He recognized Nakajima and expressed disbelief at being betrayed by him. Nakajima's tone was incredulous, tinged with sadness as he reflected on their shared history. With few jonin in Konohagakure, they all knew each other well, often going on missions together. During the Second Ninja World War, Nakajima had fought alongside Ishimoto, making the betrayal all the more shocking. Ishimoto, with a quiet smile, denied any betrayal, stating he had never claimed to be a ninja of Konohagakure. Nakajima, confused, pressed for clarification. Ishimoto revealed that he had been taken to the village as a child and had always been a ninja of Iwagakure. Nakajima was both astonished and furious, realizing that Ishimoto had managed to hide in Konohagakure for so long without raising suspicion. Meanwhile, Masahiro and the others who had been eavesdropping felt a surge of anger upon learning of Ishimoto's true identity. They understood that spies were particularly detestable, as they caused significant harm to their villages. Satoru, however, remained pragmatic, acknowledging that even their own village sent spies to others. He explained that while some spies were quickly uncovered, others, like Ishimoto, managed to evade detection for years. Miwa questioned how someone could live in a place for so long without developing any attachment to it. Satoru responded that spies were often manipulated, controlled by their families or through seals, making them act against their will. This reality was harsh, but it was the world of ninjas, filled with darkness, bloodshed, and threats. With Ishimoto's identity fully revealed, Nakajima felt there was no reason to let him go. Initially, he had hoped to appeal to their past bond and persuade Ishimoto to surrender, but the current situation left no room for such sentiments. Ishimoto, unfazed, challenged Nakajima's abilities. Both men drew kunai and launched themselves at each other. Their figures crossed in the air before separating. Ishimoto began to form hand seals, unleashing a massive fireball toward Nakajima. In response, Nakajima quickly formed a wall of earth to block the attack. The fireball collided with the wall, resulting in a powerful explosion that filled the area with smoke. Emerging from the haze, Nakajima swiftly attacked Ishimoto again. As the battle unfolded, Masahiro watched in awe, filled with surprise and envy at the display of skill. To Masahiro and Miwa, the clash between the two ninjas was a blur, their movements too fast to fully comprehend. Only two residual images crossed each other in the air, occasionally revealing sparks from the friction of two kunai. Satoru, with his unique eyes, assured Masahiro that he could see clearly. Masahiro sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. Despite the poor reputation of the Uchiha clan in the village, many civilians aspired to join either the Uchiha or Hyuga clans, drawn by their unique Kekkei Genkai. The chances of an ordinary family possessing such abilities were slim, making Satoru's existence a miracle. Satoru encouraged Masahiro, reminding him that even without Kekkei Genkai, he could become a powerful ninja, like the third Hokage. Masahiro's tone was tinged with doubt. He had little hope of achieving such greatness and was focused on becoming a jonin. The battle between Nakajima and Ishimoto raged on, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. As the fight progressed, both combatants bore visible signs of their struggle. Ishimoto, feeling anxious, feared that other ninja squads from Konohagakure might arrive, preventing his escape. Nakajima, resolute, declared that he would not let anyone who threatened the village go free. Ishimoto, feeling cornered, expressed his own struggles and the lack of choice in his situation. Nakajima offered Ishimoto a chance to surrender, promising to plead for him before Hokage-sama. However, Ishimoto was aware of the village's harsh treatment of traitors and knew that returning would lead to a grim fate. He urged Nakajima, for the sake of their friendship, to let him go. Nakajima, however, remained firm, stating that they could not allow anyone who betrayed the village to escape. Ishimoto, feeling defeated, warned Nakajima that he would resort to extraordinary measures. He quickly moved towards Masahiro and the others, knowing that as a jonin he would be under watch. Nakajima, alarmed, shouted for everyone to retreat. Satoru quickly gathered his companions and used a teleportation technique to distance themselves. In the next chapter, Ishimoto was taken aback as he witnessed the three small figures vanish before him. Nakajima appeared before him, expressing disbelief that Ishimoto would take action against his students. Ishimoto, recognizing the gravity of the situation, focused on Satoru, realizing he was the son of Tsukumo, a first-generation Kekkei Genkai user. He had not anticipated encountering a ninjutsu related to space. Nakajima demanded to know Ishimoto's intentions, but Ishimoto felt there was no chance of success with Nakajima present. He intended to send a message that other ninja villages would not allow a second White Fang to emerge from Konohagakure. He quickly summoned dozens of birds from a scroll, intending to relay information about Satoru's Kekkei Genkai. Nakajima reacted swiftly, launching an explosive kunai at the birds, managing to take down many, but some still escaped. Satoru, feeling the pressure, summoned a blue orb of light that exerted a powerful attraction, drawing the scattered birds towards it. Despite the limited range of his technique, he was relieved to have released it in time. As the birds were drawn to the blue light, even those on the ground felt its pull. Nakajima, astonished, observed the 4 blue orbs in the sky, sensing their terrifying power. Ishimoto, equally stunned, struggled to comprehend the magnitude of Satoru's abilities. After gathering himself, Satoru took a deep breath, feeling fatigue from using his technique. Masahiro, amazed by Satoru's display of power, realized he was far more formidable than he had imagined. Satoru urged Nakajima to act quickly, not wanting any further complications. His urgency snapped the 2 jonin back to focus, prompting them to re-engage in the battle. Ishimoto, now cornered, understood that his chances of survival were slim, while the tension in the air thickened as the conflict escalated. In that case he couldn't die so easily. Ishimoto quickly sealed his hands, and then his entire body sank into the ground. Nakajima pressed his hands against the earth, unleashing a terrifying thunder and lightning from his palms. Although Earth Walk was considered one of the simplest lightning release techniques, the power it unleashed varied depending on the user. The strength of Nakajima's Earth Walk was much greater than when Satoru had used it. As a lightning release technique that restricted earth release, Nakajima's Earth Walk rendered Ishimoto's body immobile within the ground, forcing him to emerge without any means of defense. As soon as he exposed half of his body, Nakajima's attack arrived, and a kunai swiftly cut through his opponent's arm. Frustrated, Ishimoto leaped from beneath the earth. He cursed the technical failure of blue. At that moment, Satoru's voice suddenly echoed behind Ishimoto. He turned in shock to find Satoru had appeared behind him, a blue orb hovering ominously, pulling him in with a terrifying force. Ishimoto planned to use body flicker jutsu to escape, but how could a simple body flicker jutsu evade the suction of blue? The power of suction generated by blue was comparable to that of a black hole. Although Satoru couldn't wield such immense power at that moment, it was sufficient to deal with a weakened jonin. Under normal circumstances, Satoru wouldn't have been able to execute such a simple stealth attack, but Ishimoto had focused all his attention on Nakajima, completely overlooking Satoru, a chunin who dared to strike against a jonin. Throughout the previous battle, Satoru had been observing both of their actions, always ready to act. Whenever an opportunity arose, he wouldn't hesitate to strike and eliminate his opponent. Knowing he couldn't escape, Ishimoto resolved to take Satoru down with him before his demise. However, just as he was about to swing his kunai, it was already too late. Having relinquished his resistance, he was instantly drawn in by blue. The spy from Iwagakure, Ishimoto, vanished from this world. Nakajima inquired if Satoru had killed him, unsure if Satoru's ability was to transfer others or eliminate them completely. Satoru replied that there were no bones left. Nakajima acknowledged that while it might be a bit troublesome to report this later, it was acceptable to eliminate threats. Satoru suggested that they refrain from reporting this ability to the village for the time being. Nakajima agreed without hesitation, understanding that as a jonin, he was accustomed to dealing with darkness. If Satoru displayed too much power, it could make the village very dangerous. After 2 days, Satoru and the others finally returned to the village. As they crossed the gate, Masahiro felt an immediate sense of relief. There had been too many incidents during this mission. First, a jonin from Iwagakure had appeared during the escort mission, raising its level to A. On the way back, a traitor from Kanahagakure had also emerged, making the mission equally challenging. Although Masahiro hadn't exerted himself much during these 2 missions, he had actively participated in the entire process, feeling a mix of urgency and accomplishment. Everyone was instructed to rest while Nakajima took it upon himself to report the mission's details. When Satoru returned home, he found Kakashi waiting at the door. Kakashi, with a hint of concern in his usually cool tone, asked if Satoru was alright after encountering a jonin during his mission. Satoru playfully spun around, assuring Kakashi that everything was fine. After a brief exchange, Kakashi turned and walked away, leaving Satoru feeling relieved and happy. Time passed slowly amidst their busy tasks. This mission had directly dealt with 2 jonin, bringing fame to Nakajima's ninja squad. Masahiro and Miwa also received considerable admiration. 4 years slipped by, and Satoru had not undertaken any tasks for half a year, focusing on mastering the curse technique lapse reversal. Despite understanding the principle behind it, he had yet to successfully perform the technique. Now 10 years old, Satoru had not mastered the curse technique reversal, but through the front technique blue, his strength had reached the level of a jonin. He could now control various extensions of blue, such as high-speed movement and instantaneous movement. Sometimes, Satoru doubted his talent for mastering the curse technique reversal. Without it, he felt insecure, especially considering the transcendent battles he might face in the future. Deciding to put aside his worries for the day, Satoru reminded himself that he had requested a year off from Nakajima-sensei, with half a year still remaining. If he couldn't master the technique in that time, he would have to learn through combat. However, upon returning to the village, Satoru sensed something was off. Everyone seemed to be watching him closely. Whispers about him being the son of White Fang reached his ears, and he frowned, realizing he needed to return home quickly. At his doorstep, Satoru found Kakashi sitting with a very somber expression. Upon seeing Satoru, Kakashi called out, his voice slightly hoarse. Satoru reassured him that he would handle the situation, gently ruffling Kakashi's white hair before entering the house. Inside he found Tsukumo kneeling on the floor, eyes closed and looking quite worn. Upon hearing the movement, Tsukumo opened his eyes. Tsukumo was now completely different. He had faced a mission failure that had significant consequences for the village. This failure had caused a great loss, and he was now viewed as a sinner by many. His son, Satoru, confronted him about this, questioning why he had not succeeded. Tsukumo had always taught that the life of a comrade should come first, and now it seemed he had set a troubling example for both Satoru and Kakashi. Satoru, with a serious expression, expressed his concern about the future. He had a unique ability to see glimpses of what might come, and he shared a troubling vision with his father. He had seen a future where Tsukumo could not bear the villagers' condemnation and chose to end his own life. This thought weighed heavily on Tsukumo, who remained stoic but was clearly affected by the possibility. Satoru continued, revealing another vision where Kakashi became a cold and ruthless ninja, driven by the loss of his father. This transformation would turn Kakashi into someone entirely different from the man Tsukumo hoped he would be. Satoru's tone was intense, and he pressed his father on whether he wanted that fate for Kakashi. Tsukumo, with tears in his eyes, acknowledged the weight of Satoru's words. He believed in his son's ability to see the future, even if it was hard to accept. Satoru pointed out that the villagers should not know the details of the mission's failure, suggesting a conspiracy at play. He believed that someone like Tsukumo should not sacrifice himself for the village's schemes. Satoru then expressed his frustration with Danzo, warning him not to let anything happen to their father. He understood that Danzo was behind the incident, and he felt a dark cloud of anger settle over him. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, confronted Danzo about his actions. Danzo, with his eye covered, remained calm, insisting that Tsukumo's reputation needed to be diminished for the sake of the village's future. Hiruzen knew that even if Tsukumo had declared he would not run for Hokage, his presence and legacy could not be easily dismissed. Danzo had considered recruiting Satoru or Kakashi into his ranks but knew that provoking Tsukumo would be unwise. He suggested that Hiruzen remain a bystander in the unfolding events, but Hiruzen reminded him that Tsukumo was still valuable to the village. As time passed, the fallout from Tsukumo's mission failure only grew. Even those he had saved began to turn against him, and this betrayal cut deeply. While Tsukumo understood that there were forces working against him, the damage to his reputation was already significant. If he didn't do something to make it right, his children, Satoru and Kakashi, would also be affected. Satoru had no issues with the ninja saved by Tsukumo, knowing that the other party was merely a pawn. Even if he confronted him, what could he do if he was already cleared? Perhaps he could allow the ninja to apologize to Tsukumo in private, but the damage done to Tsukumo had already reached an irreparable point. At that moment, in the Hatake household, Tsukumo knelt before the portrait of his wife, a brilliantly polished short knife resting before him. He felt a deep sense of regret, expressing that he had ultimately disappointed Satoru and Kakashi. As he spoke, he picked up the knife and pointed it toward his abdomen, ready to take a drastic step. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, a hand grasping his own. Satoru's cold voice broke the silence, revealing his presence. Since the ninja saved by Tsukumo began to make accusations, Satoru had not left the house, always watching over Tsukumo's behavior. Tsukumo apologized, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. At that moment, a loud pounding came from outside, and the door burst open. It was Kakashi rushing in breathless. Seeing the two figures in the room, Kakashi sighed in relief, but his eyes widened when he noticed the knife in Tsukumo's hand. He had vowed that if his father could not make the right decision, he would take it upon himself. If his father wished to leave this world, it would be better for him to do it himself. Kakashi, shocked by Satoru's words, asked what he intended to do. Satoru calmly instructed Kakashi to start a large fire to burn down the house. When Kakashi questioned why, Satoru explained that he was now the head of the Hatake family. This was the order of the new family leader. Everything in the Hatake family would begin anew, and the honor of the Hatake family would be restored by both of them. Kakashi glanced at Tsukumo, who remained kneeling, tears still flowing, but offering no other words or actions. After a moment, Kakashi nodded and unleashed a fire technique from the courtyard before swiftly leaving the Hatake residence. Tsukumo was told that he should no longer use the name Hatake Tsukumo in the future. The furious flames engulfed and swiftly consumed the Hatake family home, drawing the attention of the surrounding villagers. The third Hokage witnessed the scene with disbelief, knowing that ninjas were already on their way to extinguish the flames. However, he was aware of the situation. He regretted not intervening sooner, realizing that Tsukumo had chosen to leave this world with a clear conscience. Even Danzo was taken aback, not expecting Tsukumo to take such a drastic step. Despite the chaos, the fire raged on, and the Hatake family home was reduced to ashes. Among the ruins, a charred body was discovered, unidentifiable due to the severe damage, but everyone already knew who it was without needing to be told. Kakashi and Satoru emerged from the remnants of their home, both displaying expressions of shock, tears streaming down their faces. Their acting skills were commendable, as the villagers quietly expressed their sorrow for the Hatake brothers. While they blamed Tsukumo for not completing his mission and causing great loss to the village, they truly did not want to see him gone. After everything settled, the third Hokage arrived, his heart heavy as he approached the brothers. He expressed his regret, wishing he had intervened earlier to prevent this tragedy. Satoru reassured him that it was their father's decision, and the Hokage promised to hold a hero's funeral for Tsukumo. The news of Hatake Tsukumo's passing sent shockwaves through the ninja world. Everyone was astonished that the renowned White Fang of Konohagakure had chosen to end his life. His funeral took place 3 days later, attended by the third Hokage Shimura Danzo, Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and many others, including numerous villagers who came to pay their respects. In the streets of Konohagakure, black clothing dominated the scene, a reflection of the mourning. As Kakashi and Satoru walked through the village, the villagers' gazes shifted from doubt to pity, a testament to human nature. Although Tsukumo's death had caused a significant stir, life in the ninja world continued in an orderly fashion. Unbeknownst to many, a dessert shop quietly opened near the ramen shop in the village. The owner, a kind-looking man with black hair, welcomed customers. Kakashi and Satoru soon became regulars at this new establishment. After visiting the dessert shop once more, the owner observed the backs of Kakashi and Satoru, remarking that they would have to forge their own paths from now on. This man was none other than the reborn Hatake Tsukumo, who had changed his appearance and concealed his identity. Following Satoru's suggestion, he opened a pastry shop, quickly mastering the art of dessert making with his exceptional culinary skills. Satoru had his own selfishness, allowing him to buy desserts without worrying about future expenses. The ramen restaurant next door observed its new neighbor and sighed. Although their business was good, most customers came during lunch hours, while the bakery consistently had patrons. The girl from the ramen shop, Ayam, was enjoying a dessert made by Tsukumo and expressed her delight. Tsukumo, bending down to pat her head, jokingly suggested that she should marry one of his sons so she could enjoy his desserts every day. Ayam playfully agreed, which caused Tsukumo to feel a sudden chill, as if someone intimidating was watching him. He looked up to see the ramen shop owner glaring at him, eyes blazing with intensity. Tsukumo quickly clarified that he was just joking, feeling embarrassed as he waved his hand dismissively. Unbeknownst to Satoru and Kakashi, their father had almost arranged a marriage for one of them just moments ago. On their way, Kakashi asked Satoru if their father would eventually be discovered. Satoru replied that if it happened, it happened. He never expected this matter to remain a secret forever, but he intended to keep it under wraps for as long as possible, at least until the third Hokage passed away. Kakashi felt uneasy about the secretive nature of their father's actions, wishing it could be resolved sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, in the Sunagakure ninja village, a red-haired boy with a striking face was stunned to hear the news of Hatake Tsukumo's death. The boy's eyes dulled, and his demeanor shifted to a somber one, as if his fighting spirit had vanished. He blamed the third Kazekage for his parents' deaths at the hands of the White Fang. With Tsukumo gone, he felt compelled to seek revenge against the Kazekage. A chilling thought crossed the boy's mind, one that involved eliminating the third Kazekage. Just then, an elderly woman rushed to his side, sensing the change in his mood. She expressed her concern, but Sasori reassured her with a forced smile, one that felt insincere. Chio, the elder of Sunagakure, embraced Sasori, relieved by the news of the White Fang's demise. She hoped her grandson would not suffer any misfortune while pursuing revenge, knowing well the strength of the White Fang. Despite being a talented puppeteer, she doubted Sasori could defeat him. The world of ninjas had not been quiet for long when shocking news emerged from Sunagakure. The third Kazekage, known as the strongest of his generation, had mysteriously vanished. Although Sunagakure tried to keep this information under wraps, rumors spread quickly, and all major ninja villages had spies in place. Initially skeptical, the other villages soon accepted the reality of the Kazekage's disappearance. In Kumogakure, the third Reikage AI listened intently to the news from Sunagakure, and ambition began to swell within him. He saw this as a prime opportunity for military expansion. Leaning back in his chair, he spoke with authority about the potential for war. An aide expressed concern that this could lead to the Third Ninja War, as conflicts between major villages were far more complex than those involving smaller ones. AI, however, was undeterred, declaring his intention to not only declare war on Sunagakure but also on Iwagakure and Konohagakure. His aide cautioned that such actions would make them the public enemy of the ninja world. AI dismissed the worry, confident in Kumogakure's strength, bolstered by their two Jinchuriki. Just then a youthful voice chimed in from outside, revealing the future fourth Reikage, who expressed full support for his father's plans. AI's confidence grew as he recognized the potential of his son, Killer Bee, standing beside him. The third Reikage, pleased with AI's determination, ordered the troops to assemble and prepare for their march toward Sunagakure. He would personally lead the team to Iwagakure, leaving the mission to Konohagakure to his son and Killer Bee. The third Reikage's actions were swift and decisive. When the decision to declare war was made, everything was already planned out. The personnel of Kumogakure immediately sprang into action, fully aware that the third Reikage's intention to wage war was resolute and that the current situation had become unstoppable. The disappearance of the third Kazekage had prompted many ninja villages to strategize for the grand conquest of the Land of Wind. Although the terrain of the Land of Wind was not favorable, it remained one of the 5 most important ninja villages and housed a tailed beast. Each tailed beast could serve as a strategic weapon that could determine the outcome of a war. In the Land of Fire, at the village of Konohagakure, Shimura Danzo aggressively argued that this was a prime opportunity to strike the Sunagakure ninja village. He believed that if they could take it down in one blow, Konohagakure would emerge as the most powerful ninja village. Danzo had been proposing an attack on Sunagakure ever since he learned of the third Kazekage's disappearance, but Sarutobi Hiruzen had always refuted his suggestions. This time, however, he came prepared, bringing along 2 advisors from Konohagakure, Mito Hamura and Udatane Koharu. Danzo insisted that defeating Sunagakure would be sufficient for their victory, regardless of the land's worth. Udatane Koharu echoed his sentiment, emphasizing the strategic advantage of the one-tailed beast. Although Mito Hamura remained silent, Hiruzen understood her unspoken agreement with the others. Hiruzen felt a pang of sorrow as he considered the human and material cost this war would impose on Konohagakure. He pondered how many ninjas would be sacrificed in the battle. Danzo, however, asserted that such losses were inevitable for the future of Konohagakure. Just as Hiruzen was about to respond, an Umbu suddenly appeared in the conference room and whispered urgent news into the third Hokage's ear. Hiruzen's face shifted to one of surprise and disbelief. Danzo quickly inquired about the cause of Hiruzen's shock, suspecting it must be significant news since the Umbu had interrupted their high-level meeting. Hiruzen revealed that the Third Ninja War had begun, with Kumogakure declaring war on Konohagakure, Sunagakure and Iwagakure. Udatane Koharu expressed her disbelief, unable to fathom how the Third Reikage could dare to take such a step. Danzo, however, felt a flicker of determination, suggesting that if they were bold enough to come, they should be ready to face the consequences. He blamed Hiruzen's conservative nature for not taking the initiative sooner. Mitokado Hamura interjected, stating that it was pointless to dwell on past decisions. He emphasized the need to summon Jiraiya Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato to organize a war meeting, as the situation had escalated to what could now be called the Third Ninja War. During this time, all tasks in Konohagakure were halted, and ninjas on missions were called back. The Third Ninja War was on the verge of erupting, leaving no time for trivial matters. Orochimaru noted the rarity of their gathering as he surveyed the room filled with high-ranking officials from Konohagakure. He then delivered the grim news that the Third Ninja War, instigated by Kumogakure, was about to commence. Jiraiya was taken aback by the announcement, questioning if Hiruzen was joking. Hiruzen assured him that he would not joke about such matters, as the entire ninja world would soon learn of the conflict. He urged for preparations to be made, emphasizing the need for tight security along the borders of the Land of Fire to prevent any slip-ups. Orochimaru, though not fond of war, was even less pleased by the thought of being trampled upon. He planned to deploy forces to various borders and instructed Jiraiya to find a way to bring Tsunade back, as her strength would be crucial in the coming conflict. In memory of Killer Bee, the fourth Raikage had inherited the title of AI before becoming Raikage, and thus the third Raikage was referred to simply as the Third Raikage. Chapter 42. Mobilization of the Ninja World. As the news reached the village of Konohagakure, other ninja villages received it as well. Everyone was shocked by the audacity of Kumogakure. They had not expected Kumogakure to have the courage to declare war on 3 major ninja villages simultaneously. In the Sunagakure meeting, an elder spoke with a trembling voice, expressing his fear that they might not withstand Kumogakure's attack, especially with the third Kazekage missing. The elder felt a strong urge to retreat, even to surrender. Another elder pointed out that even if they deployed their one-tailed Jinchuriki, Kumogakure still had both two-tailed and eight-tailed Jinchuriki on their side. Suggestions to seek help from Konohagakure were met with skepticism, as they feared that Konohagakure might already have their village in their sights. The elders of Sunagakure began to argue, but they struggled to find a suitable plan. Faced with such a disparity in strength, any scheme seemed futile. However, Chiyo suddenly interjected, reminding them that they still had Raza, a ninja capable of using gold dust. With his current strength he could fully replace the Kazekage. Yet, concerns arose about whether Raza could withstand Kumogakure's ninjas alone. Although Raza was powerful, he was just one person, and the number of strong ninjas in Sunagakure was limited. Chiyo reassured them that Kumogakure would likely not send all their forces to attack Sunagakure, as their primary targets would be Konohagakure and Iwagakure. As long as they could protect themselves, they would have a chance. Chiyo's words sparked a glimmer of hope among the elders. With the third Kazekage missing, Kumogakure might underestimate them and not deploy a large army against them. Raza then entered the conference room, calm and composed. He understood that if he contributed significantly in this battle, the position of Kazekage could be his. The elders entrusted the defense of Sunagakure to Raza, who vowed not to disappoint them. Meanwhile, Iwagakure was also in the midst of a tense power display. Onoki slammed his hand on the table in frustration, expressing his anger at the Raikage for provoking war in the ninja world. He emphasized that they could not sit idly by and wait for defeat. While they would send a team to resist Kumogakure's ninjas, they also needed to attack Konohagakure. The elders in Iwagakure were taken aback by Onoki's determination to not only defend against Kumogakure but also to actively strike at Konohagakure. One elder cautioned that such a decision might lead to significant sacrifices. Onoki acknowledged that sacrifices were inevitable in war. Even though Konohagakure had lost a strong ninja, they still had many capable fighters left. This war needed to impose a heavy toll on Konohagakure. Otherwise it would be meaningless. Onoki knew that the Raikage likely shared similar thoughts. Despite Konohagakure's losses, they still had formidable clans like the Hyuga and Uchiha. He declared that he would remain in the village while appointing Kitsuchi as the commander of the offensive troops. The elders acknowledged his command. As the Land of Lightning, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Wind began their mobilization, the Land of Fire was not slow to respond. Jiraiya was tasked with leading a team of ninjas to protect the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, ensuring that no Wind Country ninja crossed into their territory. He accepted the responsibility with a serious expression. Orochimaru was assigned to lead a team to repel the ninjas of Kumogakure, with instructions not to annihilate them but merely to push them back. Minato was given the responsibility of guarding the border with the Land of Earth, remaining vigilant against any potential actions from Iwagakure. The meeting concluded with the urgency of preparation. As Konohagakure mobilized rapidly, Kakashi and Satoru received the news but were unfortunately assigned to different teams. Kakashi joined Minato's team at the border, while Satoru was placed in Orochimaru's squad to confront the ninjas of Kumogakure. Satoru reminded Kakashi to take care of himself, expressing his desire not to be the only one left behind after the war. Kakashi nodded, assuring Satoru that he would return once the conflict was over. After exchanging one last look, they headed off to their respective teams. The atmosphere in Konohagakure was tense as the villagers sensed the onset of the Third Ninja War. Despite being the strongest ninja village, uncertainty loomed over whether they would withstand the onslaught from other ninja forces. As they passed by Sakumo's dessert shop, Satoru and Kakashi noticed the worried expression on their father's face. Sakumo urged them to return safely, feeling a strong urge to reveal his true identity. Allowing his son to go alone to the battlefield troubled him greatly. However, this time he had used a false death to deceive everyone, and next time it could very well be a real death. If the higher-ups of Konohagakure discovered his ruse, they would undoubtedly alienate him. At least while the third Hokage and Danzo were in power, they would not easily expose his identity. Chapter 43, Ambushed. One by one they had gathered 500 power stones, which meant additional chapters ahead. Masahiro waved his hand when he saw Satoru and remarked that he was very slow, warning that if he didn't hurry they would leave without him. Satoru apologized, acknowledging that he wasn't the only one delayed. Their leader, Orochimaru, had yet to arrive. Nakajima spoke seriously, indicating that he might not be able to accompany them in the next battle and emphasized the importance of protecting their safety. He hadn't anticipated that war would break out again so soon after the Second Ninja War had ended just a few years prior. Miwa was instructed to follow the medical team, and although she wished to fight alongside them, she understood her current limitations. Masahiro was reminded not to be reckless in battle and to prioritize his own safety. Satoru, on the other hand, was told not to worry too much. As long as he wasn't overly reckless, he should be fine. Satoru confidently assured Nakajima that even without him, he would survive. When Orochimaru finally arrived, he led their large troop quickly into the land of hot water. This region lay between the land of fire and the land of lightning, highlighting the plight of smaller nations that, without powerful forces, often became battlegrounds. They were part of the vanguard, consisting of around 500 individuals, including 30 jonin skilled in ninjutsu, while the rest were chunin and genin. Despite their haste, it took them over 4 days to reach the land of hot water due to the size of their group. Upon arrival they sensed something was off. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Although they were in a state of war, the inhabitants of the land of hot water were also in danger, making it nearly impossible to be seen on the streets. An officer from the general staff urged the scouting team to observe their surroundings closely and not miss any clues. Several members of the Aburame clan and the Hyuga clan began to survey the area using their unique abilities. A ninja from Kumogakure, hidden in the environment, noted the presence of the Hyuga clan among the Konohagakure forces. He expressed concern that they would soon be exposed. The commander of the Kumogakure ninjas, serious in demeanor, had initially planned a surprise attack when the Konohagakure ninjas were unprepared. However, the alertness of their opponents thwarted this plan. As soon as the Hyuga clan spotted them, the explosive kunai in the hands of the Kumogakure ninjas were launched toward Konohagakure. One of the Hyuga members immediately changed expression and warned everyone that they were surrounded. The sight of numerous explosive tags flying toward them filled the Konohagakure ninjas with dread. Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals and summoned 3 enormous snakes to shield his comrades from the incoming kunai. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves through the area, and the snakes bore the brunt of the attack before vanishing with a loud crash. The appearance of the snake signified Orochimaru's decisive action, as he was known for this particular summoning. Once the dust settled, the Konohagakure ninjas felt a moment of relief, but it was short-lived as they were soon met with shouts from all directions as hundreds of Kumogakure ninjas launched an assault on their position. Naturally, the ninjas from Konohagakure could not sit idly by. Soon both sides clashed fiercely. Many of the ninjas were facing battle for the first time, and they had no time to dwell on their fears. In the chaos, various elemental techniques were unleashed and casualties mounted. For many genin experiencing death for the first time, the scene was shocking, even leaving seasoned chunin shaken. Life seemed to hold less value in this moment, and the scent of blood filled the air. Meanwhile, Orochimaru found himself engaged in combat with 3 jonin from Kumogakure. As a Sannin, he was a formidable opponent, and the Kumogakure ninjas knew they had to work together to overcome him while eliminating the other Konohagakure ninjas. Orochimaru coldly questioned the Kumogakure commander about their speed and preparation for war. The commander dismissed his concerns, insisting that Orochimaru should focus on how to escape. Orochimaru scoffed at the notion of needing to escape, confident in his abilities. The hidden shadow serpent's hand transformed both arms into dozens of small serpents, which swiftly struck at the 3 Kumogakure ninjas entangled with him. However, the opposing Jonin, seasoned in battle, quickly countered, slicing through the heads of the serpents with his kunai. Orochimaru had not expected this trick to defeat his opponent. After all, such minor ninjutsu could handle Genin or Chunin, but against a Jonin, it was merely an insult. Chapter 44, Satoru Exposed. One by one they had obtained 500 power stones, leading to additional chapters. Satoru suddenly noticed that Masahiro, who was fighting, appeared somewhat dazed and couldn't help but shout in frustration. He urged Masahiro to regain his focus, reminding him that they were in the midst of war. Masahiro had been relentless in his attacks, whether against ninjas or civilians, but he had never faced so much chaos in such a short time. In that moment he resembled a butcher more than a ninja. Satoru used his technique, Azul, to eliminate a Kumogakure ninja who attempted to sneak up on Masahiro. He called out to Masahiro again, emphasizing the dire situation they were in. The education in Konohagakure seemed overly generous, as the Genin and Chunin from Kumogakure, though terrified, were still able to act like ninjas, maintaining the balance of power. However, Konohagakure was beginning to fall behind. A Jonin from Kumogakure, fighting Orochimaru, smirked as he proclaimed that soon their ninjas would annihilate the forces of Konohagakure, leaving Orochimaru powerless. Orochimaru's expression darkened, revealing his frustration at the psychological fragility of the Genin and Chunin. He felt the pressure mounting, understanding that if the lower ranks fell, it would soon be their turn. Yet there were outstanding Chunin in Konohagakure like Satoru, who moved effortlessly among the Kumogakure ninjas using only taijutsu, easily dispatching Genin and Chunin alike. The Jonin of Kumogakure recognized Satoru's unusual prowess and the frightening power he possessed, realizing he had surpassed the strength of a typical Chunin. Determined to stop Satoru, a Jonin from Kumogakure declared he would handle him while the others continued to engage the rest. As Satoru dodged a long knife aimed at him, the Jonin acknowledged his quick reflexes, surprised that a Chunin could evade his attack. Satoru, with a hint of a smile, remarked on the cunning of the Kumogakure ninjas, who sent a Jonin to deal with him. The Jonin, feeling a chill run down his spine, sensed danger approaching. A small blue orb of light appeared beneath his feet, and as he noticed its deep black core, he realized it was a trap. In an instant, a large pit formed, but he managed to evade it using body flicker jutsu. Satoru noted the Jonin's evasion but was unfazed, knowing that he would have more chances to strike. He had initially aimed to master the reverse curse technique before the Third Ninja War but had underestimated its difficulty and overestimated his own talent. He had only grasped the technique when he was near death, highlighting its complexity. Surrounding the Kumogakure ninja with multiple Azuls, Satoru unleashed a terrifying force that drew the opponent closer. At 5 years old he could only release 1 Azul at a time, by 6 he could unleash 5. Now at 10 he could use Azul, almost limitlessly. The Kumogakure ninja, eyes wide with disbelief, attempted to use body flicker to escape but found himself immobilized. The force of the multiple Azuls tore through him, causing severe injuries in an instant. With just 2 movements, Satoru had defeated a Jonin, shocking everyone on the battlefield. Their duel had drawn significant attention. One against the genius ninja of Konohagakure and the other against the Jonin of Kumogakure. Ultimately, it was a question of whether the Jonin would eliminate the Konohagakure genius or if the genius would retaliate against the Jonin. The Jonin of Konohagakure had initially intended to assist Satoru, but they were halted by the ninja of Kumogakure. They did not anticipate the outcome to be so unexpected. It turned out to be the ninja genius of Konohagakure who overwhelmed the Jonin of Kumogakure. Orochimaru, observing the battle, noted Satoru's fighting technique, his eyes reflecting a keen interest. With Satoru's abilities now revealed, Orochimaru thought it prudent to observe further. At that moment, Satoru extended his hands outward, directly employing his technique known as Blue, where the ninja of Kumogakure had gathered in numbers. Suddenly, on this battlefield, more than 100 ninjas of Kumogakure were drawn in by Satoru's power, unable to escape the overwhelming force. Chapter 45. The Kumogakure ninja flees, the Jinchuriki appears. Satoru's movement caused Kumogakure to lose over 100 ninjas, including Genin, Chunin, and even several Jonin who failed to escape. Everyone was astonished as they witnessed this scene, staring at Satoru who had just shone brightly. Was this Genjutsu? The Kumogakure ninjas were terrified, watching in disbelief. They could hardly comprehend what kind of ninjutsu could incapacitate so many in an instant. Orochimaru's previously interested gaze was replaced by deep surprise. He could not understand what had just occurred. However, it was clear that Konohagakure now had the upper hand. A jonin from Konohagakure immediately shouted for everyone to seize the opportunity and launch a counterattack against the Kumogakure ninjas. Nakajima, taking advantage of the enemy's stunned state, approached Satoru from behind, resting against him and expressing his admiration for Satoru's efforts. Satoru, feeling a bit fatigued, encouraged Nakajima to take over. After Satoru's attack, the morale of Konohagakure surged, and their combat effectiveness improved significantly. Some jonin believed that the spotlight of this battle could not be stolen by a chunin, while some chunin felt that even if they could not defeat Satoru, they would not fall too far behind him. The genin regarded Satoru as their idol. Orochimaru, observing the uplifted spirits of the Konohagakure ninjas, felt a sense of relief. He began forming hand seals and prepared to use the summoning jutsu once more. A massive cloud of smoke erupted, and a giant python with purple patterns appeared on the battlefield, much larger than the 3 pythons Orochimaru had summoned earlier. Orochimaru addressed the summoned serpent, reminding it not to forget the price of 100 sacrifices each time it was called. The giant serpent, Manda, responded with a hint of menace, expressing its disdain for being summoned without reason. Orochimaru instructed Manda to feast on the Kumogakure ninjas, and a greedy look sparkled in Manda's eyes. Manda, eager for the opportunity, charged toward the 3 Kumogakure jonin. Realizing they were no match for such a colossal beast, the Kumogakure ninjas felt a wave of dread wash over them. They quickly decided to retreat, understanding that they could no longer contend with Konohagakure. They had not anticipated such a drastic shift in the battle due to Satoru's actions. One of the Kumogakure jonin devised a retreat strategy, calling for the use of water release techniques to immobilize the Konohagakure ninjas. More than a dozen Kumogakure ninjas unleashed the water dragon bullet technique, sending a torrent of water dragons crashing into the Konohagakure forces. The Konohagakure ninjas responded quickly, forming a defensive earth release technique, but it was insufficient to protect them from the overwhelming attack. As the Kumogakure ninjas followed up with a lightning release technique, the yellow and purple lightning bolts surged toward the drenched Konohagakure ninjas, causing a tingling sensation throughout their bodies. The Kumogakure ninjas opted for a lower-level lightning release to avoid harming themselves, as they were already wet from the water attack. Frustrated by their sluggishness, the Konohagakure ninjas could only watch as the Kumogakure ninjas distanced themselves. Just then Manda's voice echoed again, and its massive body moved with lightning speed. Despite the attacks from both water and lightning releases, Manda shrugged them off, continuing its pursuit of the fleeing ninjas. The Kumogakure ninjas, realizing their predicament, felt a wave of panic as they faced the wrath of the giant serpent. To contain the giant serpent, they would have to leave behind 3 jonin, who had sacrificed their lives in the process. Suddenly, a massive octopus limb flew in from a distance and struck Manda, sending the enormous creature rolling several times before it crashed back into the dragon cave. Everyone was stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Killer Bee introduced himself, and joy spread across the faces of the Kumogakure ninjas. A commanding voice echoed in their ears, warning them not to retreat hastily, as it was not yet time to confront Konohagakure. The presence of a figure in sunglasses with dark skin and striking hip-hop poses was unmistakable. Behind him swayed 8 octopus limbs, indicating he was the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails. Orochimaru observed solemnly that this Jinchuriki seemed to have mastered the power of the tailed beast completely. The Kumogakure ninjas had deployed their 8 tails Jinchuriki to the battlefield, a move Orochimaru had not anticipated. If they were not careful, the 8 tails could easily be captured by other ninja villages. Just like Konohagakure would not readily send their 9 tails Jinchuriki into battle, as doing so would signal a life-or-death situation for them. With the Kumogakure ninjas having completely vanished, the Konohagakure ninjas quickly began to regroup and tend to the wounded. Orochimaru approached Satoru with a smile, expressing his surprise at Satoru's strength, which surpassed even the title of genius. He acknowledged Satoru as worthy of being the son of White Fang. Satoru thanked Orochimaru for the praise and promised to report the truth of the battle to the 3rd Hokage, especially highlighting Orochimaru's remarkable military feats. Orochimaru encouraged Satoru to continue his hard work, expressing high hopes for him. Masahiro walked over to Satoru, feeling a sense of distance between them. The gap in their abilities felt as if they belonged to different worlds. The other Konohagakure ninjas looked at Satoru with respect, recognizing his exceptional prowess. Masahiro, with a hint of sadness, remarked that he might not be able to assist Satoru in future missions, understanding that Satoru's demonstrated strength would likely lead to greater responsibilities. Satoru, with a playful smile, reassured him that he wouldn't easily fall in battle, as he had yet to marry or have children. Unbeknownst to Masahiro, other Konohagakure ninjas envied him for being able to speak with Satoru so freely. Soon after, Orochimaru sent a report of the battle back to Konohagakure using a secret technique. The third Hokage was astonished upon reading the scroll that emerged from the mouth of a white serpent, realizing that the son of White Fang possessed a secret technique capable of swiftly eliminating most foes. The Hokage considered whether this could be a Kekkei Genkai unique to Satoru. In the past he would have called Satoru in for questioning, but time was of the essence. He decided to promote Hatake Satoru to Jonin and grant him the authority to lead a ninja squad. In the ongoing war, talented individuals would be utilized effectively, and this was an opportunity for civilian ninjas to rise to higher ranks. However, the Hokage pondered the implications of Kumogakure sending a tailed beast into battle. The most effective way to counter the enemy's tailed beast would be to deploy their own. Yet, the 9 tails Jinchuriki of Konohagakure could not be sent away from the village, especially not with the current circumstances. No one in Konohagakure, not even the third Hokage, had the capability to confront a tailed beast directly. He could only use the sealing technique to seal the opponent. However, the sealing technique capable of sealing the tailed beast often required a significant price. He hoped Kumogakure would not go too far. If Kumogakure truly unleashed the tailed beast on a large-scale battlefield, the third Hokage would undoubtedly send all of Konohagakure's elite combat forces to capture the opponent's tailed beast. Soon after, Orochimaru received a response from the third Hokage. Observing it, his expression reflected one of expectation. He announced that Hatake Satoru would be promoted to Jonin and granted the authority to lead a squad, expressing hope that Satoru would not disappoint the third Hokage. Orochimaru's declaration was met with unanimous acceptance among the Konohagakure ninjas present, as the strength Satoru had just demonstrated had completely impressed them. Satoru, with a serious expression, thanked Orochimaru, assuring him that he would not let Hokage-sama down. He understood the weight of the respect placed upon him and felt a glimpse of the emotions his father must have experienced. The thought of disappointing those who looked up to him was a heavy burden, one that those who had not felt it might never comprehend. After a brief rest, they prepared to depart for the station at the border of the land of hot water. Orochimaru called Satoru over, assigning him a crucial task. Satoru inquired about the details, and Orochimaru explained that he needed Satoru to lead a ninja squad to directly attack the rear of Kumogakure's forces and, if possible, cut off their supply line. This would significantly shift the balance of the war in their favor. Orochimaru also made it clear that Satoru had the right to refuse, as being discovered could lead to a strong encirclement, leaving little chance for escape. Satoru, however, found the challenge intriguing and accepted the task, which pleased Orochimaru despite the arrogance in his tone. As a deep infiltration mission, Satoru's squad would not consist of many members. After careful selection, he decided to bring only 4 individuals, 1 from the Hyuga clan and 3 from the Ino Shikachou family branch. This mission was classified as an S-rank, marking Satoru's first S-rank mission. They needed to infiltrate the Land of the Moon and reach the border with the Land of Thunder as quickly as possible, completely cutting off the enemy's supply line and leaving their frontline ninjas without resources. After gathering his squad, Satoru explained the mission's details, emphasizing the critical role of Hyuga Ikki, who needed to use his Byakugan to monitor their surroundings. Ikki, acknowledging Satoru's seriousness, understood he could no longer compete with him. Although he was older, he recognized that Satoru's strength surpassed his own. Satoru also possessed the Rikugan, which allowed him to perform similarly to the Byakugan, but there would be moments when they would need to act separately, making Ikki's reconnaissance vital. With the squad ready, Satoru confirmed their preparedness and led them to depart swiftly. As an assault team, they needed to move quickly, avoiding large troop formations. After bidding farewell to their friends, the 5 of them dashed off at full speed. Meanwhile, in the temporary camp set up by Konohagakure, a Jonin expressed concern to Orochimaru about the difficulty of the task for Satoru. Orochimaru countered, reminding him not to underestimate Satoru, whose military feats and destructive power were well known. He believed Satoru was the right choice for this mission. The Jonin pondered the risks of failure, but Orochimaru reassured him that if Satoru were to fail, it would be due to his own shortcomings. He also noted the legacy of being the son of White Fang, emphasizing the importance of ensuring Satoru's safety. As they moved closer to the border, Satoru and his team reached the frontier between the land of hot water and the land of the moon within a day. In the distance, Satoru spotted numerous Kumogakure ninjas, holding torches and vigilantly watching the territory. Hyuga Ikki, using his Byakugan, detected around 500 chakra signatures, warning the team of the potential encirclement. All eyes turned to Satoru, awaiting his next command to find a weakness in the Kumogakure forces and make their move. If it doesn't work, you can only find a place with fewer people and attack with force. Hyuga Ikki understood the plan and opened his Byakugan once more, constantly observing various locations in the defense line of Kumogakure, trying to find the weakest point. On the right front, there were fewer deployed Kumogakure ninjas. If they made a move from there, it would be a good option. Satoru noticed the same spot and realized it was indeed the most suitable for advancing. With luck, they could reach the land of the moon without encountering any Kumogakure ninjas. They needed to be careful and avoid detection. As they crawled cautiously toward their target, things quickly went awry. They had barely taken a few steps when they were spotted by the enemy group. Among those dozen Kumogakure ninjas was a Jonin, whose awareness was significantly sharper than that of a Chunin. The Kumogakure ninja shouted, alerting the rest of his team. Realizing they had been discovered, Satoru instructed his team to reveal themselves. With no other choice, they had to fight their way through. In an instant, several small blue orbs appeared around the Kumogakure ninjas, and in a flash all of them, including the Jonin, vanished. However, the Jonin's loud shout attracted the attention of other squads. Satoru noticed many ninja teams rushing toward them, and they couldn't afford to slow down. If surrounded, they would be in serious trouble. Satoru urged them to run, recalling how they had defeated the previous squad in the blink of an eye. If they maintained their speed, they could escape unscathed. But just a moment later, Satoru's expression changed as he realized another ninja squad had appeared in front of them. Hyuga Ikki also noticed the new threat and alerted the group. Akimichi Taizo asked Satoru what they should do, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Satoru, however, told them it was unnecessary and instructed them to keep moving forward, leaving the rest to him. He accelerated, moving with such speed that they barely noticed how he had advanced. The Byakugan had detected Satoru's chakra, which was now close to the Kumogakure squad. The Kumogakure ninjas questioned how he had arrived so suddenly. Without hesitation, Satoru used taijutsu to swiftly take down more than half of them. With his derived use of blue, his rapid movements made him appear like a ghost, swiftly dispatching the Kumogakure ninjas. A Jonin from Kumogakure exclaimed that they couldn't restrict his speed at all. They decided to use Earth Release, hoping that uneven terrain would hinder him. One ninja struck the ground with his palm, causing cracks to form and the ground to become unstable. Satoru halted for a moment, but then he soared into the air, surprising many of the Kumogakure ninjas. They had never seen a ninja fly before except for the third Tsuchikichi. Satoru, aware that Ikki and the others were approaching, wanted to eliminate this group before they arrived. He unleashed Cursed Technical Failure, Blue. Maximum Power. In the sky, he clenched his fists, and the Kumogakure ninjas felt a terrifying force pulling at their bodies, as if they were about to be torn apart. Their cries were short-lived, and in an instant they were gone, leaving only a semicircular hole in the ground. Satoru showed signs of fatigue. He had used blue multiple times today, each with significant power. Soon after, Hyuga Ikki and the others arrived, witnessing Satoru's back in the large pit that had formed, leaving them astonished. The other three were unaware of what had just transpired, but the signs of a fierce battle were evident. Satoru suggested they move on and find a place to rest, his voice revealing a hint of exhaustion. He had already dealt with over 100 Kumogakure ninjas that day. The team agreed and Satoru assigned Ikki the next reconnaissance task. After running at full speed for about 3 hours, they finally found a relatively hidden cave to rest. The atmosphere relaxed slightly. Akimichi Taizo remarked on how dangerous the day had been, almost costing them everything. He pulled out a bag of chips and began to eat, clearly embodying the Akimichi family's love for food. Yamanaka Dokai echoed his sentiment, acknowledging Satoru's strength had been crucial in crossing the border safely. It had indeed been a tough day for Captain Hatake. After the war ends, they should share a drink together. After all, they are now considered friends in life and death. Nara Yoshi expressed this sentiment. As long as everyone could return to the village, he would invite them for a happy gathering. Although Hatake Satoru was younger than the others, they did not treat him like a child. His current strength might even surpass that of the elders in his clan. They advised him to rest well and take action at dawn the next day. Today he had faced the surprise attack from the ninjas of Kumogakure for the first time and had completed the infiltration mission. Everyone was exhausted. After a while, some noticed a steady sound of breathing coming from Satoru. Hyuga Ikki gently suggested that they let him rest as he was very tired. He offered to keep watch that night while the 3 members of the Inoshikacho family took the opportunity to rest. After all, the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan was clearly more suited for nighttime vigilance. Satoru slept soundly until dawn. When he awoke, he stretched and felt a comfortable relief, his mental state vastly improved from the previous day. He asked Hyuga Ikki if he was awake and inquired about the situation outside. There were quite a few ninjas from Kumogakure searching for their trail, but their current hiding place was secure, and they had not been discovered. Hyuga Ikki suggested that Satoru rest a bit longer before they would leave shortly. The Byakugan user felt relieved that Satoru could take over for him. There was a squad of 4 in front, another to the front, 1 to the left and another at the rear. The ninjas from Kumogakure were determined to find them this time, having sent 3 jonin. Satoru decided they should eliminate these jonin. Using his Rikugan, Satoru observed everything around them clearly. Unless they left immediately, they still had a chance to survive. Otherwise they would be trapped forever, as Satoru would not let them go. A few hours later, everyone woke up one after the other. Although Hyuga Ikki had only slept for 3 hours, it was enough to recharge him for the battlefield. Satoru informed them that they were surrounded by 3 ninja squads and that they needed to eliminate them one by one. He drew a simple map in the dirt and marked the positions of the enemy squads. Narayoshi suggested they first deal with the team behind them to avoid any worries. Satoru agreed and assigned the task to the 4 of them, confident they could handle it with their secret techniques or Kekkei Genkai. They confirmed they had no issues with the plan. However, Narayoshi expressed concern about Satoru facing the 2 enemy squads alone. Yamanaka Dokai immediately disagreed with this decision, feeling they should act together for safety. Satoru reassured them that he would be fine on his own, emphasizing his strength. He lifted a corner of his eye mask, revealing a determined gaze, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. He instructed them to disperse and regroup after resolving the other matter. With that, shadows vanished before him, leaving Satoru ready to confront the enemy. The roles of hunter and prey had completely reversed, and Satoru's hunt had begun. In an instant, Satoru arrived at the location of a Kumogakure squad that was resting, unaware of his presence. They had been searching for his team all night and were now feeling fatigued. One genin from Kumogakure complained about their task in the rear, wishing to engage in battle instead. Another chunin, more mature and stable, reminded him that they were fortunate to be safe compared to the soldiers on the front lines. The genin dismissed the chunin's words as cowardice. The chunin, however, pulled out a photo from his ninja tool pouch, revealing a picture of a family that brought a smile to his face. He wished he could return home, but the reality of war weighed heavily on him. Satoru understood the sentiment but knew that showing kindness to the enemy would only lead to his own downfall. Even if he let them go, they would not return to the village but would continue fighting. Desertion during battle was severely punished in all villages, including Konohagakure. Suddenly, a blue orb appeared in the center of the Kumogakure ninjas, unleashing a terrifying suction. The squad of 4 ninjas had no chance to respond. The 2 genin were absorbed instantly while the jonin, realizing the danger too late, could do nothing to stop it. Half of his body vanished instantly, while the other half of his face still bore an expression of astonishment. He was already dead and could not die any further. The situation for that chunin was slightly better, with only a broken arm, which could very well be a result of Satoru's mercy. Satoru dropped down from the tree in front of the other group. The chunin clutched the kunai with the only arm he had left, watching Satoru intently. Though his face was pale from the pain in his right arm and he was sweating profusely, he knew this was not the time to scream. He had to do everything possible to send a warning signal to alert other squads about the situation here. Satoru remarked that he had seen the photo the chunin had taken moments earlier. This statement left the chunin stunned, and then anger flared in his eyes. He questioned Satoru's intentions, expressing concern for his family. Satoru reassured him that he would not harm them and noted that, given his current condition, he was not in a position to fight. He suggested that the ninjas of Kumogakure should allow him to return to the village. The ninjas of Kumogakure were in shock, unable to believe that he had survived purely by luck. Satoru's words finally made the Chunin understand what was happening, and he expressed his gratitude. Satoru added that if the Kumogakure ninja did not allow him to return to the village, he hoped that the next time they encountered a Konohagakure ninja on the battlefield, he could show mercy as Satoru had done. War is merciless, but people have feelings. Hatake Satoru had inherited not only the skills of the 5 Satorus but also part of their character. It was known that Satoru was not a person of good temperament. If he were here, he would undoubtedly eliminate the Kumogakure ninjas. However, in front of him stood Hatake Satoru. While his character was somewhat similar to Satoru's, he also had his own personality and temperament, and he would act according to his preferences. The Chunin of Kumogakure nodded seriously, agreeing to Satoru's request. Satoru then suggested that he should rest for a while. After saying this, he gently touched the Chunin's forehead, causing his eyes to roll back as he fainted. Satoru noticed that the Chunin's right arm was still bleeding profusely and quickly checked his pulse. He clicked his tongue a few times, reassuring himself that the Chunin should not die just yet. Although he had not completely stopped the bleeding, the flow of blood had decreased. If the Chunin were to die now, he could only blame his bad luck. Satoru hoped he would wake up before that happened and could receive a simple emergency rescue. Satoru's gaze shifted to the other squad. Although they were quite far from his current position, the distance was insignificant in front of Rikugan. Before leaving, Satoru destroyed the Chunin's flare. If he woke up too soon and used it, the situation would become dire. When facing the other squad, there were no accidents. For Satoru, as long as he was not besieged by Jonin, there should be no problems. Upon returning to the resting place, he found that Hyuga Ikki and a few others had not yet returned, but he was not worried. After all, he would still pay attention to their situation. The 4 of them had divided their tasks clearly. Ino Shikacho dealt with the Jonin, Hyuga Ikki handled the other 3, and finally, the 4 of them worked together to take down the Jonin from the opposing side. Although the process was challenging, the outcome was good. All 4 were injured, but fortunately their wounds were minor and did not delay their journey. Satoru could have dealt with the 3 squads by himself without any issues, but this was war, and Hyuga Ikki and the others were not people who needed protection. They were all elites from their clans, and this battle was also a form of training for them. As the 4 returned, Satoru noted that their strength still needed improvement. Hyuga Ikki rolled his eyes, questioning whether everyone else's strength was as abnormal as Satoru's. Satoru laughed, acknowledging that it was impossible for anyone to match his strength, not even the first Hokage in the future. The 4 of them expressed their disbelief, recognizing Satoru's immense strength and exceptional talent, but they could not fathom him surpassing the first Hokage, known as the god of the ninja world. Satoru simply smiled, resting with his hands behind his head against the wall, confident in his abilities. They planned to rest for an hour before departing again, needing to maximize their state for the fierce battles that lay ahead. The 4 nodded seriously, understanding the importance of their next mission. They were to fly over the bridge connecting the Land of the Moon and the Land of Thunder, a location of great significance that would undoubtedly be heavily guarded by Kumogakure ninjas. Meanwhile, Orochimaru in the Land of Hot Water received news of Satoru's actions in the Land of the Moon. It was indeed impressive, as he had breached the defensive line of the Kumogakure ninjas in just one day and successfully infiltrated their rear. A Jonin expressed enthusiasm, noting that if Satoru's mission succeeded, it would deal a significant blow to the morale of the Kumogakure ninjas while boosting that of Konohagakure. The thought of potentially ending the war early brought a glimmer of hope to everyone. No one wanted the war to drag on, as each mission could lead to life or death, and the toll of war was heavy on their hearts. Orochimaru remained silent, studying the sand map before him. Nara Yakumo, the military advisor for this battlefield, analyzed the situation, suggesting that if they could explode the bridge, the Kumogakure ninjas would not have time to respond. With their main forces gathered in the Land of Earth, even the third Raikage was occupied there. If Satoru and his team could successfully disrupt the supply route, they would gather the courage to launch a full-scale attack. However, they all understood that it would not be an easy task. After all, there is still a Jinchuriki of the 8 tails somewhere on this battlefield, so they must also prepare for the possibility of failure. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, appearing to think seriously. He acknowledged that the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails posed a significant threat. If they could not contain it, they would undoubtedly lose the battle. Nara Yakumo spoke directly to Orochimaru, expressing her doubts about Orochimaru's ability to match the Jinchuriki. Orochimaru remained calm, recognizing the vast distance between himself and the 8 tails. Even if he summoned more snakes, it would be futile. A single tail beast bomb from the 8 tails could level everything. Additionally, it was rumored that the Jinchuriki known as B was working alongside A, the successor to the title of Reikage. This meant that the candidate for the 4th Reikage could also be present on the battlefield. They pondered whether they should request support from the village. If those two acted simultaneously, the consequences would be unimaginable. Support? Who could help them? Danzo or the 3rd Hokage? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Yakumo fell silent, knowing that neither Danzo nor the 3rd Hokage would leave the village, as they were the last line of defense for Konohagakure. If the front line broke, Danzo and the Hokage would play a crucial role in the village's defense. Frustrated, Yakumo thought about how things might have been different if White Fang were still alive. She clenched her teeth, reflecting on how someone of such exceptional intelligence could not see the village's conspiracy against White Fang. What she did not expect was that White Fang's death would trigger the 3rd Ninja War. She hoped that Satoru and the others would bring her good news. After a period of rest, they resumed their mission. The Land of the Moon and the Land of Lightning shared a vast border, mostly blocked by tall mountains. Only a few paths were passable, and their target was the largest and most frequently used by the ninjas of Kumogakure. This location was known as the Thunder Moon Bridge. Despite its name, the Thunder Moon Bridge was actually a canyon. Their goal was to destroy the cliffs on either side of the canyon, completely blocking the path. By the time the ninjas of Kumogakure reopened the canyon, they would have lost valuable time, potentially allowing them to initiate a battle that could lead to the end of the war in Konohagakure. At that moment, some of them lay on the cliff of the Thunder Moon Bridge, waiting for the right moment to carry out their plan. Hyuga Ikki, using his Byakugan, observed the area and noted that there were 5 ninja squads guarding below, likely led by Jonin. He sensed a particularly intense chakra from one of the Jonin, which exerted a significant pressure on him. Satoru was surprised to realize that this was a serious problem. The individual with the overwhelming chakra was none other than the candidate for the 4th Reikage, who had already inherited the title of AI, son of the 3rd Reikage. AI suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. A Kumogakure ninja cautiously inquired about his concern, but AI dismissed it, suspecting it might just be his imagination. However, a Jonin reported that a Konohagakure ninja squad had invaded their rear, likely aiming for the Thunder Moon Bridge they were guarding. This analysis was sound, as they too had sent a squad to infiltrate the rear of Konohagakure's frontline troops, intending to disrupt the route between the Land of Fire and the Land of Hot Water. If they could destroy the normal marching route, it would significantly delay the enemy's support and supply troops. AI arrogantly declared that if they dared to come, they would not return. He then inquired about the whereabouts of Killer B, who had disappeared after supporting the front lines. Hearing this, AI's anger flared, and he clenched his teeth, vowing to personally capture the Konohagakure squad and teach them a lesson. Meanwhile, Hyuga Ikki lay on the cliff, panting heavily. Narayoshi asked what was wrong, and Ikki explained that the strength of the Kumogakure ninjas was likely on par with Orochimaru. His revelation left the Inoshikacho trio in disbelief, questioning whether Kumogakure had truly sent such formidable combatants. They turned to Satoru, who instructed them to wait until nightfall to set up explosives on the cliff. He assured them he would handle the confrontation with AI, confident that while he might not match AI's strength, he could hold him off long enough for Ichigo and the others to retreat. As night fell, everyone began their preparations. Narayoshi utilized her family's secret technique to set the explosives using shadows, while Yamanaka transferred his mind into a Kumogakure ninja to install the explosives. Hyuga Ikki employed his Byakugan to locate gaps in the patrols, swiftly moving to set the explosives before disappearing again. Akimichi Taizo prepared to support the team. After about an hour, they successfully placed all the explosives. With a pull of the cord, all the connected explosives would detonate simultaneously. The rockfall caused by hundreds of explosives was enough to fill half of the canyon. At that moment, AI suddenly felt a wave of panic, and her expression turned grave. A nearby ninja noticed AI's distress and inquired about her well-being. AI expressed her unease, clutching her heart and stating that she had a bad feeling. She ordered the team to reinforce the patrol at the Thunder Moon Bridge, insisting that there must be no accidents. Before the ninja could leave the makeshift camp, a series of explosions echoed through the air, reaching the ears of the Kumogakure ninjas. AI rushed out of the tent, realizing that her ominous premonition had come true. She witnessed a series of fires igniting in the distance as massive rocks continued to fall, one of which was headed straight for her. In an instant, AI's body was enveloped in blue chakra, crackling with flashes of thunder and lightning. This was the lightning armor, a technique only the Raikage could wield. With a single strike, AI shattered the enormous rock above her. The other Kumogakure ninjas watched in shock and began to flee in panic. AI urged everyone to evacuate the Thunder Moon Bridge immediately, understanding that it had been destroyed. Her only option was to find those responsible and confront them, driven by her anger over the loss of the bridge. Taking advantage of the gaps between the falling rocks, AI leaped onto a nearby cliff. She had sensed that she was being watched, and she knew that the people from Konohagakure had arrived. The cliff was likely a good vantage point to observe their hiding places. As she landed on a stable ledge, she spotted the Konohagakure ninjas fleeing in haste. AI declared that they had no chance of escaping. Hyuga Ikki and his companions felt the pressure of AI's presence and quickened their pace, aware that they were still within range of the pursuing group. Suddenly, a surge of lightning enveloped AI, transforming her into a streak of lightning as she dashed toward them. The Konohagakure ninjas dared not look back, knowing that slowing down would be disastrous. Satoru, one of their own, lamented that escaping was not as easy as it seemed. He instructed his companions to go ahead while he covered their retreat. Satoru had witnessed AI's speed firsthand and knew he had little time. In less than 3 seconds, AI was upon him, her fist aimed directly at his face, showing no intention of giving him a moment to breathe. AI thought to herself that it was surprising for such a young ninja to be entrusted with such a task, indicating that Konohagakure was in dire straits. However, to AI's shock, her punch could not connect with Satoru. It felt as if an invisible force was blocking her. Satoru explained that the closer she got, the greater the resistance she faced. He had anticipated that his ability would be revealed during the Third Great Ninja War. Realizing Satoru's intention to buy time for his comrades to escape, AI quickly retreated, observing him closely. She recognized that he was more formidable than he appeared. AI noted the unique quality of Satoru's eyes, realizing they were not Byakugan or Sharingan, but a new Kekkei Genkai. She felt a mix of jealousy and envy, knowing that while Kumogakure had few Kekkei Genkai users, Konohagakure had 2 major clans and now a new talent had emerged. Determined to understand the nature of Satoru's ability, AI charged at him again, moving like a bolt of lightning. Yet just as before, her punch was thwarted. She could feel herself getting closer, but it was as if Satoru was moving further away. AI pondered whether this was the nature of his Kekkei Genkai, an absolute defense. Feeling a sense of defeat, AI resolved not to let this young ninja escape, fearing that his Kekkei Genkai could grow stronger and pose a significant threat to Kumogakure in the future. She unleashed a flurry of attacks from all angles, but Satoru remained steadfast, seemingly unaffected. AI lost count of how many times she struck, all in vain. Perplexed, AI questioned how this was possible. Every Kekkei Genkai had its limits and consumed chakra, and she assumed Satoru's ability would drain him quickly. Yet he showed no signs of fatigue. AI speculated that even if Satoru's Kekkei Genkai had a weakness, it was still a formidable challenge. Satoru's eyes narrowed as he faced AI, who was poised to defend. He warned AI that if he only focused on defense and did not attack, he would not be able to stop him. In an instant, AI transformed into a streak of lightning, darting past Satoru. He unleashed his cursed technique, Blue, but suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger. He forced himself to halt as a deep pit materialized before him, realizing that if he had continued, he might have been consumed by Blue. Satoru appeared directly in front of AI, catching him off guard. AI's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how Satoru had moved so quickly. It could only mean one of 2 things. Either Satoru's speed had exceeded his visual limits, or he had used space ninjutsu. If it was the latter, AI could accept it, but if it was the former, he found it hard to believe that anyone in the ninja world could surpass his speed. Satoru, sensing AI's hesitation, declared that if AI wanted him to launch an attack, he should be prepared for action. As he extended his palm towards AI, that same deep sense of crisis surged in AI's heart, prompting him to change his stance. In the next moment, a deep pit appeared beneath AI's feet. Satoru's assault did not end there. Traces of blue marked the ground where AI had just been, but AI skillfully dodged each one. AI grew increasingly convinced that he could not afford to let Satoru go unchecked. He needed to find a way to resolve the situation, or it would become an endless problem. Frustrated, Satoru muttered about his dislike for fast ninjas, acknowledging that while the release speed of Blue was impressive, there were still some ninjas fast enough to evade it entirely. However, AI was not one to stand still and be hit. He continuously moved towards Satoru, looking for an opening to strike. Despite his efforts, after fighting for so long, he had yet to even graze Satoru's clothing, making this one of the most suffocating battles AI had ever faced. Satoru calculated silently, realizing that he had held AI off for nearly 10 minutes, enough time for their allies to travel a significant distance. He decided he would not play around any longer and stated that they would meet again if fate allowed. AI understood Satoru's intent but shouted in vain, knowing Satoru would not hear him. In a flash, Satoru teleported away, leaving AI alone. In a hidden cave, the group regrouped, panting heavily and feeling a rising sense of fear. Akimichi Taizo expressed his respect for Satoru, acknowledging his strength in escaping from the formidable opponent. Narayoshi mentioned that they could now report to Orochimaru that their mission was complete. Yamanaka Dokai summoned a small white snake using a summoning technique. He recorded the key experiences of their mission on a blank scroll and placed it in the snake's belly before it vanished from sight. Now they needed to figure out how to exit safely. Narayoshi pointed out the danger of being in the rear of the Kumogakure ninjas, emphasizing that they could be discovered at any moment. He drew a simple map in the sand, trying to find the best route for their retreat. Satoru, leaning against the stone wall, appeared tired from his earlier battle with AI. He felt that if AI had landed a few more hits, he might not have been able to use the infinite technique again. Meanwhile, AI returned to his camp, furious but relieved that none of his Kumogakure ninjas had suffered serious injuries, although there were a few wounded. He noted that even AI had not managed to catch up with the Konohagakure squad, recognizing their skills. The image of Satoru, the small white-haired demon with special pupils, lingered in AI's mind. He sensed that this little demon would become a significant adversary for Kumogakure in the future. AI ordered his ninjas to be on high alert for the white-haired demon from Konohagakure, instructing them to report any sightings immediately. Just then a small black-skinned figure appeared, speaking in a hip-hop tone. Upon seeing him, AI's anger flared. He confronted B, demanding to know where he had been. In response, B crouched down, holding his head, and expressed his dismay at being struck by AI. Another ninja quickly intervened, trying to calm AI and reminding him that B had returned. AI then commanded B to use the Tail Beast Bomb and clear a path for him on the Thunder Moon Bridge. AI instructed B to destroy the location. She aimed to fully open the border between the Land of Thunder and the Land of the Moon, preventing Konohagakure from conducting such operations. B agreed to take on the task. Suddenly, 8 octopus-like limbs sprouted from behind him, and his body transformed into the 8 Tails Beast mode, Gyuki. As Gyuki's massive mouth opened, red and blue chakra condensed into a small sphere above it, expanding rapidly. With a powerful voice, Gyuki unleashed the Tailed Beast Bomb. The explosion erupted from Gyuki's mouth, obliterating the Thunder and Moon Bridge. A blinding light shot into the sky, and even Satoru and his companions in the distance felt the intense heat wave. They rushed out of the cave to witness the explosion from afar, their expressions filled with shock. The distance exceeded the range of Hyuga Iki's Byakugan, leaving him unaware of what had transpired. Satoru, however, lifted a corner of his eye mask and gazed seriously in the direction of the blast. He slowly acknowledged the failure of the mission. Narayoshi, anxious, inquired about the situation, recalling that they had confirmed. The bridge was blocked before. The sudden explosion raised questions. Satoru confirmed that the ninja from Kumogakure had used the power of the tailed beast to destroy everything around the Thunder and Moon Bridge, eliminating barriers between the Land of Thunder and the Land of the Moon. Everyone took a deep breath, speechless. They had worked hard to complete their task, only to find the enemy had resolved it so easily. Satoru instructed them to relay the information back to Orochimaru and await further orders. On the Kumogakure side, the ninja cheered for Killer B, who had just exited his tailed beast form, panting heavily. He had just mastered the transformation but still struggled to control it completely. Using the tailed beast bomb had pushed him to his limits, and forcing another transformation could lead to losing control to the overwhelming chakra. The Kumogakure ninja praised Killer B, recognizing the immense effort required to reopen the Thunder and Moon Bridge. His swift action left them in awe of the tailed beast's power. AI congratulated B with a pat on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, having just received news of Satoru's mission completion, was soon informed by a small white snake of the mission's failure. His expression shifted from a smile to a cold demeanor. Nara Yakumo inquired about the situation, and Orochimaru revealed that the ninja from Kumogakure had used the 8 tails to forcefully level the Thunder and Moon Bridge. Shortly after, they received another order from Orochimaru to retreat immediately. With the bridge destroyed, they could no longer carry out their mission. To avoid detection by the Kumogakure ninja, they would have to travel through the land of rice fields, which might take more time but would enhance their safety. Narayoshi suggested that although the land of the moon and the land of rice fields were not adjacent, they could travel by boat. If that wasn't feasible, they would have to cross the sea. After sharing his thoughts, he looked to Satoru for a decision. Satoru agreed to take the detour through the land of rice fields before returning to the land of hot water. He found the plan sound, though it would take longer. The frontline troops of Kumogakure would undoubtedly increase their patrols after such a significant event. As night fell, they used the darkness as cover to reach the border of the land of the moon. They carefully constructed a raft and left the land of the moon behind. 3 days later, they returned to the territory of the land of hot water, dusty but safe, successfully back in Konohagakure. For Hyuga Ikki and the others, it felt like a harrowing journey through the gates of despair. Orochimaru acknowledged their efforts, praising Satoru for his ability to single-handedly hold off AI from Kumogakure. His curiosity about Satoru grew stronger, knowing the significance of the title, AI, among the Kumogakure ninja. However, he reminded them that the mission had still failed. They had destroyed the Thunder and Moon Bridge once, completing a Class S mission. Now, a prolonged battle against the Kumogakure ninja awaited them, likely lasting at least a year. He advised Satoru to remain cautious, warning that the Kumogakure ninja were particularly focused on a white-haired boy from Konohagakure wearing a mask, suspecting that it was Satoru. He urged him to stay alert to avoid being targeted. In times of war, targeting the enemy's main forces was common, and while Konohagakure occasionally conducted assassination missions against enemy ninja villages, few succeeded. Most of the time, the final outcome is the loss of both the wife and the soldiers. Other ninja villages also engage in assassination missions, and nearly all find themselves in similar situations. For instance, if the ninjas of Kumogakure want to eliminate Orochimaru, they not only have to break through the strong defenses of Konohagakure but also pay attention to their surroundings, being strong enough to strike decisively. Otherwise, if a commotion arises, they may find themselves in dire straits. Satoru stepped out of the tent, and immediately a group surrounded him, including his former teachers and teammates as well as others involved in the mission. Masahiro embraced Satoru, his voice trembling with relief. Knowing that Satoru was undertaking such a dangerous mission had filled him with fear of losing another comrade. Satoru joked about the situation, lightening the mood and easing the tension among them. Nakajima-sensei congratulated Satoru on completing his first S-rank mission but reminded him that this was only the beginning and to remain humble. Satoru acknowledged the advice, and Nakajima expressed his relief at Satoru's safe return, feeling fortunate to have a student like him. The ongoing war meant there were daily losses among the ninjas, but despite the constant fighting, there had been no large-scale conflicts. This small-scale conflict had persisted for over a year, during which Satoru had eliminated numerous ninjas from Kumogakure. Among the ninjas of Kumogakure, Satoru had earned a formidable reputation, known as the White Devil. Encounters with him were to be avoided unless a team had at least 5 jonin, as even they could barely ensure their own safety against him. If they chose to retreat, it depended on Satoru's mood. If he was feeling merciful, they might escape, but if not, their chances were slim. Now, Satoru was regarded as a hero among the ninjas of Konohagakure, having saved many lives and significantly reducing potential casualties. Orochimaru summoned him, indicating that the village had decided to send him to other battlefields. With Kumogakure no longer focusing on them, staying behind would be a waste of his abilities. Satoru inquired about the new battlefield, hoping it would be Iwagakure where his younger brother, Kakashi, was stationed. However, Orochimaru informed him that he would be heading to Kirigakure, where the ninjas had been acting dishonestly and attacking their borders sporadically. Satoru prepared to leave immediately. He bid farewell to Nakajima-sensei and the others, understanding the mission's importance. After a brief farewell, he set off. The journey would not take long as there was a sea between the land of fire and the land of water, with unclaimed islands in between, often associated with pirates. However, there was a small country, the land of waves, situated between the two larger nations. After 2 days of swift travel, Satoru finally reached the designated location. Upon signaling with a flare from Konohagakure, 3 figures appeared before him. One of them, a young man who appeared to be around Satoru's age, introduced himself as Uchiha Shursui. Satoru was surprised to meet him, recognizing Shirsue's renowned title. Shirsue downplayed his own reputation, acknowledging Satoru's infamous nickname, the White Devil, which made Satoru blush slightly. Shirsue then explained the current situation. The enemy had no intention of launching a large-scale attack but frequently sent small groups to harass them, resulting in significant losses. The stealthy tactics of the Kirigakure ninjas were particularly troublesome. Satoru recalled that the Hyuga clan had a deep-seated enmity towards the ninjas of Kirigakure, and he had heard that the Hyuga patriarch had volunteered to assist but was turned down by the Hokage, likely out of concern for the clan's emotions. Satoru requested more details about their defenses, and despite being only 11 years old, he had already taken on the role of supreme commander on this battlefield. The reason Satoru held this important position was entirely due to Orochimaru's recommendation to the third Hokage. There was also a hint of guilt from the third Hokage towards Tsukumo, along with Satoru's impressive strength. If Kirigakure ninja had launched a large-scale attack, Satoru would not have been in command of the battlefield. Satoru reminded Shirsue to never engage alone if he encountered a Kirigakure ninja. Even if he faced just one opponent, he should signal for surrounding troops to come to his aid. Shirsue nodded seriously, knowing that his strength on this battlefield was among the best of Konohagakure's ninjas. Satoru immediately appointed him as the sub-commander. Although this decision might seem hasty, Satoru couldn't think of anyone else for the role. The majority of Konohagakure ninjas in this battlefield were genin and chunin, with very few jonin available. They would be facing the entire village of Kirigakure ninjas. Just then, a familiar voice called out to Satoru from behind, and he recognized the speaker immediately. It was Guy, accompanied by Shiranui Ginma and Ebisu. Guy expressed his happiness at seeing Satoru and congratulated him on his promotion to jonin. Despite maintaining an optimistic demeanor, Guy was deeply concerned about the ongoing conflict, knowing that lives were lost daily. The reality of war weighed heavily on all of them, especially since they were still young ninjas. Satoru acknowledged Guy's progress, noting that he had become a chunin. Gunma, feeling a twinge of envy, remarked on the gap between their strengths compared to Satoru's. In their school days they had underestimated him, but now Satoru's power was undeniable. If it weren't for the war they might still be genin. They had achieved many military feats to earn their ranks. Guy's competitive spirit ignited at the mention of Kakashi, and he declared his determination to surpass him. Satoru then instructed everyone to continue their patrols, as he had other matters to attend to. Afterward, he and Shirsue set off to familiarize themselves with the terrain and situation. As they walked, Ginma commented on Shirsue's presence, recognizing him as a formidable ninja. Ebisu speculated about the new commander, expressing disbelief that it could be Satoru. However, Ginma believed Satoru was indeed qualified for the role, reflecting Guy's admiration for him. Shirsue inquired about the group they had just encountered, and Satoru explained that they were talented classmates from the Ninja Academy. Time passed and Satoru had been in his command for over a month. His identity as commander had become known, surprising Genma and Ebisu, while Guy remained excited. Many ninjas were still skeptical of Satoru, having only heard rumors about him from the battlefield in Kumogakure. However, Satoru's evident strength had begun to win them over, even gaining support from former followers of Hatake Satoru. After returning from another mission, Shirsue expressed gratitude for Satoru's leadership. Although Shirsue was originally meant to lead the team, Satoru's presence helped quell dissent among the ranks. Shirsue noted that the frequency of Kirigakure's attacks had increased, which seemed unusual. Satoru agreed, sensing that something larger was being planned by Kirigakure. To address the situation, Shirsue suggested increasing the patrol frequency. A couple of days later, a signal flare from Konohagakure lit up the jungle, indicating another attack. The squad surrounding the flare expressed their frustration but rushed to respond. Gunma panicked, feeling the weight of their predicament, while Guy tried to maintain composure, hoping for reinforcements. A bandaged man with sharp teeth and a large knife lamented their misfortune, realizing they were up against formidable opponents. His slanted eyes did not take these little devils seriously. Ebisu looked at the 7 individuals wielding large, strange knives and immediately had a thought. He hadn't expected the little demons from Konohagakure to know their names. In that case they should also know that it is an honor to fall by their hands. A terrifying aura emanated from the 7, causing the 3 to feel a chill and sit on the ground, sweating profusely. What a bunch of cowards. The 7 ninja swordsmen laughed heartily at the sight of the 3 boys' embarrassment. However, at that moment, a figure glowing with a green light suddenly appeared before them. Guy was stunned to see who was approaching. His father, a genin, had come to this place. Why would he be here? He urged them to escape, saying he would buy them some time. But they all knew that the enemies were Jonin, the elite of the elite, and they were the 7 ninja swordsmen. Alone his father could not stop them. His father reminded him not to forget about the 8 inner gates. This was his self-governance. Guy's eyes widened in realization as he remembered his father's words about true victory being about protecting what is most important. Just as Might Due prepared to open the 8th gate, Satoru suddenly appeared on the battlefield, grabbing Dewey's hand and pressing it against his heart. Using the door of death on them would be a waste, he said. Seeing Satoru, Guy and the others gasped in surprise. But they were the 7 ninja swordsmen. Without the door of death they could not be defeated. Satoru remarked that Due did not understand how powerful he would become after using the door of death. He assured him to leave the 7 to him. With white hair and a black mask, Biwa Juzo, wielding his large knife, noted that Due had come to them, saving them the trouble of searching. Due realized he could not allow them to leave alive. He decided to open the 7th gate, the door of shock. Blue vapor erupted from his body, and the air surged, pushing those behind him like Guy back. Even Satoru showed an expression of astonishment. It was the first time he felt the 8 inner gates. Without using the infinite technique, Due could have defeated him with a single punch in that state. The 7 ninja swordsmen were also taken aback, never expecting the thick-browed ninja with a watermelon head to burst forth with such overwhelming power, reaching the level of a shadow. Due then declared he wanted 4 opponents, extending 4 fingers towards Satoru, who smiled helplessly and agreed to leave them to Due. Ebisu, shocked, asked if Satoru was really Due's father. They had hidden behind a large rock to avoid being caught in the battle. This was the taijutsu, the 8 inner gates, which Guy was currently practicing. He was surprised by the immense power that came from just opening the 7th gate. He realized that Due was no ordinary genin. Even Jonin could not defeat him now. As Due opened the 7th gate, the door of shock, blue vapor surged from his body, his forehead bulging with veins and his eyes turning white. He fixed his first target on Biwa Juzo, who held Kubikuru Bocho. Before the others could react, Due charged forward. So fast, Biwa Juzo thought, quickly positioning Kubikuru Bocho horizontally in front of him. Due's fist collided with the knife, and the terrifying force split Kubikuru Bocho in 2, sending Biwa Juzo flying back. Another member of the 7 ninja swordsmen shouted in alarm, raising his knife to launch a surprise attack on Due's back. However, Satoru, playing a crucial role, appeared behind Due just in time to block the attack. He reminded them that their target should be him, not to mistake their mission. The current wielder of Samahata, Suikazan Fuguki, stated that his sword could absorb chakra and should be able to hold it temporarily. Despite Samahata's abilities, Fuguki did not feel confident about defeating Due entirely. After all, a punch from him could be fatal. Kurisuke Raiga, the owner of the Thunder Sword, agreed to leave it to Fuguki. The remaining 5 charged directly at Hatake Satoru, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Their cooperation was seamless, with attacks coming from all directions, leaving Satoru no room to evade. Satoru could only use the infinite technique to defend himself. As the 5 attacked simultaneously, they suddenly heard Satoru's praise for their teamwork, accompanied by a smile at the corner of his mouth. But unfortunately for them, it would not be enough. He extended his finger, and a blue orb of light appeared above him. The 5 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen surrounding Satoru sensed impending danger and hurriedly used their maximum speed to escape. In the next moment they saw that, except for where Satoru stood, a deep and twisted pit appeared around him. Suikazan Fuguki gestured toward Samahata in the direction of Due, acknowledging the situation. He understood. When Samahata touched the blue vapor emanating from Due's body, a hint of joy appeared on his face, but it quickly faded. He did not receive the expected feedback from Samahata, nor did he notice the blue vapor on the surface of his opponent's body diminishing. A sword that absorbs chakra? Unfortunately for him, the blue aura surrounding Due was merely vapor, not chakra, rendering his great sword ineffective. Puffer Ghost immediately sensed that Due was the nemesis of Samahata. Due intended to end the battle swiftly. Opening the 7th gate took a toll on him, and he noticed that Satoru was besieged by 5 opponents, which made him worry for Satoru's safety. As Due clenched his fists, Suikazan Fuguki felt a strong pressure. This was not good. Without hesitation, Suikazan Fuguki decided to retreat quickly and abandon this monster. He could no longer stand against him. As Due swung his fists, a tiger-shaped air cannon surged toward Suikazan Fuguki. Despite his attempts to dodge, he was instantly engulfed by the morning tiger. Frustrated, Suikazan Fuguki swung Samahata in front of him, but it was futile. The morning tiger was not a ninjutsu formed from chakra but an air bullet from taijutsu. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of Satoru and several others. In disbelief, Kurasuke Raiga remarked on how Suikazan Fuguki had fallen so easily. The remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen felt a deep sorrow. The battle had barely begun, and they had already lost 2 comrades. At that moment, Due suddenly appeared in the air and called out to Satoru, who understood and stepped aside. Due's fists moved rapidly, unleashing countless flames that crashed down upon the remaining 5 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen on the ground. Faced with such an attack, they could only hide in embarrassment, too afraid to resist directly. However, just as Due prepared to continue his assault, he suddenly felt a sharp pain, and the blue vapor surrounding his body vanished. He slowly fell from the air, kneeling on the ground, supporting himself with both hands to avoid collapsing. A profound sense of fatigue overwhelmed his mind, and the pain in his body was so intense that he could not simply faint. Recognizing the opportunity, the remaining opponents decided to attack Due all at once. Seeing this, Guy shouted anxiously and rushed forward without thinking. But with his current speed, he would likely only reach Due's side to find a lifeless body. At that moment, Satoru appeared once more in front of Due like a savior. Using blue, which had not yet erupted, he instantly frightened the 5 attackers. He praised Due for his efforts, suggesting that after returning he would ask Hokage-sama to promote Due to Jonin, as being a genin was too humble for him. Due expressed his annoyance, stating that he had originally intended to fight 4 opponents but had only managed to defeat 2. Satoru reassured him that defeating 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen was an impressive feat, surpassing most in the ninja world, and he would handle the rest. Due cautioned Satoru to be careful, as dealing with them would not be easy. Satoru smiled, indicating that Due need not worry. He then instructed Guy to take Due and get away, warning him that he might get hurt by accident. In a panic, Guy complied. As soon as he touched Due, a cry escaped Due's lips, expressing his pain. Guy urged him to be patient just a little longer. Following the principle that a short pain is better than a long one, Guy picked Due up and fled quickly. One of the attackers attempted to pursue them, unwilling to miss the chance to eliminate their opponent, but Satoru teleported directly in front of him and kicked him back. Chapter end. Chapter 58, Satoru's Reverse Curse Technique. Seeing Satoru standing alone to block them, Kurasuke Raiga felt annoyed, sensing he was being underestimated by the boy. They no longer cared whether the child was their mission target. They simply wanted to eliminate the thick-browed individual before him, or else he would become a shadow over them. Satoru countered that it would not be him who would die. He activated his cursed technique, blue. 5 points of blue light instantly surrounded the remaining 5 individuals. If 2 bursts of blue light approached, the power of the light would increase, let alone 5. Realizing the danger, the group noticed the 5 points of blue light encircling them, and a terrifying attraction erupted, pulling their bodies toward it. There was no way for them to escape. Feeling this terrifying pull, Kurasuke Raiga pushed his companion in front of him and jumped out of the blue encirclement. In a life-or-death situation, self-preservation took precedence, and he thought nothing of sacrificing 1 or 2 comrades if it meant saving himself. Raiga's actions prompted a curse from the pushed individual, who was immediately swallowed by blue, and vanished before everyone. Indeed, as expected from the ninjas of Kirigakure with their blood mist policy, they were quite ruthless to their own comrades. The others noted that the boy's ability was very peculiar and decided to pay more attention. However, the opposing side seemed to take it for granted. Raiga's behavior did not elicit any negative emotions from them. In that situation they would have acted similarly. 1 Kirigakure ninja formed hand seals, and a thick mist instantly surrounded Satoru. "You really have a poor memory," Satoru remarked. Even with his line of sight blocked, he could clearly see the positions and actions of everyone in the thick mist thanks to his Rikugan ability. As the remaining 4 launched a coordinated attack against Satoru, he easily dodged and countered their strikes, no matter the angle from which they approached. "How is this possible? Can you see us?" a person said incredulously. "Yes, I can see you guys," Satoru's voice came from directly behind him. Suddenly he felt a hand gripping his head, and in the next moment, his head was pressed against the ground by another force. "In your next life, if you can be reincarnated, please be born in the village of Kanahagakure." Satoru's words sounded like a devil's whisper in his ear, and then the grip on his head tightened, distorting his opponent's skull. The fight was over before it truly began. There are still 3 left, let's take care of them quickly. Satoru focused on the positions of the remaining 3 individuals, simultaneously unleashing 3 blue techniques beside each one, sealing off every escape route they had. Though they were ninjas from Kirigakure, the thick mist obscured their vision, leaving them unaware of the impending danger. By the time they realized what was happening, it was already too late. The terrifying pull of blue surged forward, instantly overwhelming the bodies of the other 3. With a sigh of relief, Satoru noted the absence of life from the 3. Although the battle seemed straightforward, it had taken a toll on him. The more blue he released at once, the greater the strain on his energy. Next, we can collect some spoils of war. However, Satoru failed to notice that despite the 7 individuals being eliminated, the dense fog surrounding them did not dissipate. Suddenly, Satoru felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a knife had pierced through his body from behind. How is this possible? Satoru was stunned. Even without activating his unlimited technique, his Rikugan had detected no traces of the attacker. I really did it, it was worth hiding here for so long. The voice of the other person filled Satoru with even more surprise. The attacker had been concealed for a long time, and he had never noticed them. No, he had sensed them but had not realized it. Do you have some special Kekkei Genkai? Satoru asked, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The penetrating wound in his chest was already fatal. It's not really a Kekkei Genkai. I can only say that since I was born, my presence has been relatively weak. Even if others see me, they unconsciously ignore me. Then, I never noticed you? Satoru recalled a legend about an assassin from the ninja village of Kirigakure, known for a 100% success rate in killings, able to eliminate targets under heavy protection and leave without a trace. Is that you? I didn't expect to be so famous, the other person replied, sounding somewhat embarrassed. I didn't expect Kirigakure to send an assassin like you. Don't say that. People who can take down 5 of the 7 ninja swordsmen are rare. After saying this, the attacker twisted the knife in Satoru's chest, causing intense pain to radiate throughout his body. But in the end, you died by my knife. The attacker withdrew the knife, casually shaking off the blood. Without the support of the knife, Satoru collapsed onto the ground. It's a shame. If you could have grown without issues, you would have surely become a famous figure in the ninja world. But who made you cross paths with me? As Satoru lay on the ground, he gradually lost the ability to hear the other person's voice, and his consciousness began to fade. He truly did not expect to share the same experience as Gojo Satoru. So, was the negative energy of the reverse curse technique multiplied by another negative energy a bodily injury? If a healthy body equals positive energy, then a bodily injury equals negative energy. If negative and negative become positive, can the reverse curse technique heal bodily injuries? So, that's how it is. No wonder I couldn't understand it before. Satoru sighed in self-deprecation as he had never been injured before. But from now on, I will be invincible. The reverse curse technique applies the power of the curse multiplicatively. The power of the curse is negative energy, and negative times negative is positive. It can be curse power multiplied by curse power, or by another negative energy. In this context, it multiplies by physical negative energy. Perhaps everyone has a different opinion on this. It may be correct that curse power multiplies by curse power, but he believed it made sense for curse power to multiply by physical negative energy. After all, it was about regenerating the body. However, this was not very important because once mastered, there was no need to explain the principle of the reverse curse technique. He hoped everyone could understand it. Of course, it was also very likely that he was overthinking it and that it was simply curse power multiplied by curse power. Just as the other person was about to leave, they suddenly heard the weak heartbeat of Satoru growing stronger. What? They turned their head in disbelief and discovered that Satoru had propped himself up from the ground and was now standing. They did not know when his mask had fallen, but his blue eyes appeared cold and merciless at that moment. They also noticed that the penetrating wound they had inflicted had already healed. What is happening? The other murmured to themselves in disbelief. Although Satoru had not died moments ago, he should not have recovered so quickly. I must say I really should thank you, ninja of Kirigakure. If it weren't for you, I might never have understood this technique in my life. Satoru's voice carried a hint of excitement mixed with joy. After all, he was no longer invincible in this ninja world, but he was certainly immortal now. His infinite technique had become an absolute defense. The fatigue of the body and the loss of brain function could be restored to their maximum state directly using the reverse curse technique. Don't pretend to be a god. If that's the case, then I will kill you again. Ha! Upon hearing this, Satoru smirked disdainfully. If it weren't for his short stature, he would want to look down at the other person now. Although the presence of the other was weak, when the knife had stabbed him, that presence had magnified constantly in his senses. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind Satoru, and another knife lunged at him. However, this time the result was completely different. The knife couldn't penetrate at all as it approached Satoru's body. Was this the method to defend against all attacks? He had observed Satoru's fight with the 7 ninja swordsmen moments ago and noticed that none of the ninja swordsmen's attacks had landed on Satoru, but he didn't understand the principle behind it. Originally, he thought that if his attack couldn't harm the other, he would retreat immediately. Who would have thought that he would actually succeed, and after that success, the other party would come back to life? Not only did he return to life, but it seemed that some things had changed, though he couldn't distinguish where the changes had occurred. That was when Satoru's body suddenly spun, and a punch shattered the knife in the other person's hand. The other party's reaction speed was not slow, and he immediately took a few steps back, staring at the handle of the knife left in his hand, disbelief etched on his face. What terrifying physical ability! Satoru thought it was time to end the game. If he didn't return soon, people would start to worry. However, as a thank you for helping him understand new techniques, it wouldn't be too much to repay the favor by defeating him with these new moves, would it? Satoru extended a finger and a red orb appeared at its tip. Reverse curse technique, red. As Satoru's voice fell, a dazzling white light suddenly erupted from the red orb, accompanied by a terrifying repulsive force that surged forward. The other party didn't even have time to react and was instantly thrown hundreds of meters away by this overwhelming force, crashing into dozens of large trees before slamming against a mountain and coming to a stop. Are you a monster? Even so, the other party didn't die immediately, but he could clearly feel that he wouldn't live much longer, as all his internal organs had been shattered, and there was no part of his body left intact. A voice suddenly sounded in front of him and he opened his eyes wider. He could only move his eyes. He hadn't noticed the other person's approach and couldn't believe that someone could cover such a distance in less than a second after being thrown so far. Perhaps this title really suits me now. Dying at the hands of someone like you, I suppose I haven't lost anything in this life. After reluctantly finishing that thought, his eyes lost all their light, his head drooped, and he completely lost his breath of life. Captain Hatake, are you alright? At that moment, reinforcements had just arrived, with Uchiha Shursui leading a team of ninjas directly to Satoru's side. They arrived a bit late. The battle was over. Satoru put his eye mask back on. The ninjas who came to support him were stunned by the destroyed battlefield. They couldn't imagine how more than 100 meters had been devastated. Uchiha Shursui noticed something unusual. He saw that Satoru's clothing had 2 holes in the front and back, not far apart. It appeared to be caused by a piercing wound, but he discovered that the exposed skin on Satoru was intact. Well, let's clean up the battlefield. I suppose those 7 ninja swordsmen will bring us a significant compensation for Konohagakure. Kirigakure would definitely not give up on these 7 ninja swordsmen. After all, it could be said that the 7 ninja swordsmen were the most powerful team of ninjas from Kirigakure. Shursui, you'll need to personally lead the patrol for a while. I'm afraid the ninjas from Kirigakure will send a powerful army again. Understood. Shursui nodded seriously. Allowing the 7 ninja swordsmen to invade this place could be considered a mistake on his part. Satoru still needed to familiarize himself with the reverse curse technique. He had just mastered it and still had many areas to improve. For instance, it would take time to master the cursed technique, unlimited neutral, infinite. Even Gojo Satoru only mastered unlimited neutral, infinite, a year after learning the reverse curse technique. After returning to the camp, Satoru first reported the attack on the village, as the matter of the 7 ninja swordsmen was quite significant. He then requested the 3rd Hokage to promote Dewey to Jonin. As Satoru had expected, Dewey's promotion to Jonin was quickly approved, and since he had defeated 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, it was also considered that Dewey had completed an S-rank mission. Satoru had made a significant contribution on the front lines this time, eliminating 5 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The son of White Fang already possessed such strength. It was truly a case of the new wave pushing the previous one. Hiruzen, I believe you should hand him over to me for training. This way I can better discover his talent. After learning about Satoru's battle record, Danzo was somewhat moved and directly asked the 3rd Hokage about him. Danzo, do not mention this matter again. Neither Satoru nor Kakashi will be handed over to you. After all, we owe too much to White Fang and we cannot allow his son to touch more darkness. Hiruzen, you are too kind. What a village leader needs is not kindness. Seeing the third Hokage's firm attitude, Danzo could only give up, but before leaving he kindly reminded the third Hokage. End of chapter. Chapter 60, The Challenge of Uchiha Shisui. Captain Hatake, I want to have a duel with you. A month after the battle ended, Shisui suddenly found Satoru and said this very seriously, both in tone and expression. Why do you want to challenge me? Satoru was filled with curiosity and a bit puzzled. He didn't understand why Shisui wanted to challenge him out of the blue. I just want to see how strong Captain Hatake is. I've always seen you in action, but I've never fought with you. It's been nagging at me a bit. Really? Then I also want to see how much strength the Uchiha genius Shisui of the body flicker technique possesses. Satoru was also interested in Shisui's challenge. The two found a deserted location. If their battle extended, it would undoubtedly attract a lot of attention, which neither of them wanted. You go first, Shisui. All right. Shisui didn't refuse. He quickly formed hand seals and several shadow clones resembling physical entities appeared around him. Is this your teleportation technique? It's truly remarkable. Satoru's Rikugan observed that all these clones were connected by a special chakra. When necessary, any clone could become the entity of Shisui, but when not, any clone was merely an illusion. Caution was advised, especially for Captain Hatake. All the clones lunged at Satoru, drawing their swords and launching an attack. At first glance, each clone appeared physical. However, Satoru remained still and was struck by Shisui. Just as the swords were about to make contact, they halted. Shisui remarked on the discomfort caused by Captain Hatake's Kekkei Genkai. He quickly withdrew and formed hand seals once more. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. 3 massive fire dragons erupted from Shisui's mouth, soaring directly towards Satoru. In response, Satoru extended a finger, conjuring a red sphere that instantly dispersed the 3 fire dragons. Shisui observed this with his Sharingan, questioning if it was repulsion. Satoru confirmed that it could be understood that way. Although the infinite technique could also resist it, Satoru found this battle intriguing. Not only could Shisui use ninjutsu that exerted repulsion, but he also possessed a Kekkei Genkai akin to absolute defense. This meant that all taijutsu would be ineffective against Captain Hatake, leaving only genjutsu as an option. As Shisui's Sharingan began to spin, Satoru felt the environment shift. The genjutsu not only affected vision but also directly deceived the brain, altering perception. Satoru realized that while the surroundings remained unchanged, Shisui had vanished as if he had never existed. The traces of Shisui's ninjutsu had also disappeared. This was Satoru's first encounter with genjutsu, which was known to be the most challenging, with few powerful genjutsu users in existence. Despite the genjutsu clouding his vision, Satoru could clearly see the flow of chakra in this genjutsu world. This chaotic flow of chakra within him allowed him to easily break free from the genjutsu. In an instant, the environment shattered like glass. The time it took for Satoru to break the genjutsu was less than a second. However, when his vision returned to normal, Shisui had already appeared before him, attempting to stab him with a knife. Yet, the next moment, Shisui's body rebounded immediately. This was the effect of the curse technique lapse. Neutral unlimited, infinite, which automatically assessed the danger level of approaching objects based on their strength, mass, speed, and other factors. The knife was deemed highly dangerous, so Satoru did not need to exert any control. Neutral unlimited, infinite rebounded the opponent instantly. Shisui felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. No matter what he did, he could not even touch Satoru's clothing. Satoru suggested they end the battle there, asserting that Shisui could not defeat him. Shisui acknowledged his defeat, feeling a profound sense of loss, especially since Satoru was younger than him. Having been celebrated as a genius of the Uchiha clan from a young age, he felt a sense of pride that this battle had shattered completely. His strength felt so vulnerable against an opponent who barely moved. Satoru offered a reassuring pat on Shisui's shoulder before his body vanished. Some matters must be resolved independently. This battle also revealed to Satoru that his Rikugan was not immune to genjutsu. While he could see through it, he was not invulnerable to its effects. Some genjutsu, even when recognized, could not be broken. Techniques like Tsukuyami, Kodoamatsukami, and Infinite Tsukuyami posed a real threat, and Satoru was uncertain if he could break free from them. He contemplated that if he mastered the expansion of his domain, he might be able to forcibly break through this level of genjutsu. However, he was unsure if the domain could truly shatter the infinite Tsukuyomi of such power. For now, Satoru felt no urgency to expand his domain, as there were no worthy opponents to challenge him. Satoru had mastered approximately 50% of neutral unlimited, infinite. His next goal was to master the hollow technique, purple. This technique was particularly challenging, requiring perfect integration of blue and red, with red needing to be at least double the power of blue. Mastery of this technique demanded exceptional control, but for someone with Rikugan, it was merely a matter of time and practice. Satoru suddenly recognized how invincible he was becoming in the world of cursed technique lapse. Even without mastering all his abilities, he felt that no one in the ninja world could stop him. Aside from powerful genjutsu, he only needed to guard against sealing techniques, as some, like the dead demon consuming seal, could truly bind him. The chapter concluded with the news of the third Raikage's death spreading rapidly through the ninja world. Satoru sensed that the third great ninja war was nearing its end. The third Raikage had faced 10,000 rock ninjas to buy time for the Kumogakure ninjas to retreat. Though he had perished, the rock ninjas had suffered significant losses. Without the third Raikage, Kumogakure was unlikely to continue the war, and the rock ninjas also wished to cease hostilities. Similarly, the Kirigakure village had suffered losses, including the 7 ninja swordsmen whose swords remained in Konohagakure, yet to be reclaimed. While Sunagakure had not lost anything in this battle, it was noteworthy that the spark for the third war had been the disappearance of the third Kazekage. It could be said that Konohagakure was the only village that had not suffered major losses this time, as the fallen were primarily Chunin and lower-ranked ninjas. The death of Jonin was minimal and there was not a single shadow level. Konohagakure also had many ninjas who made a name for themselves in this battle, such as Hatake Satoru, known as the White Devil, and Namikaze Minato, known as the Yellow Flash. It could be said that the greatest beneficiary of this war was entirely Konohagakure, both in fame and in gains. The compensation that the Hidden Mist village sought for the 7 ninja swords was enough to fully compensate for Konohagakure's losses in this war. It was not easy to have the opportunity to speak, it would be strange if they did not. At this moment, the friction between the various borders had begun to gradually decrease, and it was estimated that, at most, a large battle could erupt. But at least for now, there would not be any fierce wars on the border of the Hidden Mist village, where Satoru was destined. Originally, the Hidden Mist village had not sent a large army to the war. They only wanted a share of the spoils from this battle, not expecting to involve even the 7 ninja swordsmen. If the Hidden Mist village lacked the 7 ninja swordsmen, their overall combat power would definitely drop several levels. Months had passed and Satoru was now 12 years old. That day, snowflakes floated slowly in the sky, and the troops, including Satoru, suddenly received the order to return to the village. In that instant, the entire village erupted in cheers, for they knew the war had ended, and they no longer had to fear the front lines. Upon returning to the village, they discovered that all the villagers had spontaneously organized to welcome them at the gate. As Satoru and the others entered, the villagers burst into a loud ovation. Among the crowd, Satoru spotted his father, who seemed to be getting along well with the uncle beside him. Hatake Satoru looked at Satoru with warm eyes and a hint of relief, feeling that his eldest son had grown completely. Satoru expressed his pride in Satoru's achievements. In response, Satoru smiled confidently. He then informed the ninjas behind him that he would go to report to Hokage-sama first. They agreed, suggesting that they should invite Captain Hatake to a meal one day to celebrate their safe return. Satoru accepted, having developed mutual feelings with these ninjas over the past 2 years. They had become like brothers, comrades, or friends. Although Satoru was younger, they had long regarded him as an equal or even an elder, as he was their benefactor. Satoru knocked on the door of the Hokage's office and entered directly. The third Hokage acknowledged Satoru's hard work, expressing pride in him, noting that he was like his father. Satoru thanked him for the praise. The Hokage reminded him that the villagers welcomed him and hoped he would always remember the will of fire, not to disappoint those who believed in him. Satoru affirmed his commitment. The Hokage mentioned that when the people from other battlefields returned, they would hold a recognition meeting for them, offering any rewards they desired. Satoru expressed his gratitude. He then shared details of the past 2 years with the third Hokage, who nodded frequently, feeling nervous upon hearing about the attacks. When Satoru was about to leave, the Hokage suddenly stopped him, asking about his current strength. Satoru confidently stated that he would not lose to the Hokage, assuring him of his own power. The The third Hokage felt a strong pressure in his heart, not from Satoru's chakra, but from a psychological weight. He understood that after the war he would have to resign, as the leaders would have to pay a price for the village's losses. This price would be his resignation as Hokage and the selection of the fourth Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen had his own ideas, even if he did not become Hokage again. He needed someone relatively easy to control. Satoru reassured the Hokage that the village also needed people from his generation and suggested that he could remain in office for another 12 years. The Hokage laughed, though he was pleased to hear such compliments. After leaving the third Hokage, Satoru did not return home but went directly to his father's dessert shop. He greeted his father with nostalgia and longing, acknowledging how much he had grown. Tsukumo affirmed his son's transformation into a true man. Suddenly, Tsukumo changed the subject, suggesting that Satoru consider marriage, mentioning the daughter of the Ichiraku family. Satoru deflected, thinking it was better to leave such matters to Kakashi, joking that if his father did not handle it, Kakashi might end up alone. Tsukumo pondered Kakashi's situation, realizing that with Kakashi's sharp tongue, it was indeed difficult for him to find a partner. They both agreed to ask Kakashi about it when he returned, wondering how he had changed after being away from the battlefield for so long. The battlefield was a place that truly trained a person. Every time Kakashi returns, there's a noticeable change in him. It's said that he has developed a powerful A-rank ninjutsu called Chidori, but I have yet to witness it. In that regard, Kakashi is stronger than you. Satoru knows that what happened with Obito is inevitable. The reason Madara chose Obito has been planned for a long time. In other words, aside from Obito, the other members of the Uchiha clan simply cannot fulfill what he has explained. After all, the Uchiha clan is filled with love, but when that love is lost, their eyes evolve into something stronger. Obito is even more filled with love than the others in the Uchiha clan. He is the easiest to provoke and ensnare. Satoru thought about saving Obito, but he didn't know the exact timing of the incident and couldn't leave the border of the Hidden Mist village for long, so he had to let the incident unfold. After all, who would want to see a scar in their brother's eyes, even if that scar might look beautiful in the future? Satoru mentioned that he knew something which made Tsukumo's expression turn serious. He knew a little, but this matter might depend on Kakashi coming to light. Satoru reassured his father that he and Kakashi would look out for each other. He expressed confidence in his strength, claiming that he might even surpass Tsukumo. Tsukumo, narrowing his eyes, scrutinized Satoru, but found nothing particularly special about him, except that he had grown a bit larger. Satoru imagined standing still, letting Tsukumo attack him, and no matter how hard Tsukumo tried, he wouldn't be able to touch him. He wondered what expression Tsukumo would have in that moment. Satoru then mentioned that he heard Kakashi had broken Tsukumo's sword and advised him not to hit Kakashi when he returned. After saying this, Satoru left. Days later, everyone except the necessary border guards returned one by one, and the villagers welcomed them warmly. Tsukumo quickly noticed something unusual about Kakashi. He emitted a dark aura as if he had lost his fighting spirit. Kakashi sensed someone watching him and turned to see his father's worried gaze. A flicker of emotion appeared in Kakashi's eyes, but it quickly vanished. Tsukumo recalled what Satoru had said about Kakashi's change this time. It wasn't just a physical change, the feeling he gave off was entirely different. Kakashi's left eye was covered by his forehead protector, indicating an injury. When Kakashi returned home, Satoru pulled him in front of Tsukumo, knowing his father was deeply concerned. Tsukumo asked what had happened, his serious tone betraying his worry. Kakashi revealed that both Obito and Rin were dead, tears streaming down his face. Tsukumo fell silent, understanding the pain of losing a comrade. Kakashi lamented that Rin had died by his own hands, looking at his hands as if they were stained with her blood. He felt helpless, questioning what he should do now that he had failed Obito. Seeing Kakashi in such despair pained Tsukumo's heart, and even Satoru felt the weight of the moment. The dessert in his mouth tasted bland. He urged Kakashi to cheer up, reminding him that the villagers needed him and that he couldn't dwell on the past. Satoru's words struck a nerve as he had taken his own life before. Satoru then mentioned that although Rin was gone, Obito was still alive. Kakashi was taken aback, looking at Satoru in disbelief, asking where Obito was. Satoru shook his head, explaining that Obito's heart was now filled with hatred and anger towards him, having witnessed Rin's death. He emphasized how important Rin was to Obito and that Kakashi needed to encourage him to return to the right path. Kakashi believed in Satoru's words, knowing his ability to see the future. Even if Obito had lost his way, as long as he was alive there was hope. Tsukumo, concerned about Kakashi's future as a newly recognized jonin, asked if he had any plans. Kakashi mentioned he might join the ANBU, not having any specific plans at the moment. Tsukumo thought that joining the ANBU would be beneficial, especially with Minato likely to become the fourth Hokage soon. Satoru, on the other hand, said he would enjoy a peaceful life in the village when there were no missions, leaving Tsukumo and Kakashi with blank expressions. They hadn't expected that after the war ended, Satoru would become such a bitter person. He remarked that Kakashi hadn't changed at all, to which Satoru laughed and pointed out that Kakashi needed to address the issue with his left eye. This reminded Tsukumo of Kakashi's situation. During a battle, an opponent had scratched his eye, and that left eye was a gift from Obito upon his promotion to jonin. However, since Obito was not dead, Kakashi intended to return it in the future. Kakashi then lifted his forehead protector, revealing the three-tomo Sharingan. Satoru mused that the Sharingan had appeared in an outsider, and he doubted the Uchiha clan would let it go easily. Tsukumo interjected that this was not the most pressing issue. Kakashi didn't have Uchiha lineage, making the Sharingan a burden that would constantly drain his chakra. Satoru had no idea how to deal with the Sharingan either. Removing it was out of the question, and while sealing techniques could temporarily suppress it, he wasn't skilled in that area. He suggested that Kakashi consult Kushina, who might have a sealing technique to help him. Kakashi agreed to visit Kushina after the war was completely over. Tsukumo encouraged Kakashi not to dwell on it too much, reminding him that Obito was still alive and he needed to stay positive. He placed his hands on Kakashi's shoulders, transferring his own strength to encourage him. Kakashi felt less gloomy than in the original timeline. He still had a brother and a father, and he knew Obito was alive. His heart had a clear goal: to bring Obito back to Konohagakure. Tsukumo suggested they leave soon, as lingering too long would raise suspicions in the village. He also teased Kakashi about needing to practice more with his sword, noting that he had broken it. Kakashi looked at Satoru in disbelief, as if questioning whether he had revealed a secret. Satoru confirmed it with a smile, proudly acknowledging his role as a supportive brother. Kakashi, with clenched teeth, expressed his appreciation for Satoru's efforts to help him improve. Satoru playfully embraced Kakashi, boasting about how much he had worked to strengthen him. Kakashi, eager to test his skills, proposed a friendly match, curious to see if Satoru's confidence stemmed from the Sharingan or his Chidori. He decided to fight using only taijutsu, not wanting to hold back. Satoru warned him not to regret it, and a shadowy smile appeared on Kakashi's face. Tsukumo watched the two brothers leave with enthusiasm, feeling a warm atmosphere that reminded him of their childhood together. He felt that not being a ninja was a good decision after all. As they exited a dessert shop, a loud voice interrupted them, drawing the attention of those nearby. Kakashi recognized the voice immediately and covered his face in pain, surprised that Guy hadn't changed at all after all this time. Guy jumped in front of Kakashi, eager to challenge him to a match. Kakashi, unimpressed, brushed him off, knowing that no one else in Konohagakure would dare to challenge him like Guy did. Guy insisted that Kakashi needed to be as energetic as he was, demonstrating his stamina by doing push-ups. Kakashi simply found it boring and tried to walk past him. Guy, undeterred, playfully struck the back of Kakashi's head, but Kakashi quickly countered, grabbing Guy's arm and executing a shoulder throw. Kakashi seized the opportunity to pin Guy down, claiming victory once again. Guy, determined to catch up, declared he would run 50 laps around the village and promised to see Satoru again next time. With that, he dashed away, leaving Kakashi shaking his head at his friend's enthusiasm. Kakashi and Satoru then arrived at the Hatake training field. Satoru stood casually with his hands in his pockets while Kakashi observed him seriously, activating his Sharingan. Satoru encouraged him to show how much he had grown over the past 2 years. Kakashi took the initiative, launching several smoke bombs that enveloped the training ground in a thick haze. Satoru, however, effortlessly evaded Kakashi's stealthy attack, demonstrating his own skills. As the smoke cleared, Satoru noticed 2 simultaneous attacks coming his way, realizing that Kakashi was using a shadow clone technique. Satoru acknowledged that the tactics were excellent, but they had no effect on him. He swiftly grabbed both of Kakashi's arms, which were about to launch a stealth attack, and then they vanished in a puff of smoke. Kakashi's voice suddenly came from beneath Satoru's feet, but Satoru avoided it with a quick jump. He remarked that such techniques were ineffective against him, as he could see every one of Kakashi's movements. Kakashi found Satoru's keen perception irritating but refused to give up. Surrendering now would only diminish his own self-worth, especially since Satoru had yet to unleash his full strength. Kakashi decided to use a powerful technique, even though it wasn't ideal for use against someone close to him. He quickly formed hand seals, and a ball of lightning appeared in his right hand, accompanied by a chorus of sounds as if thousands of birds were singing together. Satoru recognized the technique as Chidori and praised its magnificence. Kakashi, determined, charged at Satoru, the Chidori enhancing his speed. Wherever he moved, the ground cracked beneath him. As he closed in, Kakashi leaped into the air, aiming the Chidori directly at Satoru. Satoru evaded the attack, swiftly grabbing Kakashi's arm. The Chidori flickered in his palm, but Satoru held firm. Kakashi looked on in disbelief, surprised that his final move had been so easily countered. Satoru's grip tightened, causing Kakashi's Chidori to dissipate. Satoru taunted Kakashi, suggesting he had run out of tricks. However, Kakashi had a surprise of his own. His body suddenly crackled with lightning and he vanished in a flash. Satoru recognized the technique as the lightning shadow clone. Kakashi emerged from beneath the ground, kunai poised at Satoru's neck, declaring victory. Satoru smiled, amused by Kakashi's confidence. He noted that if Kakashi were an ordinary person he would have lost to that move, but he was not just anyone. Just then the Satoru in Kakashi's line of sight transformed into smoke and vanished, revealing another Satoru behind him. Satoru playfully gestured with his fingers, teasing Kakashi about his attempts to conquer him. Kakashi, puzzled, wondered when Satoru had used the shadow clone. His Sharingan had been tracking Satoru's movements, yet he had missed the moment Satoru created the clone. Satoru explained that with mastery of ninjutsu, one could perform techniques without hand seals, likening it to a daily habit. Satoru advised Kakashi to practice Chidori until he could use it without seals, noting that with his talent, it shouldn't be a difficult task. Kakashi admitted he hadn't expected to be left behind so significantly. Satoru reminded him that it was natural for an older brother to be stronger, having been born just minutes earlier. Kakashi joked about whether Satoru's Kekkei Genkai would have been his if he had been born first. Satoru dismissed the thought and encouraged Kakashi to strengthen himself, as his current abilities were not reassuring. Kakashi, intrigued by Satoru's mention of showing his full strength, was eager to see what he had in store. Satoru teleported them to a location far from the village to avoid causing too much disturbance. He prepared to demonstrate a powerful technique. As Satoru raised a finger, a red ball of light formed at its tip. He unleashed the technique and a tremendous force erupted, leaving Kakashi in awe. When the dust settled, the area around them had been completely obliterated, as if a violent explosion had occurred. Satoru remarked that if Kakashi wanted to surpass him, he still had a long way to go. Noticing several ANBU rushing toward the site, Satoru quickly returned Kakashi to the village, aware that being discovered outside without permission would lead to consequences. Shortly after, 4 ANBU ninjas arrived at the scene, staring at the deep trench left behind. They were astonished by the destruction and speculated about the nature of the ninjutsu that caused it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they decided to report to the Hokage, knowing that the disturbance warranted immediate attention. They prepared to reinforce the patrols outside the village in response to the unidentified ninjutsu traces. Although the war had ended, the third Hokage emphasized the need for vigilance. The village had experienced ongoing skirmishes, with different teams from various villages clashing intermittently. This precarious situation had persisted for over a year, with each village still negotiating compensation for their losses. It was undeniable that Konohagakure emerged as the ultimate beneficiary of the Third Great Ninja War. Kumogakure, which had initiated the conflict, would undoubtedly be the first to compensate all villages, followed by the ninja village of Kirigakure. To recover 7 legendary ninja swords, Konohagakure had nearly depleted half of its wealth. At 13 years old, Hatake Satoru, along with Kakashi, found themselves in a changing world as the Third Great Ninja War concluded this year. On this day, the third Hokage and the village elders gathered in a conference room to discuss the Hokage's abdication. Udatane Koharu stated that the village owed its residents an explanation for the losses incurred during the war. The third Hokage acknowledged this with a hint of melancholy, reflecting on his long tenure and reluctance to step down. Mitokado Hamura inquired about the next successor, prompting Danzo, who had been resting his eyes, to open them and focus intently on Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage declared that Namikaze Minato would be the fourth Hokage, citing his strength, talent, and strategic mind as qualifications. Danzo's eyes widened in response, knowing the outcome yet feeling a twinge of reluctance at Hiruzen's announcement. Hamura agreed, recognizing Minato's qualifications and high reputation among the villagers. As the decision had been made long ago, they agreed to allow Minato to assume the role of Hokage as soon as possible to provide clarity to the people. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Soon, news of Minato's ascension spread rapidly throughout the village, bringing smiles to the faces of many who admired the yellow flash. Meanwhile, in an experimental base, Orochimaru felt a pang of sadness upon hearing the news of Minato becoming the fourth Hokage. Although he had long accepted that the position might not be his, he couldn't shake the frustration of being out of the running, especially since he had once been a candidate. Reflecting on the comrades he had lost in the Second and Third Ninja Wars, Orochimaru contemplated the fragility of human life, yearning for immortality. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Danzo who approached Orochimaru with a remark about Hiruzen's choice of successor. Orochimaru, narrowing his eyes, acknowledged Danzo's presence, recognizing that both of them were now sidelined. Danzo commented on the irony of Hiruzen not selecting Orochimaru as his successor, which darkened Orochimaru's expression. He dismissed Danzo's presence, warning him to leave if he had nothing of value to say. Danzo, undeterred by Orochimaru's hostility, questioned him about Hiruzen's choice of Minato. Orochimaru retorted that Minato's abilities and popularity made him a natural choice. Danzo suggested that Hiruzen's decision was merely nostalgic, viewing Minato as a puppet rather than a true leader. Orochimaru countered, arguing that Minato would gradually assert his own power, just as any aspiring Hokage would. The conversation shifted as Danzo revealed his knowledge of Orochimaru's involvement in the recent disappearances of children in the village. Orochimaru's demeanor darkened, but he maintained his composure, asserting that Danzo could not harm him. He then demanded to know Danzo's intentions, suspecting that he had a specific request. Danzo revealed his desire for Orochimaru to investigate the first Hokage's Kekkei Genkai, specifically seeking the wood release technique. A glimmer of interest sparked in Orochimaru's eyes at the mention of this powerful ability. However, he noted that acquiring the body of the first Hokage would be necessary for such research, which he could not obtain. Danzo assured him that he would handle that aspect, only requiring results. They reached a silent agreement, establishing a series of secret arrangements between them. As the chapter concluded, preparations were underway to celebrate Minato's succession as the fourth Hokage. Close friends and family, including his mentor Jiraiya, his student Kakashi, and Satoru, were set to gather for a grand celebration at Minato's home. It was said that there were desserts made by Kushina herself, and Satoru was eager to experience the delicacy of her craftsmanship. Jiraiya, with a slightly flushed face, raised his glass and congratulated Minato on achieving his dream of becoming Hokage. Minato humbly acknowledged Jiraiya's teachings, attributing his success to them. Jiraiya, with a mischievous smile, expressed his surprise at being able to teach a Hokage one day. Kakashi also offered his congratulations, to which Minato responded with gratitude. Kushina emerged from the kitchen, her face slightly flushed with a hint of resentment as she remarked on the lack of food being served while everyone was already drinking. Satoru, raising his hand, insisted he hadn't drunk too much. Kushina then presented a tray of her first attempt at desserts, which were slightly burnt and emitting a puff of black smoke. She encouraged Satoru to try them quickly, claiming they should be fine despite their appearance. As the dessert approached, Satoru instinctively began to retreat, claiming he suddenly remembered something important at home and teleported away from Minato's house. Kushina, feeling a bit downcast, wondered if her dessert was truly that frightening. Minato, still dazed, decided to try a piece, and despite his expression remaining unchanged, he assured Kushina it was delicious but advised her not to repeat the experience. Jiraiya, skeptical, decided to try it as well. However, as soon as he tasted it, his face turned pale, and he struggled to breathe, giving Minato a thumbs up before collapsing. Minato soon followed suit. Kushina, concerned, remarked on their drinking habits, while Kakashi was asked to assist Jiraiya, leaving Minato's care to another. Back at home, Satoru felt a bit anxious, suspecting that if he had eaten the dessert he might not have seen the next day. With Kakashi absent, he realized he would have to handle dinner alone. A month later, the appointment of the new Hokage arrived. The daimyo of the Land of Fire recognized Minato's capability to lead Konohagakure and accepted his succession as the fourth Hokage. The day of Minato's inauguration was a momentous occasion, with all the villagers gathering to celebrate. The patriarchs of every clan and the elders of Konohagakure, including Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, were present. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen placed the Hokage hat on Minato's head, emphasizing the great responsibility that now rested on his shoulders. Minato vowed not to disappoint the villagers, feeling the weight of their hopeful expressions. He promised to succeed as the fourth Hokage and not let them down. Cheers erupted from the villagers, celebrating their choice of Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku felt a sense of relief, believing that Minato's leadership would improve relations with the Uchiha clan. Nara Shikaku noted the villagers' enthusiasm, while Yamanaka Inoichi remarked on Minato's nickname, Little Sun, which reflected the warmth he brought to the village. Akimichi Chuza, with a mouthful of snacks, expressed that he couldn't think of anyone more suitable for the position than Minato, having been won over by his charisma during missions. Many ninjas shared similar sentiments, having witnessed Minato's strength during the Third Ninja War. Kushina looked at Minato with admiration, feeling that even though her dream of becoming Hokage had not been realized, being the wife of the Hokage was a significant part of it. Tsukumo, standing with Satoru, acknowledged Minato's suitability for the role, reflecting on how Minato's current life seemed to fulfill his father's dreams. As the news spread, all major ninja villages recognized that the Yellow Flash had succeeded as the fourth Hokage. Shortly after, Kumogakure announced the success of their fourth Raikage. The positions of the leaders of the three main ninja villages had shifted: Sunagakure, Konohagakure, and Kumogakure. End of this chapter. A month after Namikaze Minato took office, Kakashi joined the ANBU. It could be said that the ANBU had numerous tasks. Satoru hardly saw Kakashi anymore. Although he would occasionally catch a glimpse of him, their encounters were brief, leaving no time for conversation. One of the Sannin, Tsunade, and Jiraiya also left the village one after the other. Minato addressed the gathering, stating that the Third Ninja War had caused significant losses for the ninjas of Konohagakure, with half of their strength diminished. He proposed holding a Chunin exam to help rebuild their village's core. During the meeting, Minato made his proposal with a serious demeanor. While he usually appeared harmless to both humans and animals, his serious expression was quite imposing. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage who sat beside Minato, agreed with the suggestion, noting that it had been several years since the last Chunin exam. Mitokado Hamura, an elder of Konohagakure, raised a concern about inviting other ninja villages to participate in the exam. He believed it would be unwise to invite potential threats so soon after the war. Udatane Koharu, another elder, echoed this sentiment, suggesting they should organize the exam independently due to the current instability. Minato countered, asserting that they should hold the Chunin exam alongside all major ninja villages to demonstrate Konohagakure's strength. Danzo, who had been silent until then, also supported Minato's view, recognizing the importance of showcasing the village's power. With the decision made to hold the exam with other villages, the topic shifted to selecting examiners. Minato immediately suggested Nara Shikaku for the first exam, confident in his abilities. The third Hokage agreed, recalling Shikaku's proven talent during the Third Ninja War. As they discussed the second exam, it was determined that Hyuga Hizashi would be a suitable examiner due to his Byakugan and strength. The third Hokage approved this choice, and Minato agreed as well, acknowledging Hizashi's capabilities as the twin brother of the Hyuga clan leader. The conversation then turned to the third exam, which was crucial for the village's reputation. Udatane Koharu emphasized the need for a respected examiner, especially with other villages participating. The third Hokage suggested Orochimaru, recognizing his renown in the ninja world, but Danzo pointed out that Orochimaru was currently occupied with important experiments. In search of alternatives, Minato proposed Hatake Satoru, recalling the impressive skills he had displayed. Although some expressed concern about Satoru's youth, Minato defended him, highlighting his reputation as the White Devil during the Third Ninja War. The third Hokage ultimately agreed, trusting Minato's judgment. With the meeting concluded, Minato ordered invitations to be sent to all major and minor ninja villages for the Chunin exam. He then requested Hatake Satoru to come to his office. A moment later, a man with white hair and a mask appeared, using the body flicker technique to arrive swiftly. At the Hatake residence, Satoru sensed a familiar presence and recognized it without turning his head. He remarked that he was currently on a mission and that Hokage-sama was calling for him. End of this chapter. Since the end of the war, Satoru had not taken on any missions and had been resting at home. He wondered if his lack of assignments would lead to some sort of punishment. Kakashi, after a brief conversation, used the body flicker technique to leave. Satoru felt a twinge of annoyance, thinking that once someone became Umbu, they no longer prioritized their family. He had initially hoped to gain some useful information from Kakashi, but it now seemed futile. Satoru hoped for something beneficial rather than troublesome. After tidying up a bit, he made his way to the Hokage's office. Upon arrival, he addressed Minato, the Hokage, who got straight to the point. The village was soon to hold a Chunin exam, and they had decided that Satoru would serve as the examiner for the third round. Hearing this, Satoru raised his eyebrows in surprise. He questioned whether it was appropriate for him to take on such a role, given that while his strength was sufficient, his age might not command the respect of others. Minato assured him that this decision had been made jointly with the third Hokage, and he could think of no one more suitable than Satoru, known as the White Demon. This title brought a smile to Satoru's face, and he agreed to take on the task. Minato entrusted the responsibility to him. Soon, all the major ninja villages received invitations from Konohagakure for the Chunin exam. Except for the village hidden in the mist, all other villages responded positively. Given that Kirigakure had suffered a significant defeat at the hands of Konohagakure, it was unlikely they would attend. As time passed, more and more new faces appeared in Konohagakure. To prevent any potential issues, the Umbu increased their patrols, closely monitoring nearly all foreign ninjas. One young ninja from Kumogakure, visibly frustrated, remarked on the strict surveillance, questioning why they were invited to participate if they were being watched so closely. A seasoned Jonin leader explained that caution was necessary, especially after the recent war, and that if Kumogakure were to participate in the Chunin exam, they would also keep a close eye on ninjas from other villages. At that moment, Satoru noticed a figure outside the window, someone with white hair and a masked face. He wondered who it could be.